Hello, and welcome to the Northwest Cavalryman Show, the podcast where your host, Rick Skolrud, discusses politics and news from Canada, the United States, and around the world, from a conservative perspective. Warning: professionally offended people and liberal crybabies may be triggered. Viewer discretion is advised. While we put the finishing touches on this podcast, you are invited to visit the show notes. There are links to all of Rick's social media, including his website where you can sign up to take the Canadian Firearms Safety Course, which is a prerequisite for obtaining your Canadian Firearms License, also known as a PAL. Rick teaches these courses in Maple Bay just east of Duncan on Vancouver Island, British Columbia. Now here's your host, Rick Skolrud.
Hello everybody and welcome to this special edition of the Northwest Cavalryman Show. Hopefully it'll be a good one. Hopefully we'll get the results that we need. Hello Mike, hello Tracy. Good to see that there's a couple of people here at least, which is good. Wouldn't want to be doing this all alone. So that's all good. Just a little bit of a mic check here, or a sound check, I guess is a better word for it. If y'all can just let me know, how's it coming through? Is it loud and clear? Is there any echoes or any repeats? Because I have had that problem in the past. It looks like I'm coming through. Hello, Marianne from Calgary. Janice, from Brighton, Ontario. How's everybody doing? So, just give me a thumbs up and a 5x5 if everything sounds good. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mike. So, yeah, I should be also live on Rumble as well, hopefully. So all of the comments should show up on the screen from both Rumble and YouTube. Hello, Ken. Hello, Peter. But then on your own pop-out or I guess chat screen, it should just show up whether it is one or the other, either YouTube or Rumble. So cast my vote today. I waited till the very last moment. I don't know. I just have this thing. If I'm going to be in town, might as well vote on election day. Hello, Harley. Jessica, hi, Rick. How you doing? Yeah, I started reading your comment. You started with, hi, Rick. Hi, Jessica. Hello, Brad. Good to see you. So, I think a lot of the, hello, Arnold. I think a lot of the coverage is starting at around 4 p.m. So I just wanted to get you guys' opinions. Which do you want to see? I've got CPAC up. One of the reasons why I chose CPAC is they tend to just broadcast and not be too biased. But I think that maybe CTV might be better because they will have some of their own commentary on there. I don't know. What do you guys think? CPAC or CTV? Global? CBC? Don't know why anybody wants CBC, but you never know. Somebody might want CBC. So let me know in the chat if you want to see one coverage over the other. Yeah, absolutely right. We do need Pierre because no. Peter says no CBC, please. CPAC. Ken says CPAC. So we got one vote for CPAC, one vote negative for CBC, so I don't think they're going to recover from that. Pravda, I don't think Pravda is. Don't think Pravda is a good idea. Do they even exist anymore? I think they're aren't they RT now? No communist broadcasting corporations. 2 votes against CBC. Yeah. Hello, Nelson. How's it going? So I did vote today. It was raining today in Cowichan Valley. So I hope that's not an indication because it was sunny for the last week, Come election day, it was raining. Hope that's not one of those, what do you call that? Not precursors, omens. I hope that's not a bad omen for the next 4 years. Yes, I want to see Liberal. Not sure what you mean by that, Tracy. I think you're joking about wanting to see the Liberal. Arnold says he wants to see Rosemary Barton. Ew. And Mr. Clean. I don't think I like Mr. Clean. Or no, Nelson said he wants to be Mr. Clean. Yeah. How are you not going to vote? I did vote. I voted today, but it was raining. I'm just saying it could be a bad omen. You never know. But it could be a good omen that there's been so many people heading out to vote. So we will see, I guess, when by the night's end. I wonder how long it's going to take. If I have to change my my earplugs during the broadcast, it's because I've run out of juice, and sometimes that screws up a bit. So I won't have to stop the stream, but I might have to reboot just the YouTube because of that. But the stream should continue, so that should all be good. So I'm thinking most people tuning into my show have probably voted for the Conservatives. If anybody, although there was one guy, I guess on Thursdays. Was it Thursday? Yeah, no. When did I last go live? Anyways, on the last live broadcast, somebody he actually voted, or he was actually pro-liberal. So I don't see his name popping up here. You never know; he might pop by. I think there's a lot of live streams tonight, so there's probably a lot of people on a lot of different streams, which is interesting, which is good. So I'm not the only one out here. Prairie Girl, how you doing? Yeah. So who else is on here? Prairie Girl, Angela Sutherland, OCIR. I'm not sure what that stands for. If you could let us know. My pop, not my poor. Well, you know what? Might be poor. I'm poor that I worked for the RCMP for so long. So, yeah, it was interesting coming back on the ferry, talking to some people from, and it seemed like everybody was out for pro conservative this time. So that was very interesting, because the area that I live in is very left wing. But there appears to be a bit of a wave happening here. Hello, Maxim and JCP. How you doing? Let's hope that the blue wave comes in full force. Just want to bring up something here just to see if I'm catching everything. Maybe it's a good sign, like an Italian wedding. You never know. I'm not sure how to pronounce that name. I'm bad with names that aren't very traditional or known well in English. I'm really sorry about that. I can do Japanese names because I was in Japan, lived in Japan for quite a while. And it's all phonetic too. JCP, how's it going? So, yeah. It's going to be just a little bit here, 20 minutes before a lot of the discussion starts. I know Global is they're all starting at 4:00. I'm not sure why because the reason I decided to go for 3:30 was they actually posted on their websites that they were going live at 3:30, but that's okay. We can just chat until then. Let's see, doesn't look like I have anybody on Rumble yet, but that's all right. 12. Actually, there are 12 watching on Rumble. Every time I set up a live stream, I have to redo my chat program. And sometimes it allows me to put a little counter up in the corner, and sometimes it doesn't. So that's very interesting. So I don't really know exactly how many people are tuning in unless I go back to my portion of the live stream, which I always mute so I don't get an echo. And hopefully that works out tonight, because I've got a lot of different pages in case we have to, or we want to bounce around for the different coverages from global to CTV and then CPAC. I don't know. Let's go here. Yes. They're all scheduled for 4 p.m., it looks like. Which is fine. Yeah, so I had a good trip over. I was actually took a bunch of pictures off of the ferry, and we got to see a pod of orcas going to Vancouver on Saturday, which was good. Coming back, I didn't see any, but got a lot of pictures, seaplanes and vessels, crafts on the ocean. So I'm going to be putting some of those up on my Flickr account, probably in a few days once I get it all done. Hello, was that Mike? Mike, I don't think I've seen your last name for a while. Nelson, of course, from the East Coast. James, how you doing? Linda, good evening. We, it's going back and forth in the comments on some of these channels who they think is going to win, and it's almost like CTV and CBC. I don't know about Global, but I don't normally watch Global at all. They seem to be very certain that it's either going to be a majority or a minority Liberal government. Let's hope that they're wrong, because that is just it's going to screw us up. Today is pretty much the day when we find out if freedom wins over communism, whether or not our grandchildren, or in my case, even my kids, are ever going to be able to afford a home, whether or not we're going to be able to keep our lawfully acquired property, or we're going to have to give it up in due course, which would be terrible. Whether or not Alberta is going to stay within Canada, basically whether or not Canada is going to stay together. Hello, Resolute. And yeah. So there's a lot of people who say they're going to be leaving Canada. I would rather you not leave Canada, even if Mark's Carnage Carney gets in. I would rather y'all move to Alberta and then and vote to save the country, or at least vote to save the West, because there's actually my cousin sent me a message today. I'm hoping he's going to join in. I'm not sure what his username is, whether he's joined in before, but he sent me a message today saying that he was going to join in and watch the stream. Going to see if I think his term was, if the Libertards get in, we have to start planning the separation. He's from Saskatchewan, so 33% of people from Saskatchewan are really very likely to vote for separation. At least that's what the polls say, if you can believe the polls. But of course, most of us here are skeptical about the polls as well. Hello, Pepper. Yeah, so we shall see whether or not that is all, whether this is all a bunch of worry for nothing, or whether or not we're actually going to be seeing a big breakup of the country. I'd hate to see it break up. I know that some of my videos, it seems to feel like I'm a separatist. I'm not a separatist. I want Canada to stay together, but I do believe that Canada as a whole should merge with the U.S. But then after looking at considering the facts of it, because Canada is so liberal, there would have to be different arrangements, because the West the western three provinces joining one, which my province would be Democrat, Alberta, Saskatchewan would be Republican. That probably wouldn't be too bad for the U.S., but the U.S. probably doesn't want the rest of Canada, unfortunately, because of just how left-leaning they are. But if the Atlantic provinces joined as either 1 or 4 territories, and then Quebec would probably just stay on its own anyway, and then Ontario and Manitoba would probably still be just Canada, Ontario and Manitoba. So, and other than that, what the Northwest Territories, the Yukon and Nunavut would do is, I would think they'd probably join in on the province that's below them. So we shall see. I took my wife out to vote today. She's quite interesting. She wanted some advice. I'm like, hey, you know what? I'm voting conservative. I hope you don't cancel my vote. And she didn't. She voted okay. She voted the proper way, I should say. Not that technically I should know. It's a secret vote and all. But hey, I do know that my brother is... I have one brother who's actually voting Liberal. And all the rest of us are shaking our heads saying, what's going on? What's going on? How could you do that to us? But, 3 years younger than us and lived in Vancouver City all of his adult life. So I guess that's what you get when you live in, basically a communist-dominated area. And that's what we're fighting up against. We're fighting against these big population areas where people... I don't know, I guess they're just used to being taken care of, cradle to grave, which is unfortunate. And, we're going to hope that, people see the light come around and vote the way we want them to, but he's going to vote their conscience. I just don't know what we're going to do. How did the USA vote? Well, Tony, they didn't vote how the polls say they were going to, so hopefully the polls are wrong in Canada too. There are some independent polls out there that apparently are showing the Conservatives in a slight lead. The problem with even being in a slight lead, unless that slight lead is in Atlantic Canada, then even as a slight lead in Atlantic Canada, but for the most part, Atlantic Canada has so many seats when you divide it by the population per capita, so many seats per capita that a lot of times they have a lot more say than out west where we have more population. Hello, Brian. How's it going? Boy, everybody's saying Liberals win majority. I hope not. Yeah, I hope not either. Tiger Eye, how's it going? Yeah. So, I think for the most part, if the polling was equal or, tied neck and neck, like some of the more independent polls are saying, then Eastern Canada is kind of the linchpin, since they have more seats than they do population out west here. And then, of course, hopefully we do get the blue wave starting from Atlantic Canada, as Nelson is saying, and it will just ride right across the country. Now, interesting enough, Jagmeet Singh and Blanchette have it's almost like they've given up. Blanchette is saying, hey, Mark Carney's going to win, so you might as well vote for us, which is a little bit weird. Hello, Goko, and thank you very much for that donation, Goko. It's funny how he's kind of given up because he wants more seats, obviously, but he's saying that, hey, the Liberals are going to win, so you might as well vote for us in Quebec because it's not going to change anything, but it might give us the balance of power. Hello, TNO710. How's it going? I don't think I've seen that name here before. Welcome. And of course, Jagmeet is just, I mean, what can you say about Jagmeet? He might not even win his own seat. Probably isn't going to win his own seat. There's a possibility that Mark Carney won't even win a seat. I know they've been saying that about Pierre Poilievre, but that's, in my estimate, complete hogwash, because I think he still has quite a bit of support in Carleton. Let's hope so, anyway. And then Dizzy Lizzie and her crew, they could very well be wiped out, and which is great for the Conservatives, because that riding apparently was Conservative prior to Dizzy Lizzie getting in. How many years ago that was now, I don't even know how many years she's been in. I think I think this is her sixth election. I'm not sure. Hello, Gagnon. How you doing? Pierrette. I know I just butcher some names. I'm really sorry about that. So that would be interesting. She's actually in the riding that I taught in a week and a half ago out in Pender Island. A bunch of those islands and a little bit on the main island here, Vancouver Island. So that's interesting. So if that goes Conservative, I think that'll say a lot, I think, for the chances of the Conservatives getting in, because if those far leftist ridings go Conservative, well, then there's a good chance that a lot of the ridings will go Conservative, a lot more than we thought. Hello, Mark. And James Conley, how you doing? Hello from America. Where are you all tuning in from, James? I think I've seen you on here before. You probably told me, and I've just forgot. I know there's a few people, some from Ohio, some from Michigan. We have a Florida lady who tunes in all the time, which we're really great to see, and another lady from, I don't know, is it Michigan that she's from? I'm not quite sure. Hopefully everybody joins in and watches this and gets a little bit out of it, and we'll be able to make fun of some of the commentators. So far, it looks like we've got CPAC is what has been chosen by most of y'all, or at least one person. We've got negative CBC -2, CPAC number with 1 vote, and no votes for anybody else. So let me know if you want to watch CPAC, CTV, or Global. We're just going to take CBC right out of the picture there, since they're already in the negative. They're already -2, so we'll take that out of it. Jessica, there you go. So how's it going down in Florida, Jessica? I think I want to be there if it goes the wrong way. I don't know. I'd need somebody to sponsor me or something. I don't have enough money to start a business, and I certainly don't have $5 million to buy citizenship. Hello, Della. I think I'm pronouncing that wrong. Pam, how's it going? CPAC, less biased. I think so too. CPAC is less biased, but do they have enough commentary? We're going to see soon enough. Cody, how's it going? Timberwolf, thanks for joining. Yeah. So I think CPAC is going to be probably the choice. Although if people are also watching on a different channel, or getting a little bit of a 2-screen going there, let us know if it's going to be if it's better on a different channel. But I think CPAC is probably going to be the one that we're going to choose for now. In 5 minutes, they go live. So you'll be following Northern Perspectives tonight. Juno is live as well. Better than all the other propaganda options. They will be covering. They'll be following one of the other broadcasts as well, though. So I'm not sure what the other YouTubers are going to be following. I would imagine that CPAC is going to be right up there, but CTV seems to be popular with a lot of the YouTubers. So you might get CTV. You never know. I think they're better. They're a lot better than CBC, that's for sure. And I think they're better than Global as well. The Global is left leaning as well, whereas CTV, although they are left leaning, they're not as left leaning as the other ones, I think. And CPAC is just kind of, they're there. So hopefully they don't get too much of a bias, and they do have a lot. Hopefully they'll have a lot of commentation or commentary, I should say. Commentation. What is that? So yeah, starting in about 3 minutes and 45 seconds, they're going to start their broadcast, which will be good. Good to see. I got to go on here, viewing, make sure that screen is working. Pepper says CPAC. That is good. I watch CPAC a lot, actually. I get most of my, I try to get most of my video material from CPAC if possible, because they're I think they're a nonprofit that is, I think they're sort of semi-supported by the government, but they're a nonprofit, and they don't. So being nonprofit, being part of the government, I guess that they try to come off as neutral as possible, and they don't go and do these BS claims that you're stealing their copyrighted stuff, because we do have something in Canada called fair. It's fair use in the States. It's called something else in Canada, but it's basically we can use news stuff for news commentary and all that kind of stuff. Hello, Lisa. How's it going? Coach is not bad. Better than CBC and CTV. Coach. What is Coach? I don't think I've actually seen Coach before. That's a new one for me. Are they in Eastern Canada or someplace, or are you talking about CPAC? Maybe that's a code name for something. Let us know, Lisa. I can try to bring it up if I've only got less than 2 minutes to go, though. Let's see. No, nothing here. So we will do the CPAC live. Let's actually go to their channel now, so that we're there when they start. All right. Oh, okay. It was a misprint. Thank you very much, Lisa, for confirming that. Got 1 minute to go until they start the coverage. 1 minute to go, and then it's however long they take. I noticed that they're not using the machines in BC, which is great. It was all put in the box. I don't know what they do afterwards, but I'm sure that they're going to be counting them by hand, which they should, because those machines are just, there was so much trouble with the BC election, and so much people just didn't have a lot of confidence in what happened with the BC election. So I'm hoping that everything works out well here. And I think that a lot of the confidence was lost because of those machines. And then we had boxes of ballots that had been stored overnight in people's garages and stuff like that. So We can just hope that Elections Canada does a better job. Okay, so here it goes. Okay, it says it's gone live. Do I have to refresh this? It says it's live and it's... okay. We'll begin shortly. Okay, here it goes. I think. All right. Let's just... okay, here we go.
Let's bring it home.
Le Bloc québécois est un instrument fondamental pour l'accession du Québec à la souveraineté. C'est notre job.
How's the volume on that? Let me hear if the volume is good.
Protect what makes Canada, Canada.
And we must choose between our future and our present.
But this is a really critical moment for Canadian democracy.
It is just past 7 o'clock Eastern Time, 8:30 in Newfoundland, where the polls have just closed. You're watching Vote 2025 on CPAC. Hello, everyone. I'm Michael Serapio. Thank you for joining us this evening on the Cable Public Affairs channel as we bring you special coverage tonight of Canada's 45th general election. Now, this is the night when we will discover how Canadians have voted after a 36-day campaign, and we'll be following the results as we go region to region, coast to coast to coast. And, of course, we'll bring you the latest numbers with each poll closing. And to that, take a look right now at the bottom of your screen. You'll see there an election ticker, and that is where we will get the latest numbers for you as this night goes on. But just be aware, the numbers that you're looking at right now, well, they are an aggregation. Basically, we are putting together both leading and elected numbers. So don't be surprised as those numbers shift. Perhaps they will flip depending on what region of the country that we're in. But rest assured, those numbers will be updated throughout this evening. And as we approach the end of this evening, of course, those numbers will firm up and we'll have a better idea of where things stand with all the political parties. Now, that said, I'm joined by two very important people this evening, my co-host for election night, if you will. At the desk with me right now is Catherine Lafrance. Catherine, allô?
Allô, Michael, thank you. Ravi d'être ici ce soir pour surveiller les résultats
I was afraid of that.
qui se présenteront dans les
tonight.
343.
And
Kind of hoping they would stick with one language.
The 343 ridings will be covering this in English and French.
On the other side of the studio, our other co-host this evening, polls analyst Eric Grenier. Eric, hello to you.
Good evening, Michael.
So, you know, people know you as the polls analyst we turn to week after week, the founder, the writer of the writ. But tonight, you're going to take all of that knowledge and apply it to the smart board that is standing behind you right there. So talk to us about what you'll be doing this evening as you track the election for us here in studio and, of course, for people right across the country.
Yeah, we're going to be waiting to get this map of 343 ridings colored in. Right now, we're still waiting for the first results, so it's still gray. Now, there has been a change since the last election. These were the results in 2021 when the election was run over 338 ridings. Since then, there have been an additional 5 ridings added to the map, and the map changed a little bit. So you can see that some of the parties won the vote in those new ridings. So this is going to be where our starting point is, where we're going to be comparing the results throughout the night. But for now, we're still waiting for 343 ridings to start reporting.
Okay, well, of course, we'll get to you as soon as that happens. And, you know, Catherine and I here at the desk, well, of course, we're going to be tracking the numbers as well for people, breaking down the analysis of those numbers, what's behind them. But really, ce sera une soirée très importante.
C'est une soirée très importante après une campagne hors norme.
It'll be and it is a very important evening. It's been a very unusual campaign ever since Mark Carney became head of the Liberal Party. The polls shifted very dramatically. A great many things have happened over the past 5 weeks. And this evening, over 28 million Canadians can vote. So we'll be watching the results from east to west, and we'll see.
It'd be interesting to find out how many people actually voted, what the
to a few
vote
things.
count
Ontario
was.
is probably going to determine which of the two parties. It is a two-horse race.
It almost seems
can
like there's
form the
more
government.
people interested in this election
And
than
in
ever
Quebec,
before.
there's some ridings with very tight races between the Bloc and the Liberals. So we'll see if we get a majority government or a minority government.
We have the Newfoundland, Labrador, as we say, the polls are closing there. As soon as we get numbers, we'll have those on the board for people at home, and we'll bring in Eric right away. But we should note that we're not alone this evening. We also have a team of reporters at the various party headquarters. And with that, let's start with CPAC's own Andrew Thompson. He is at Lansdowne Park, that's in central Ottawa, where the Liberals are getting ready to take in this big night. Hello, Andrew.
Hello, Michael. And yes, it is quiet right now. We're waiting for potentially hundreds of Liberals to come here to the floor of TD Place Arena, a floor that does have some history. It's where several prime ministers won their party's leaderships, including Pierre Trudeau and Brian Mulroney. And Mark Carney's hoping to add to the political history of this building tonight, hoping to deliver an election victory speech just 7 weeks after winning the Liberal Party leadership and just mere months after the Liberals were facing potential oblivion, badly trailing the Conservatives in public opinion polls. Now, on day one of this campaign, Mark Carney said he needed a strong mandate to face down the biggest crisis of our lifetimes, and Carney has been relentless ever since, saying that he is the right leader with the right plan to face down Donald Trump and the tariff threats, saying that he is not the same person as Justin Trudeau, that he can bring big change even though the Liberals have been in government for nearly a decade. Now, for the Liberals to get to a majority government, they're going to need to add at least 20 MPs to what they had when Parliament dissolved. And if you're looking for where Liberals might be trying to pick up some seats, it's instructive to look at where the leader himself was campaigning over the last few days. Mark Carney in Quebec ridings like Trois-Rivières and Shefford, as well in southwestern Ontario and in BC, and of course in those key 905 ridings in Hamilton and Toronto. Also of note, Carney yesterday visiting Saskatoon and Edmonton. He did have rallies planned as well for Calgary and Richmond, BC, but those were canceled in the aftermath of the vehicle attack in Vancouver. And one more note about ridings, Michael. Liberals here will be watching the results from nearby Nepean, Ontario. That's where Mark Carney himself is on the ballot trying to get elected to Parliament for the first time.
So a lot to be watching. And yes, we know that Mr. Carney had to cancel or decided to cancel a few events as a result of the tragedy that took place in Vancouver. And a little later in the program, we're going to play for people at home the comments that we heard from the various leaders as a result of that horrible incident, 11 lives lost, including a 5-year-old child and that child's parents as well. Heartbreaking. And as the Liberals canceled some of their events, we can also say we heard words of condolences from both the Bloc Québécois leader and the Green Party leader. We also saw Jagmeet Singh cancel a number of events, and we saw the Conservative leader, Pierre Poilievre. Well, he actually attended Mass with the Filipino community in Mississauga. So a lot that we will be speaking about later this evening, acknowledging the tragedy that did take place in Vancouver. But right now, let's stay in Ottawa and head over to the Rogers Centre, because that is where the Conservative Party is staging their own watch grouping for tonight's election. That's also where we find CPAC contributor Julie Van Duzen. Julie, hello.
Yes, hi, Michael. And it's getting off to a slow start, like many other places, because the doors aren't open yet. There's 400 chairs here. We expect there's probably going to be a lot more people than that as the evening goes on. But of course, there's also some suspense around what happens in the riding of Carleton, where Pierre Poilievre is running again. He's been there for 20 years. It's been a very safe seat for him. Last time he won by more than 11,000
Cody,
votes.
thanks for joining.
But now the Liberals are trying to give him a real run for his money. They've been sending a lot of volunteers into that riding, and we'll see what happens there. Also last night, Pierre Poilievre was in his riding giving a speech, and he's been accused a lot during the campaign, or I guess criticized, for not pivoting on to the key issue that has really been bothering Canadians, and of course, and that is the whole Donald Trump tariffs. And he's been focusing on a lot of other issues that he says are important to Canadians. And at his rally last night, that is what he was doing. He was talking about lowering taxes, more protection for gun owners, more housing, more jobs, and so on. So he has been presenting himself as the change candidate, though, trying to get Canadians to think of turning their backs on 10 years of Liberal rule. Of course, this was not the election that Pierre Poilievre had been hoping for. He had been hoping for a carbon tax CPAC's election against Justin Trudeau, but that's not what happened. Obviously, it's Mark Carney and the Trump tariffs. So this change election, because that has certainly been his slogan for the last week or so, really pushing that he is the change candidate. We will see if that's the message that Canadians are going to buy, and what kind of celebration or perhaps mourning Conservatives are facing later on this evening. Now to Catherine.
Thank you, Julie. Le chef du Bloc québécois demandait aux Québécois de ne pas donner
The leader of the Bloc québécois was asking Quebecers not to give the Liberals all the power. Will he succeed in his endeavour? Let's find out. We're going to hear Omera Issa at Bloc headquarters in Montreal. I don't think people have been allowed in yet, right? The doors aren't open? That's right. They're going to open at 8 p.m. That's when Bloc supporters will come into the room, and then we'll see if it'll be a happy evening for them or a very difficult evening. But, well, Mr. Blanchet voted in his own riding, Belleuil-Chambly. He's going to be following the counts at the Tourism Institute with his spouse and supporters. This is an important evening for the Bloc québécois, because the question that people are asking is, will the Bloc and Yves-François Blanchet be able to win his gamble, as it were? Will he have the balance of power when Parliament adjourned?
Welcome, Chris.
They had 33 weeks, seats.
Welcome, Saivis.
Are they going to be able to protect those 33 seats? For example, ridings like Prairie, there's a heavyweight standing, Alain Terrien, and Yves-François Blanchet's message in recent weeks has been to tell Quebecers, if you want a strong Quebec voice, if you want a strong Quebec voice to fight tariffs, to fight Donald Trump, elect the Bloc, because we will work hard in Ottawa for you. He also said he would be a responsible partner for whoever the next government was. Another issue we'll be looking at closely is whether there will be a majority or minority government, and that is something that will likely depend on how many Bloc members are elected.
Headquarters. And with that, let's check in with one more campaign. Reporter Mick Sweetman is at NDP headquarters in Burnaby, British Columbia. Mick, hello to you. What's happening there right now?
Yeah, there's not a lot happening here at the hotel tonight. Everyone's out trying to get out the vote right now. The NDP seats in BC are basically all in play. There's no safe seats, I think, in British Columbia for the NDP. The last time I think we saw this situation was 1993, when when the federal NDP lost official party status. And there's actually a lot of similarities to that race. There's also similarities to the election in 1974, where the NDP supported the Pierre Elliott Trudeau government, and then really lost like over half their seats after that election. So yeah, there's definitely some ridings to watch. NDP leader Jagmeet Singh's riding is one of them. He won this rather handedly the last couple of elections, but now there's a strong Liberal challenger. So, that is a risk for him personally. Jenny Kwan in Vancouver East is also facing a tough Liberal challenger, and this is a riding that has been NDP since before the NDP existed, electing a CCF member of Parliament in 1935. However, did go Liberal twice, once in 1993 and again in 1974. Both elections, I think, have some parallels to today. And the other one I just want to highlight quickly is the Nanaimo Ladysmith. This is a true four-way race between the major parties, including the Green Party. It's really too early to tell what's going to happen there. It's quite possible that the Conservatives will win. They were favored, especially going into this election in that riding. But with the progressive vote being split there, it's anybody's guess. And in terms of U.S. President Donald Trump, who did today say, again, that Canada should be the 51st state of the United States, NDP leader Jagmeet Singh responded to that on social media, saying that a vote for the NDP is a vote to make Donald Trump angry, essentially.
Without a doubt, that would. Listen, Mick, thank you for that. We'll check in with you again a little later. That's Mick Sweetman at NDP headquarters in Burnaby, British Columbia. And speaking of Burnaby, British Columbia, I heard Mick there mention Jagmeet Singh. We do have some new video to share with you right now. This is the NDP leader as he takes in this evening. He is in Burnaby, as we say, in Metrotown, watching the results as they come in this evening. Of course, the polls have just opened. And to that, take a look at the bottom of your screen. We now have some poll results there. Obviously, two ridings, one leaning towards Liberal right now, leading towards the Liberals. The other Conservatives are leading in. Let's get a quick checkup with Eric here, Eric Grenier, and the Smart Board. And I just want to check in, and I know they're early results, but I want to note the fact that, yes, the numbers are rolling in there, Eric.
Yeah, we got our first results finally, and as you said, it is very first results. Only two polls now reporting in central Newfoundland. Clifford Small is a Conservative incumbent. The Conservatives are hoping to hold this seat. It was actually a bit of a surprise that they won it back in 2021, but so far, early returns, Clifford Small is out in front. And if we go also to the Labrador riding, we look like we just have one poll that's reporting not a lot of votes counted. Philip Earle, he's a Liberal candidate replacing Yvonne Jones, who is not running for re-election. Right now, he has an 11-vote lead in Labrador.
Okay, Eric, thank you for that. The early results coming in from Newfoundland, which we're tracking throughout the whole evening, but certainly in this first half hour. And with that, I also want to introduce the panel that is joining Catherine and I here on set, because we are not alone this evening. As you can take a look at the wide shot, we have right beside me to my right is Laurie Turnbull, is the political scientist at Dalhousie University. Geneviève Tellier is a political scientist with the University of Ottawa. Robert Fife, the Ottawa bureau chief for the Globe and Mail, and Chris Hall, who is sitting beside Catherine, is the managing principal at Navigator. Hello to all of you.
Hey, Michael. Bonjour.
So, Laurie, I'm going to get you to start us out here because, as we've been told, this is a consequential election. So what are you keeping an eye out for this evening?
I'm really interested in whether the polls that indicate an advantage for the Liberals are going to actually come to fruition. This has been such a swing over the last 5 months. When you think about it, Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives were in the lead for so long. I think we started to think this thing was a foregone conclusion. And there has been such a shift. And of course, because Justin Trudeau stepped aside, because Donald Trump, the tariffs, the trade war, Mark Carney is here now. Like, it's a whole different world. But still, to see that kind of swing in that period of time is pretty wild. And so interested to see whether it actually comes true, whether this is what's happening today as people go to the polls, and just interested in some numbers. Like, we've got the first few now, but I feel like this has been a campaign that's gripped us for so long. Like, let's get this going. Let's see what's happening on the ground.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have been watching the poll numbers tighten over the last few days of this campaign. Catherine, what are you watching out for this evening?
Many ridings, of course, but Quebec in particular, because a number of ridings are Liberal Bloc races around the Montreal region that does tend to vote Liberal, with a little bit of orange in the middle. Now, will that little orange dot, Alexandre Boulrisse's riding for the NDP, remain? So north of Montreal and south of Montreal, that has traditionally gone to the Bloc and could move to the Liberals. It's something to watch. There's also Trois-Rivières, Quebec City, many ridings where the race looks really tight. Geneviève, could we have some surprises tonight? Well, that's always the question. From the very start, we know the election hadn't been going well for the Bloc. They were polling very low. But towards the end of the campaign, they seemed to get a second wind. Yves-François Blanchet said, okay, the Liberals will win, but the Bloc can be there to make sure that Quebec's interests are defended. So looking at the most recent polls, that might have helped a bit. We might have seen an uptick. So will Mr. Blanchet limit the damage? Well, if the Bloc gets over 20 seats, I think they'll be happy. They did have 33 last time, but if they get more than 20 seats, they should be quite happy, because some thought they would drop to 15. So will there be a red wave? We'll see. Many, many questions.
Well, and I'll ask you to jump in now, Bob. When you've been following this story very closely, we've been talking throughout the course of this campaign. What are you keeping an eye out for this evening?
Well, when we're going to declare it's going to be a Liberal majority government.
So what a bastard.
Well, I've been talking to the campaigns, and particularly the Liberals feel they've got this in the bag. Look, we never know until all the votes are counted in, of course. But we have to watch, first of all, for Atlantic Canada, which, by the way, we should all mention that this is a complete reversal of what the country was facing a mere 3 months ago, when Atlantic Canada and Ontario and the rest of the country, except for Quebec, was largely going to be voting for the Conservatives, but the Bloc Québécois and Quebec were still a strong force. And all of a sudden, in a 3-month period with Mr. Trudeau's resignation, Mr. Carney coming in, playing the role as a man who deals with economic crisis, as somebody who's presented himself as a political outsider, and then Donald Trump's threats of both annexation and economic wars just changed everything. And if you look, and I think we'll see tonight, we watch carefully what happens out of Atlantic Canada. It looks like the Liberals will come out of Atlantic Canada with more seats, quite a bit more seats than the Conservatives. Quebec will be a really interesting race. I mean, we know in Montreal area it's going to be Liberal all the way. But what's going to happen with the Bloc Québécois? They could be anywhere from 18 to 25 seats, according to all the polls that we're looking at. And certainly that's what the Liberals are seeing. And then it's Ontario. And we may, by the time we get through Ontario, we may know whether there's a majority government. Liberals I've talked to are saying that they think they are going to get 192 seats to 123 for the Conservatives, 5 for the NDP, which is a huge loss, 25 for the Bloc Québécois, and 1 for the Green, which would be in Kitchener. Now, that obviously could change somewhat, but that is a pretty big victory for the Liberals, and it allows Mr. Carney to decide what he wants to do, because he'll have a mandate to do whatever he wants to do if he can get that. And the other factor is, what does it mean about Mr. Poilievre? If he doesn't pull this off tonight, how long can he stay on as leader?
Yeah, all questions that obviously are going to be asked as the results come in, and whether or not they back up what you're predicting it to be, we're going to see very soon. But, you know, Chris, what are you keeping an eye on right now?
Well, mostly, Michael, I've been interested in the narrative, the messaging throughout the campaign. We heard Mark Carney say it's just about me and who I am and how I am better equipped to take on Donald Trump than Pierre Poilievre or anybody else who's running. That's the first thing. The second thing is that Poilievre had a campaign set up for a different leader, Justin Trudeau, different time. It was about carbon taxes, about cost of living, affordability, housing, issues that Canadians really do care about still. And as we looked at the numbers getting a little closer near the end of the campaign, it seemed that maybe the issues that were more domestically oriented were beginning to take over as the predominant issues that might be the ballot box question. The big issue for Pierre Poilievre was he never changed. He kept that same message throughout the campaign. Now, part of it is because a lot of people in the party, his party, the Conservatives, like what they see in Donald Trump. So the messaging will be a big thing to dissect at the end of this. I'm going to watch and see how much of a role that played. The people didn't really see the advantage to voting Conservative for that kind of change and saw Mark Carney as the best person to take on Donald Trump.
Okay, well, again, we're going to see how that rolls out. But listen, that's just the beginning of the conversation this evening. But obviously, on Saturday evening, something horrific happened in Vancouver. It was referenced by our reporters on the ground. It obviously affected the last couple of days of the campaign as the leaders decided how they are going to react. And to the words that they shared, we're going to play a bit of that for you right now, for people at home who may have missed it, because obviously this evening we're going to be very much about this election and the election results. But as we move forward, we want to acknowledge that there are people who are hurting right now, who are trying to make sense of what happened on Saturday, and the leaders added their words to it as well. Take a listen to what we heard over the last 24 hours.
It's a terrible loss. In a very tight-knit community, the Filipino community in the Lower Mainland, the Filipino community here in Saskatoon, the 1 million strong Filipino community across Canada, and in fact all Canadians. It's a senseless loss. So our thoughts go with them.
I hope that we can pray for those who've been lost and for those who survive in mourning their loved ones, their brothers, sisters, daughters, sons, mothers, fathers. All of them will have a deep hole in their hearts today, and we will try to fill it with the love of the entire country.
I was there, and I just imagined the faces of the kids that I saw smiling and dancing. I imagine the aunties that were there, imagine I don't even know what to say. It's horrific. I'm heartbroken, and I just want the Filipino community to know, like, we stand with you. Everyone is with you. Everyone's standing with you, and we're going to stand with you in whatever comes the next days.
Permettez-moi d'adresser mes condoléances.
I'd like to express my condolences to the people of British Columbia, to the families and loved ones of the victims, and to colleagues. Some of us were quite close and must have been marked by being so close to the event.
Some of the reaction we heard this past 24 hours to that horrific car attack in Vancouver, 11 lives lost, the youngest life being only 5 years old. To those who lost loved ones, you are in our thoughts, and to those who are hurting right now, you too are in our thoughts. Well, with that, let's move on back to the election right now, because as you can see at the bottom of your screen, we're starting to get some early results. This is all from Newfoundland, Labrador, as their polls closed about 25 minutes ago. Eric, walk us through quickly what you're seeing so far on the board.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing very early results, so very likely some small polling boxes because we're not seeing lots of numbers in them. But you can take a look at Avalon. We got some results there. Just one polling box is closed. Paul Connors is ahead by 25 votes over Steve Kent. Steve Kent, a former PC MHA, is running for the Conservatives in this election. Look at Terre-Neuve in the Peninsulas. This is a riding that the Liberals won last time. So right now, Jonathan Rowe of the Conservatives is ahead by 6 votes, but it's only 270 polling boxes. As you can see, only 28 people have been counted so far there. Central Newfoundland won. We're starting to get a little bit more counted, 5 of 233 polling boxes. Clifford Small, the incumbent for the Conservatives, is leading over Lynette Powell of the Liberals. If we can continue going across the island to Long Range Mountains, there's only been one box opened, and as you can see, again, very few votes. But there you got Don Bradshaw of the Liberals holding it. Long Range Mountains was a target riding for the Conservatives. It was very close in the last election, but the Liberals right now are ahead by 1 vote. And then over in Labrador, we got 2 boxes now counted. Philip Earle over Ella Wallace by about 28 votes there.
Okay, so early results. We'll keep updating. Eric Grenier, thank you for that. Catherine, we have some new video as well that we want to share with people at home.
Oui, j'attire votre attention là-dessus, le chef du Bloc québécois, Yves-François Blanchet,
Yes,
qui est
the
en train
leader
de
of the Bloc
regarder
québécois,
évidemment le soir
Yves-François Blanchet,
fragmentaire pour l'instant qui arrive.
is watching the election results starting to trickle in. As Omerisa was saying a little earlier, he's in Montreal, not in his own riding. He's very close to where he would have to go later in the evening once all the results are counted. So he's a bit tense, as are many party leaders tonight.
A lot of nerves this evening, especially when you talk about the Bloc Québécois leader. You know, there was a time when they were destined to take Quebec. There was always talk at the end of last year that they would be the official opposition, not the talk now. In fact, the Liberals had a double-digit lead over them. The question is, how much is that lead going in now, what the seat number will be, and as you say, one of just some nervous leaders tonight that you could put into that category.
Absolutely, absolutely. On en a parlé tantôt avec Geneviève. C'est sûr que
we discussed this with Geneviève earlier. You know, this is the last stretch, the last straight, the last few hours. The figures did shift a bit. But earlier in the campaign, we were seeing some results that were pretty tough for the Bloc. So we still have no idea how Quebecers will vote on the day today, or did vote today.
Before we go, I think I want to bring in Eric very quickly because, you know, Eric, we're approaching the next shift over to polls closing in the Maritimes. But show us where we are in terms of leading elected in Newfoundland, as well as, if you don't mind, where things stood at dissolution.
Yeah, so we have right now, we're waiting on the 2 ridings in the St. John's area to report. Those were Liberal ridings, at least in the last election. Again, we are still looking at very few polling boxes, but we're starting to get a few more here in central Newfoundland. Clifford Small has the lead there still over Lynette Powell. And in Terre-Neuve, the Peninsulas, still only 4 polling boxes. And with these kinds of ridings, it really depends on which outport is reporting in, and so you could get some big differences. But we're waiting for the results in the rest of Atlantic Canada, just to give an idea of what it looked like last time. You can see there's only 1 Conservative riding in Newfoundland and Labrador. There was a few of them Conservative in New Brunswick and Nova Scotia. Liberal was, PI was a Liberal sweep. A couple of these ridings we'll be looking at once the polls close, and in the Maritimes, we start getting some more results, but right now we're still just got some results from Newfoundland and Labrador.
Yeah, okay, Eric, thank you for that. And, you know, I'll ask the control room to put up right now what Newfoundland and Labrador looked like at dissolution. Just to give a bit of a context as we go into this. So there we were, 6 Liberal seats, 1 Conservative, and in terms of the leading and elected, kind of pulling together what Eric has been telling us, let's take a look right now of leading and elected in Newfoundland and Labrador if we can. It may be too early to call on that. Let's see. There we go. So we have no official elected yet, but if we call that board, we're looking at 3 Liberal leads, 2 Conservative leads, also reflected on the bottom of your screen. Now just flipped over to 3 Conservative leads, 2 Liberal leads. So there we go as the polls come in. We're going to keep tracking this for you here on CPAC as we approach now 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time, 8:30 p.m. Atlantic Time. That means the polls are about to close in the Maritimes. You are watching Vote 2025 on CPAC. Hello, everyone. I'm Michael Serapio. Thank you for joining us here on the Cable Public Affairs channel as we bring you live coverage of the election results in the 45th general election in Canada. And with the Maritimes closing in about 3 seconds time, with the votes, they will now be added to the tally. We're going to start seeing the results for all 32 ridings in Atlantic Canada, perhaps an early indication of how things will play out tonight. And of course, as we said, Eric Grenier keeping a very close eye on the board for us today. So Eric, you hinted at it before, but maybe dig in a bit more when you talk about the Maritimes, because we're talking about Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, PEI joining now the tally. What are you watching out for here?
Well, there's a number of ridings we'll be looking at. I'll take another look at what the map looked like last time. So you can see in Nova Scotia, there are 3 Conservative ridings: Cumberland, Colchester, Acadie, Annapolis, and South Shore, St. Margaret's. And they are going to be ones to watch. Cumberland, Colchester is, Stephen Ellis is the incumbent there. It is traditionally a Conservative riding. If the Liberals are able to flip that, then they would suggest they might be on track for a good win. And if we go back to look at South Shore St. Margaret's, Rick Perkins, it was a very tight race in the last election. He won it. There's no NDP candidate in South Shore St. Margaret's, the only riding in the country where there isn't a New Democrat on the ballot. Will that help the Liberals flip that seat? And another one to keep an eye on perhaps in Nova Scotia might be in Acadie, Annapolis. Chris d'Entremont up against Ronnie LeBlanc. Mark Carney went to this riding. Not really clear why, considering how big of a lead the Conservatives had last time. Maybe it suggests that the Liberals think it is in play. And if we go over to New Brunswick, number of ridings to watch in New Brunswick. Miramichi Grand Lake has been very close for the last couple elections. Lisa Harris, former Liberal MLA. Mike Dawson, former PC MLA. He actually resigned to run for the Conservatives. It was a close race last time. We'll keep an eye on it tonight. Fredericton Oromocto would be another one that I'm going to be watching. This is a bit of a quintessential swing riding when it comes to New Brunswick. If the Conservatives are going to win this election, this is probably going to be one of the ridings that is in their column. If the Liberals win this election, it's probably going to be red. So we'll keep an eye on this one as well.
Okay, Eric, thank you for that. You know, I'm going to bring in Robert Fife again because before we actually went on air, you were raising some interesting points about ridings that you're keeping a close eye on in the Maritimes as what, potential harbingers of what may happen this evening?
Yeah, the Liberals were saying that if they win 4 of these 5 ridings, which is Central Newfoundland, Long Range Mountain, Cumberland, Colchester, South Shore, St. Margaret's, or Acadia, Annapolis, if they win 4 of those 5 ridings, I think they're going to win big tonight. If they win all 5, well, they're going to be, the champagne corks are going to be popping. So we have to watch those ridings particularly. These are people who, that's what they focus on, to look at bellwether ridings that they think will make a shift across the country. So let's watch those ones and let's see what happens.
Yeah, let's see what happens. And interesting when Eric was saying that, you know, Acadie was where Mark Carney made a stop at. So it very interesting because, again, that might be an indication of how they're feeling. Laurie, this is your neck of the woods when we talk about Nova Scotia. What do you make of what's happening right now?
Yeah, I think this is going to be one of the key questions to see whether the Conservatives hold on to the right.
From the country at the moment. If they are to elect some Liberal members of Parliament, I think that can only be in government and helping rebuild some sense of national unity with a really
panel with opinions already. Rhonda, did you want to jump in on that?
Well, I mean, Pierre's riding has been held by a Conservative for decades, and he won by 15,000 votes in the last election with a huge percentage. It would be highly unlikely for him to lose his riding. And in Alberta, the alienation doesn't result in people wanting to vote more Liberals. The alienation results in even more anti-Ottawa sentiment, even more anti-Liberal sentiment. So it's a huge concern if we end up with a Liberal majority for Western Canada. We have Mark Carney, who has said no to all 5 demands from the oil and gas sector, and that's oil and gas sector in Newfoundland, in Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, in Saskatchewan, Alberta. This is not just Alberta, but it's 25% of Alberta's GDP, and he has said no to all 5 demands. So huge resentment right now, huge pushback in Alberta against Mark Carney. And if there's a Liberal majority, we will have serious issues in Alberta with even more anti-Ottawa sentiment.
I want to bring the 2 gentlemen over to my left in this conversation. Harjit Sajjan, you just came in from Vancouver, and of course we saw that you had been out on the festival grounds where, you know, the tragic and deadly van attack has just happened. How is that affecting things in BC and where you're at?
I was at the last year. I didn't attend this one, but I went to the scene almost immediately afterwards. It is impacting people. You know, when people are... this election has actually brought people together because of President Trump and the whole 51st state comment. It's bringing communities together. It doesn't matter where you're from. And this incident has kind of really dampened that for obvious reasons. There's a lot of heartbreak that's taking place. But I think, you know, people or families are going to rise up and cast their ballot because this is a very consequential election right now. And Canadians need to look at who's going to bring that calm confidence to deal with President Trump. And Mark Carney has definitely demonstrated that.
Somebody with calm confidence is sitting to your right. This is James Moore. James, what are you watching for this evening?
I'm going to take the night in chunks. And the first chunk will be the results out of Atlantic Canada. Famously, Prime Minister Trudeau won all 32 seats in 2015. That's not going to happen tonight. When Stephen Harper won a majority in 2011, so the modern era of sort of contemporary politics and personalities, Stephen Harper won 14 out of the 32 seats in Atlantic Canada. 8 of those 14 seats were in the province of New Brunswick. So for me, the question is, if Pierre Poilievre is going to be successful tonight, does he come close to that 14 number? Does Clifford Small win in Newfoundland and Labrador? And what does the footprint look like across Atlantic Canada? And then we step into the province of Quebec and start getting the larger scale of numbers. But you know, but the Liberals won't repeat 2015. Will the Conservatives repeat 2011 and give them a shot at forming government? That's my first observation of the night.
Okay, and you've brought Canada along with you to watch over this as well. Guys, thanks so much. We're going to check in with you often. Right now, I want to send it back to Omar and Vashi.
All right, Anne-Marie, thank you so much. And Vashi, I just want to bring in more bright political minds across this country who've weighed in for, you know, the past few weeks about this campaign. And certainly, you know, people are calling it a consequential election. Corey Snight, Kathleen Monk, and we've got Scott Reed. Of course, you made some news a couple weeks ago of your own about the Pierre Poilievre campaign and how you felt that it was being run. Do you feel as though his campaign eventually turned a corner, or do you stand by those comments that you did not think the management of that campaign was as it should have been? You used more colorful language, but I'll leave it there.
Well, I think at the beginning of the campaign, the Conservative Party was really not addressing the Trump threat in a substantive way. I think it was about 8 days into the campaign before Poilievre mentioned the name Trump. And you know, my experience having just come through an election in Ontario, that was the issue that was driving voters, and I think that's what we've seen play out in this campaign. Well, there have been a lot of movement in the polls. You know, the Conservatives were up about 25 points only a few short months ago. They're now running behind, not by a lot. I think we're going to have a close evening tonight. I think it's going to be a very close election in many parts of the country. But I think it was a big strategic mistake not to take on that issue earlier and pivot the campaign. I think they have done that. You saw it today in terms of Poilievre's response to the Trump tweet that went out. It was quite strong wording. But, you know, the story is going to be told, I think, really in the 905. You know, there's going to be, you know, Quebec is important. All regions of the country are important. But what happens in that 905 belt is going to be pretty important. You're seeing Liberals doing quite well in many parts of the province, but I think we're going to see a lot of close races in that area, and there are a lot of seats there. So we'll see what happens.
I want to get both Kathleen and Scott in as quickly as possible because we've got to get to some results. Kathleen, Corey mentions the kind of competing narratives from each campaign about what the ballot box question is. Is it change or is it Trump?
It's Trump still, I think, and that's what's actually squeezed out the New Democrats throughout this campaign and really prevented them from kind of getting their message across. So tonight I'm really going to be watching for, how they do. Can they bring back their caucus? Can they pick up anywhere? It's going to be pretty quiet for the Democrats in the Atlantic regions, but there's some hope in Quebec, right? Possibly with Berthier-Masconager and obviously Rosemont-Petit-Patrie. So and we'll see basically if the end game message that the New Democrats pivoted to say vote for us to keep Carney accountable landed, and they were able to pull back some of those votes in these final days.
As we look to Atlantic Canada, how important is it for the Liberals, if they're going to have the big night they hope they will, to see some change there, or at least, a positive result?
It's important, but let's be honest, it's the avalanche of votes that come in when we hit Quebec and Ontario that's going to make the difference. If there's going to be a majority government, we'll have a sense of that because, as Corey points out, what the seat totals look like in the 905 and the Golden Horseshoe in and around Toronto all the way down to Niagara. Tons of seats there. If the Liberals can come out with 38, 40, 45 seats in Quebec, and if they can win seats pretty reliably in the 905 down into Hamilton and Niagara, then they're going to have a big night. Big night.
Okay, we shall see. We'll look forward to your analysis. We're going to throw to a quick commercial break, but we've got lots more special coverage of election 2025 right here on CTV News after that break. Back in a moment.
Well, I think that Scott Reed guy is extremely biased. He apparently used to work for the Paul Martin regime. I don't like to call any of the Liberal governments actual governments, but let's pop back over to CPAC, see what they're having to say there.
With Justin Trudeau's resignation. Do you agree with that assessment?
Absolutely. There's a shelf life for any prime minister, as there is for a government, and his shelf life was up. He didn't want to leave. He wanted to continue to run. And when he left, that took away a big bargaining chip that Pierre Poilievre was hoping to use in trying to win the hand of Canadians in this great big poker match. One other thing I'd mention, when the platforms came out and when they went through their whole campaign, the differences between the Liberals and the Conservatives weren't very great. Both of them recognize housing a problem. So we'll remove the GST, maybe a little bit differently for the Liberals and the Conservatives, but we'll remove it on new homes to get people into the market. We're going to build a national transportation corridor, a national corridor for pipelines. We're going to come and break away our reliance on the United States. Both of them had that same idea. I could go on, but the point here was I don't think the Conservatives did enough to differentiate themselves on issues that really mattered to Canadians, and that's what I think ultimately we're seeing tonight is a difficulty. They're trying to get this message across in some of the ridings we've seen so far.
Quand on y pense, vous parliez du mois de décembre tantôt.
You were talking about December, and when we think about it, we realize we were really in a different world. Justin Trudeau was Prime Minister.
All right, welcome back to our special coverage of election 2025. Let's get straight to Adrian Gabriel and Rachel Aiello, who are monitoring developments from our breaking news center tonight. Adrian.
Yeah, one developing story, Omar, that we're keeping a close eye on. The Elections Canada website appearing to be down for some Canadians, for many right now going on the website. This is what they're seeing. We actually experienced it here in our breaking news center as well, though we were able to get on another computer, though some people taking to social media tonight, sending out tweets like this on X. Patrick saying elections.ca isn't working for me. Does anyone else have this issue? An obvious concern, Rachel.
Yeah, so Vashi and Omar, we have reached out directly to Elections Canada to try to figure out what is going on here, if this issue is more widespread. But for folks wanting to get their results, ctvnews.ca does have you covered.
All right, thank you so much, Rachel and Adrian. I know you'll keep an eye on that situation for us. We've got our eye on that board there at the bottom of your screen as results start to come in from Atlantic Canada. We're still just a little while away, at least from the 9:30 close of polls in much of central Canada. Right now, though, I want to throw it over to our colleague, Sandy Ronaldo, who is up with a couple other of our colleagues who have their ear to the ground throughout this whole campaign for some extra perspective. Sandy?
That is so right, Vashi. We've heard from the politicians, the pundits. Now we're going to hear from the people. I mean, who better positioned to tell us what Canadians are thinking than two men who talk the talk 5 days a week? John Moore, News Talk 1010 in Toronto, and Bill Carroll, 580 CFRA in Ottawa. Okay, 7.3 million Canadians voted in advance polls. I get the sense that Canadians are far more engaged this time around than I've seen in any elections I've been involved in. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think they're very engaged. It could also have been that it was very convenient to vote over Easter. I mean, people had 2 holidays in some places. But no, I think the turnout is probably going to be very, very large. What's interesting to me is how the narrative has changed so significantly, though. I mean, I knew some Liberal MPs who went canvassing during the Trudeau time, and they were getting doors slammed in their face. That's why they went back to Ottawa and finally said, listen, you got to go. Now the narrative is something else altogether. And, you know, it's impossible to make predictions tonight, but I can tell you talk radio listeners are always going to be more highly engaged and more political, and frankly, as Bill has said previously, more conservative.
Yeah, but I think also, and let's pick up on that, Bill, Donald Trump has lit a fire under Canadians. Never before have I seen this kind of patriotism and pride across the country, so you must be hearing that.
Yeah, but it's been a little like musical chairs. You know, the music is playing, and it's going to be the moment it stops, where are people? Because we do have more conservative audiences, although I'm in the heart of liberal Canada. Ottawa went very red in the provincial election recently. It's a very liberal town. But my audience was absolutely fed up with Justin Trudeau. They couldn't wait to get rid of him. Then Donald Trump happened, and you definitely saw that switch. And, you know, I could criticize Trudeau any day I wanted to, and very few people defended him. There's a little more defensive Mark Carney than I've seen with our audience, but that's starting to switch back a little bit again. But I'll tell you one thing, to John's point about engagement. People are always engaged when they listen to talk radio, but I've never seen anything like it. I've been around a long time, taking phone calls and texts and messages from people for decades. They are more engaged, and I don't want to sound like Preston Manning here, but conservatives are going to be very angry if they lose this election tonight. They want to change. They're furious that other Canadians don't see that in their mind, this is the same government with a new person at the head. They're not going to take it well. It's going to be a very contentious time if the election doesn't come out the way they want it to.
Well, you know what? I'm going to throw it back to Omar and Vassy, but maybe they'll come back to us at some point to talk about how you mend fences at the end of this if it doesn't go the way some Canadians want. Okay, back to the desk, Omar, Vassy.
Thanks so much, Sandy. And as you can see on the screen ahead of you, we are starting to get additional results in from Atlantic Canada early in on the number of polls reporting, but we're already seeing some shift in Newfoundland and Labrador, potential seat changes in the Conservatives' favor and against the Liberals. But understandably, again, this is early, and we have the rest of Atlantic Canada to see, the results come in there, and that will happen. Look at Long Range Mountains. I believe that's outgoing Minister Goody Hutchings ridings. You can see the Conservative candidate there, one of the changes to speak of. Some more results also coming in from Terra Nova and the Peninsulas, with the Conservatives in the lead there as well, Omar.
And again, polls closed in Newfoundland, PEI, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick. The next big wave is at 9:30 Eastern. Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, Nunavut, and Northwest Territories will be getting results from those parts of the country. We're going to take a quick break right now. We'll see you in just a couple minutes.
Well, it's interesting that the Conservatives picked up 2 and that the Liberals lost 2. So that's a good sign, I think. Especially since on all the maps leading up to this, Newfoundland was solid red. All of their seats were predicted to go to Liberals. So at least 2 of them went to Conservatives. I'm hoping actually that more. They say that 3, the last tally I saw, there were 3 Conservative seats that were being called or being won in Eastern Canada. So that's a good sign. Whether or not it holds, we'll still have to see, because it looks like the numbers are still fairly small when you look at it. I think 3,000 3,000 vote ballots counted or so in a lot of those ridings, maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit less. So I don't know that they can that we can be too optimistic just yet. And with I hate to be a conspiracy theorist, but that with the Elections Canada website going down at this particular moment, it does seem a little bit sketchy there. But I guess that somebody on the chat said that they've been there and it doesn't look like it's still down. Hello, Ariels. And nobody's home. How are you guys doing today? Tracy Lynn Shine, how are you?
25. Want to head over to Heather Butts, who's standing by with our pollster, Nick Nanos. Heather.
4
yes,
for
thank you,
Conservatives now
Omar.
in Eastern
An
Canada.
exciting time in the evening. Of
That
course, we
sounds
have
good.
those polls closed in Atlantic Canada, so I am joined by our pollster, Nick Nanos, and we're going to take a quick look at this two-horse race. But first, Nick, I think it's always important to remind people of a little bit of history here.
Yep.
If we take a quick look back at 2021, the Conservatives actually won the popular vote, 34%, Nick, but it just wasn't enough to win a government.
Absolutely. It wasn't enough to generate more seats than the Liberals. Two other numbers that are critical. New Democrats at 17.8. I'm sure Jagmeet Singh wishes he was at 17.8 today. And the People's Party. We haven't really talked about them. They haven't been a factor in this election. They were at 5% back in 2021.
Okay, let's take a look now at that two-horse race that we've been talking about. And if you watch the screen, really the colors and the imaging tells it all, Nick. It's really been quite the storyline, starting off with March 23rd, the call for an election.
Absolutely. And, you know, when you look at the trend line coming out of 2024 into the election, it's absolutely seismic. Check out, Heather, the Conservative lead, 47% to 20% for the Liberals. Liberals basically near death in terms of politically, but check out the trajectory. You have Justin Trudeau stepping down. You have Donald Trump and tariff threats. You have the Liberal convention and the election of Mark Carney. And what you see basically red rocket leading up to the March 23rd date.
Okay, Nick, and that is, of course, when we start to see the NDP dropping in the polls as well. And then we get to March 28th, and that is when we have that now infamous phone call, that phone call between President Donald Trump and our new Prime Minister, Mark Carney.
Yeah, kind of awkward. Donald Trump, line one. Anyways, you know, the thing is for Mark Carney, not only is he leader of the Liberal Party, he gets to be Prime Minister. And, you know, the thing is, this is where we see the Liberals really start to break out and pull ahead of the Conservatives as they are able to take advantage of the fact that Mark Carney can address Donald Trump and have the advantage on that front.
And from March 28th, we went to April 2nd, and that is what Trump called Liberation Day, that poster board in the Rose Garden of all those tariffs coming out, not for Canada on that particular day, but still a very important day.
Absolutely. And, you know, when we look at the trend line on this day, this is where we see the Liberals with their biggest advantage during the 2025 campaign, basically 10 or 11 percentage points. Shows, Heather, the connection between Trump, tariffs, and the political fortunes of the Liberals.
Okay. And then, Nick, as we see right here on the graph, things start to tighten up a little bit. There's a little bit of an ebb and flow, and that brings us to April 16th and 17th, the only two debates in this entire election campaign, one French, one English.
Yeah, take Trump out of the equation, talk about taxes, talk about the cost of living, and what you see is the race tightening between the Conservatives and the Liberals going into the French and the English leaders debate.
Very exciting time for sure. And then that brings us to April 18th to the 21st. And Nick, this weekend will go down in history. This was, of course, the Easter weekend, but it was advanced polls. 7 million Canadians coming out to advance polls.
Yeah, and you know what? We don't know whether that'll be a game changer. That's what I'm going to be watching. But, you know, you see the post-debate era, a little bit of an uptick for the New Democrats. Why don't we call that the Scrappy Singh update? But, you know, interesting on that front.
Okay, and then April 22nd, this was when the Conservatives released their platform. Pierre Poilievre, the last leader to come out with a fully costed platform, releasing it after the debates.
Yeah, and you know what you can see, Heather, is the Conservatives starting to close the gap after they do and release their costing on their platform. Speaks to the importance of issues in the close of the campaign.
And Nick, that brings us to April 27th. This was the final evening of your polling just late last night.
Yeah, why don't we just call this the mad dash to the finish? You know, basically the Liberals have a marginal lead over the Conservatives. It's going to be interesting to see how this converts into ridings in the House of Commons.
That's for sure. That was the mad dash to the finish on your polling, Nick, but we have a long ways to go this evening. We're going to watch those numbers roll in overnight, and of course we'll be back more with our pollster, Nick Nanos. Back to you.
Okay, thanks so much, Heather. And we've got some initial results coming from Atlantic Canada very early again in some of the polls reporting. For example, in Central Nova, just one poll reporting at this point, but it is a riding we're watching because this is Cabinet Minister Sean Fraser's riding. He served in immigration and housing. He then decided during the kind of downfall of the Liberals last year not to run again. After Mark Carney became leader, he changed his mind.
And in Sackville, Bedford, Preston, we've got the Liberal in the lead, but again, just by 12 votes and just 2 of 230 polls reporting in that riding as of now.
South Shore, St. Margaret's, Rick Perkins, the Conservative incumbent, just one poll there. That's certainly a seat that the Conservatives want to hold on to. So as more polls start reporting, we'll keep our eye on that one.
And in Cape Breton, Canso, Antigonish, we see a lead of 402 votes. The incumbent, Jaime Batiste, there leading by, again, 402 votes. But again, they're just 6 of 245 polls. So these early results, obviously the caveat, the asterisk being there, that they're extremely preliminary. The next major wave of polls we should be getting is in about an hour and a half time. Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, Nunavut, Northwest Territories. That's when we'll be getting 267 seats representing that part of the country.
And we'll start getting some more polls reporting in some of these ridings in Atlantic Canada and be able to call them a little more accurately over the coming minutes. Right now, I want to swing over to the floor of the Conservative headquarters in Ottawa, where we find Colton Prale. Hey, Colton, give us a sense of what it's like at this moment in time. How do they think things are going?
Vashi, the room is slowly filling up here. It's noteworthy that in past rallies, for example, when I was in Sudbury a couple of days ago, the lines stretched ages, hours before Pierre was actually scheduled to be on the floor. Here we're seeing a very slow filtering into the room, but it is important to note that many supporters weren't expecting this to be open until about 9 o'clock at night. From the conversations I'm having with them, there is obviously immense optimism for a Conservative win. They're certainly all focused on change. The need for change in Ottawa is the message I hear over and over again in conversations with supporters. But what's really noteworthy is the number of Conservatives who have told me they're expecting a Conservative minority, or at least they're hoping to see a Conservative minority. There is an understanding here of what has happened when you take a larger bird's eye view at the polling, the dramatic shift we saw from the start of the year, the narrowing that we've seen, and there is an understanding that this race is incredibly tight, and that's not a message I'm just hearing here as well. I heard it last night at his Carleton rally. This is something that among the Conservative supporters I've spoke to, they keep repeating. They're looking for a way to just squeak through for some sort of margin of error, polling to show that there is a path through, but they're expecting this to be a very, very tight race. And the Conservative sources I spoke to here today say they expect it to be a very slow first few hours before they potentially see some gains.
All right, thank you so much, Colton. That's Colton Prale at the Conservative headquarters in Ottawa.
And actually, we talk about engagement in that riding, particularly in the riding of Carleton. Again, we've got to underline 7.3 million ballots cast before today. Now, according to the Elections Canada Act, you're allowed to count the advance votes an hour before polls close. Everywhere in the country got an extension to 2 hours, but in that particular riding of Carleton, they got an extension of 6 hours before polls closed. So it just shows you, the engagement that there is, and of all the ridings in the country, that had the most number of advance votes.
Most number of advance votes, and also 90 people on the ballot because of that protest group, which is the primary reason that that they're going to get an extra 4 hours, I guess, to count the votes there. We want to get a sense now of the regional landscape at this moment. Let's swing over to Todd Battis, who joins us from Halifax. Todd, give us a sense of where you think things are settling in Atlantic Canada, the first kind of part of this country we are getting an indication of how things are going to go.
Yeah, and we're half an hour now, Vashi, since we saw those numbers come in for Atlantic Canada. 19 seats reporting of the 32, and there's your obvious indication the Liberals seem to be pulling away with the 14. And we saw a number of the boards of the different ridings, and one that people down here are watching quite closely is Cape Breton, Canso, Antigonish. This is a riding that Jaime Batiste, who you see there in the lead, he was for a very short spell a contestant in the Liberal leadership race. He stayed in for a little while and then ultimately supported Mark Carney. But Alan McMaster, who you see there in second, he was finance minister in Tim Houston's progressive conservative government here in the province of Nova Scotia. He decided not to run in the fall for re-election, instead opting to run as a conservative in this new redrawn riding of Cape Breton, Canso, Antigonish. And you can see several, and it's still early with only 6 polls of 245 reporting, but a healthy lead for Jaime Batista, so this is one that's going to be worth watching. Let's go now to Montreal, my colleague Matsumi Takahashi. Sumi?
Todd? We'll take a look at Montreal now. Montreal is a Liberal stronghold. There are 18 seats on this island. The Liberals hold 15 of them. And some polls have Liberal support in the greater Montreal area at around 50%. The Liberals are hoping to make even more gains, though, in this region and at the expense of the Bloc. Two of the ridings they've targeted, Châteauguay, Lesjardins, Nat-Pierreville, it's on Montreal's South Shore. The Liberal candidate there is Nathalie Provost. She's a high-profile anti-gun activist. She's also a survivor of the École Polytechnique massacre. Also on the South Shore, Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. Now, this is an area that the Liberals haven't held since 1980. It usually swings between the Bloc and the NDP, but the polls now are showing that it's actually leaning Liberal. So we'll see how that plays out. And we go to Ottawa now. Patricia?
All right, Matsumi, thank you. We do have some interesting ridings to watch here in Ottawa, beyond just where the leaders are running. The city of Ottawa, its suburbs, Western Quebec, all typically Liberal, the big exception being the Carleton riding, long held by Pierre Poilievre. But we will be keeping a close eye on Ottawa Centre tonight, where Liberal Yasser Naqvi hopes to hold on against NDP candidate Joel Harden. So back in the 2018 provincial election, Harden defeated Naqvi there. So this is a rematch of sorts that people will be watching. It's actually the only riding in Ottawa that has ever elected a new Democrat. A couple of them, including one of the most popular members of the NDP, maybe of all time, former party leader Ed Broadbent, who won the seat back in 2004. Not to take anything away from Tom Mulcair if he's listening on set. Over to Toronto now. Michelle.
Thank you, Patricia. Well, the Liberals have dominated the greater Toronto area and the, what's called the suburban 905 for a long time, since they came to power in 2015, and they want to keep it that way tonight and perhaps flip some seats and expand their footprint. And one of the areas we've got our eye on is Toronto-St. Paul's. This is the riding that last year had been red for 30 years, and it flipped blue. Dawn Stewart hoping to maintain this Conservative seat, but we've got the Carney factor now, and it's potential that Leslie Church could take it away from the Conservatives tonight. This is definitely one to watch. Could be a horse race, and there are a number of ridings in the vote-rich Greater Toronto area that the Liberals think they could potentially pick up tonight. It would be key for them forming, a fourth, getting a fourth term, but also potentially forming a majority government. We'll have to wait and see, but let's go over to Tara Nelson in Calgary.
Thank you, Michelle. On election night, there's nothing more exciting than a nail-biter. Admittedly, probably more for us who can just sit back and watch rather than the candidates. It would be excruciating. But one of the tightest races in Alberta in 2021, I think, is going to be another very tight race tonight, and that is Edmonton Centre. So Randy Boissonnault won this in 2021 with a margin of just 1.3%, just 600 votes ahead of the Conservative candidate. This is a riding that regularly flip-flops between the Conservatives and the Liberals. You might even remember this was Anne McClellan's riding back in the day. One year, she won it by only 12 votes. So we're used to drama here. Boissonnault is not running this time, so it has no incumbent. He decided that he wasn't running just before the writ was dropped, so he didn't leave a lot of time for the Liberal candidate. She really had to hit the ground running. The Conservative candidate previously ran for the UCP in the provincial election, so he might have a little bit of name recognition, but I think it's the NDP candidate here that could be the spanner in the works. Tricia Estabrooks is her name. She's a former school board trustee. She's been working this riding, and she hit the ground running a year and a half ago, fundraising and door knocking. I think she's going to turn this into a three-way race tonight that we are keeping an eye out for. Let's go to Mi-Jeong Lee in Vancouver.
Thank you, Tara. BC is critical to the NDP's fate. The New Democrats won half their 24 seats right here in our province, but polls signal they're in a fight to retain official party status, which is 12 seats. There's even concern about traditional NDP strongholds like Vancouver Kingsway, which Don Davies has won 5 times. Now, my mom lives in that riding, so I'm driving there all the time. I see way more Don Davies signs there. So will his army of volunteers help him hang on? We'll see if his personal popularity will win out over strategic voting on the left coalescing around the Liberals. We're also watching Skeena Bulkley Valley. Taylor Bachrach is the popular MP in that riding, but if the polls are right, this could go to Conservative Ellis Ross, a former MLA. He's also well known. The other riding to watch, Victoria, currently held by Laurel Collins, one that Mark Carney has visited several times in the campaign, hoping to snatch it away from the New Democrats. A riding that they have actually held for 2 decades. So we'll be watching that one as well. Vashi?
Thanks so much, Mi Jung. We've got a lot of analysis to come. We're about just under 90 minutes away from polls closing in much of central Canada. 267 seats at play there. We've got more coverage after a short commercial break right here on CTV News, Election 2025.
Wow, that's interesting. The Conservatives are still sort of holding their own in Eastern Canada, a lot better than what they had been, but we do need to bring in a lot more seats. It looks like Rick Perkins, who he gets a few questions in question period now and again. He's currently tied in his riding. Be nice to see him take that home again, which would be great, because up until just a little while ago, it didn't look like the Conservatives were going to get any seats in Eastern Canada. Then, they started having a bit of a comeback in Nova Scotia and New Brunswick. So let's keep our fingers crossed for that. But I think Rick Perkins is a good candidate out there. So yeah, looking at some of the comments about the guns, we definitely need some sort of protection. I hope that the Conservatives will bring in some legislation that actually protects us from OICs in the future. And I think that could be possible. Just eliminate the possibility of OICs and just bring in a whole new Firearms Act that guarantees, people who have licenses that they won't have their property arbitrarily seized or restricted for use, because
CTV News special coverage of election 2025. Some preliminary results continuing to trickle in from Atlantic Canada. Minister Dominic LeBlanc's New Brunswick riding, no surprise, very early in on the polls reporting, but he does hold a lead, considered probably one of the safest seats for the Liberals in Atlantic Canada, or certainly in New Brunswick. Let's swing over for some early analysis on how things are going so far and what might happen to my colleague Anne-Marie.
All right, Vashi, thanks so much. Listen, I don't know what people are eating when they're watching at home. I won't make everybody reveal what they've just pulled out of their purses to snack on, but we did all have some Timbits, and it's been good. Listen, as we were watching the results come in, I'm curious, and I'll throw this over maybe to James and Rhonda to start off with. What are you watching for from the Conservatives? There were a number of stops that were made by Pierre Poilievre there. I think there was 2 in New Brunswick, 1 in Newfoundland, and a late one in Nova Scotia. How are you seeing things play out this evening? Are you surprised at all? Is it too early to hope?
Well, I mean, I'm optimistic, because we're seeing that one seat that we were watching for Clifford Small, but also an additional seat in Newfoundland. That's positive. I mean, when Pierre was out there, he doubled the funding for small craft harbors. That's just really important for Newfoundland, and also supported the LNG project in Newfoundland and Labrador. So maybe that had an impact. He's been, his platform has been extremely successful in really making the case for a free enterprise economy where innovators, entrepreneurs, workers, especially working class people, will thrive. And so hopefully that broke through in Newfoundland or Labrador also. But 8 seats is what I was looking for at a minimum. And it looks like as long as things continue to evolve the way they are, that's positive for us.
James, what do you see?
So far, the Conservatives are outperforming the polls. So far, the Conservatives are outperforming the popular vote. But so far, it's very early.
It is very early.
So we'll see. But look, for years, the Conservative Party of Canada had a real struggle, certainly in Newfoundland and Labrador, because former Premier Danny Williams and Stephen Harper had a big falling out, and there was the ABC Anybody But Conservative campaign that stained the federal Conservative Party's reach into that province. That seems to be over now. It's been over for quite some time, but if we actually see some people now coming out to the polls and voting for the Conservative Party of Canada under Pierre Poilievre's leadership, that's a sign that the spade work that he's done to build alliances and to get quality candidates and to push forward in that province is a fantastic foundation for growth, perhaps tonight and certainly in the future.
Harjit Sajid, I'll bring you on this. What are you seeing as you look at the results coming on very early, we have to say, in Atlantic Canada?
I'll be honest with you. It's hard to actually give an analysis. It's way too early just right now.
Yeah.
I would say that given what I have heard from my colleagues who are working in the area, again, it comes back to tariffs, right? Tariffs can play a big role.
Sure.
How voters look at it in their small businesses, how it impacts them. I think that's going to play a role, but it's way too early to tell just right now.
Okay. Christy, you want to jump in?
Well, Anne-Marie, I'm from a province with where there's a lot of people over 65, as are people in the Maritimes. I knocked on a lot of doors out there, and I will tell you, older people are very worried about the tariffs, about Trump, and they want stability, they want character, they want somebody with experience. So there's been a trend that we saw at the doorstep where traditional conservative voters were moving Liberal because they really wanted that kind of character consistency that they're seeing from Mark Carney. So, I mean, I don't know if we're going to see that yet. That was my prediction. Right. But so far, it looks like my prediction might have been a little bit of an overreach at this point.
Tom, you're smiling at that.
Well, I completely agree with what was just expressed. Looking at those numbers, if they hold, and everybody's repeated the same thing, yes, it's early times, fine. We haven't counted that many polls. But if the Conservatives do manage to keep this a fight where it's 2 for 1, and the Liberals were expected by many analysts to run the table in Atlantic Canada, then we might be in for a closer fight than anybody was expecting.
Well, that would make for an exciting night.
Yep.
And a really good time. I'm going to send it back to Vashi and Omar.
All right, Anne-Marie, thank you so much. And we're just getting some declarations, actually, in Atlantic Canada. CTV declaring Paul Connors in Avalon, and Vashi Cape Spear, too, is another riding that we saw a CTV News declaration as well. Again, in that riding of Avalon, the Liberal with Paul Connors, 5,489 votes so far.
Yeah, Ken McDonald's assistant succeeds him in that seat. I want to swing over to our strategists who have been watching these results come in. Corey, any initial take on what you're seeing so far?
Well, I agree that I think the Conservatives are outperforming the polls right now, which is encouraging. I also agree that the Maritimes will be an interesting place because it is older demographics, and the Liberals were outperforming what they have done in the past with those demographics. So I'll be curious when advanced voting comes in. A lot of the polling done around that indicated, I think, that was an older demographic that was coming out there. So we'll see. But I think if I were the Conservatives in their war room right now, I'd be feeling pretty optimistic about these numbers.
I think back to a decade ago, Kathleen, and one of the first indications we had in 2015 was like, whoa, it's all red in Atlantic Canada. You knew that it would not be a minority, and at that case, it felt like we were on, very clearly on a path to a majority. What do you read into things so far?
I remember that night very well because I was clinging to St. John's East and Jack Harris at the time refusing to believe that he would lose his seat in that Liberal sweep. I do think it's early still, but remember, a couple months ago, the Conservatives were planning on taking all of Newfoundland, much of Atlantic, and so this is still a change from what we actually had. They had spent millions in ads on the Rock and elsewhere. The controversy around the carbon tax and the changes to the carbon tax and how that fueled a lot of support and some change in the support back to the Liberals. So I'm really waiting for that 9:30 hour when the big enchilada of the votes close, when we start to see, Quebec, Ontario, to see how things really move.
Kathleen makes a good point about Atlantic Canada, Scott. It was probably the first region to turn on Justin Trudeau, largely due to the carbon tax. We talked about Ken McDonald. There were, Sean Fraser wasn't running, then he was. Wayne Long wasn't running, now he is. What are you watching for as this is unfolding right now?
Well, right now you're looking at these numbers, and if you're the Conservatives, you have to say this is outstanding. Let's hope that this trend holds up across the country. But they also have to hope that it holds up in Atlantic Canada. And it's not just that it's early. It's many of these numbers that are on the board are based on 1, 2, 3, 5 polls. So it could change remarkably. But I am struck by the fact that this is a part of the country where you have an older demographic. And that was supposed to be money for the Liberals tonight. Like, if you're over 55, you're supposed to be voting Liberal. And this would not be an indication that you'd be thrilled with so far.
Okay, more analysis to come, but early, still indicative of something.
Certainly, and just before we go to break, in Long Range Mountains in Newfoundland, we are declaring a Conservative gain in that riding. So again, those results trickling, but we are able to make some declarations. We're going to take a quick break. We'll see you in just a few moments' time. Stay with us.
I agree totally, Pepper. I'd like to see Sean Fraser get his butt kicked out there as well, because he's just a complete tool. I don't know why they think so highly of him. And then Dominic LeBlanc, Yeah, he's not worth anything in my book either, especially since he jumps on every little bandwagon he's told to jump on, and just completely has wrecked the country when he was the public safety minister, and now you know, it's just crazy how much damage these fools can do, and then they keep on getting elected. Even like in their own ridings, their people should be so embarrassed about voting for them that they just kick them to the curb. You know, we'll see in the end, but those two appear to be pulling ahead, or at least keeping a lead. But that you know, that's what we'll see. We'll see in the end. I think that they overestimated, though, that the boomer and the silent generation, because those are the two generations. I mean, I'm the last year of the boomers. You know, then there's the X generation, and the boomers, and the silent generation. I tell you what, I still, the majority of the people I talk to in those demographics, they are conservative. So I think, and I hope that they've overestimated.
Welcome back to
or
election headquarters
underestimated
here at
what's going
CTV
on
News.
there,
We continue to track early results as they come in from Atlantic Canada. I want to bring in my colleague, CTV News Chief Financial Correspondent Amanda Lang. We do have some changes to just quickly put up on the board, some Conservative gains so far in Atlantic Canada as these polls start to trickle in, and some Liberal losses at this point. Amanda, look, the economy became probably, if there's one thing underpinning that
lose.
That competition over what the question is it Trump or is it change? It's the economy, right?
That's right. And typically, of course, we know when people go to the polls, they're voting on their pocketbook, and that often works against the incumbent, especially after a period like the one we've seen. We saw high inflation. We saw the after effects of a global pandemic. So the vote for change was very powerful. And then into the mix, you get, well, now we feel threatened, and we need to defend ourselves against a trade war. And that, of course, was the wild card that we've been dealing with. Underneath it all, though, people still, at the end of the day, when they're checking off that ballot, they're thinking about their own situation, and there's so much uncertainty right now. So it does come down to stewardship, I think. Who will manage our economy better?
Have you been surprised by the whiplash? I mean, there are days in the past couple of weeks where we've seen the size of Canada's GDP just wiped out on stock markets. And when, you know, if you're younger, you've got time to make up that money.
Yeah.
If you're a senior in this country who's worked their entire life preparing for the golden years, and to see that evaporate in mere moments, I mean, it's not easy to stomach.
It's been jarring in the extreme, and I think I said this to you, Omar, on your program, which is even on the days when it was up 5, 6, 7%. That's not a good day. That doesn't feel rational or normal or the way stocks should move. And it speaks to the level of uncertainty in the world. And we're starting to see this show up in the economy. Even if you waved a wand and it was all over today, we have damage done. And the damage will persist for our economy and elsewhere. And, you know, we're talking here in Atlantic Canada about St. John, the hardest hit place for tariffs in the country.
96% of their exports go to the U.S.
Go to the U.S. And, of course, a very integrated economy, too. They come back as well in the form of sort of refined products. So all of this is going to be in the mix, but it's really interesting to watch at the end of the day. How do people feel about what they're voting on, and how regional will that be at the end?
And as far as what the parties are pitching, what stands out to you in that regard?
So it was interesting to see, and we'll talk mostly about Liberal PC, because that's, you know, who's going to likely form the government here. And both of them were really making the case for, we'll get you through this, but such different approaches. Liberals, big spending, really focused on a trade war, throwing money at a problem, not so much worried about the fiscal balance. And the Conservatives taking that same message that they've had all along, which is, we want to downsize government, we want to reduce your taxes. So that the kind of undertone was, yeah, sure, there's a trade war, but remember, we're the guys that are going to deliver something different here. And we'll see whether that works in terms of the messaging and how it gets read in the end by what people actually absorbed. You know, economists, the balance is out in terms of which one will succeed, because in both platforms there was a lot of unknown quantities. Where does the revenue come from? Where do the cuts come? We don't really know any of those things. But voters actually were hearing more, and maybe this is intentional, of course, more of the subtext than the actual details.
Magic math all over.
Exactly.
And we'll see what they choose. But I've got to thank you, by the way. The past 2 weeks have been, it's been a seesaw, but you've been our voice of calm and our voice of reason in a very strange and different environment. So, Amanda, we'll check in with you in just a bit later. Let's head over to Sandy right now, who's been keeping with the pulse of the people.
Well, Omar, it's interesting. We were listening to Corey and Scott bring up the age factor, and I want to talk about that with our talk people here, because older Canadians tend to vote Liberal by a huge percentage. Those 35 to 54 prefer the Conservatives. And then there's the youth vote. Conservatives are resonating with young people. Is that what you're hearing?
Well, the callers and the listeners tend to be a little bit older quite often, but I do have a lot of very engaged young people. And Justin Lang wrote this great column for the Toronto Star about why Donald Trump won, and it was a lot about sort of the bro culture and what young men are sick of, what they're afraid of, that they don't have job security, they never get a pension, they can't find a girl. I don't know if Pierre Poilievre is going to solve that, but the presumption these days is Conservatives solve those things.
But I think, and this goes back to what you were saying before in our last chat about people being angry, right? Because if you look at the Liberals, is it the same party, just different leaders? So if they're angry about the potential of the Liberals winning.
What I noticed in the last couple of days is that some of the older audience who I mentioned had become a bit defensive of Mark Carney. In the early days, the Conservatives were running against a resume. And it's a really good resume. And as they got to know him a little bit, I think they saw he had a cranky side. He was mean to reporters. Look inside yourself. I don't think that played very well with older people. So that started to soften up a little bit. But the anger of younger people played in, too. When the platforms got costed, I started to get emails and texts from people, younger people, saying, look at the debt he's going to put us into. So Trump went a little quieter. And then the economy became the issue again a little bit more. It's what I was saying earlier about musical chairs. And, you know, if the music had kept playing for another week, where would we be? There was a little bit of a shift coming. You start to see that a little bit from Atlantic Canada, maybe. Does that hold as we move on into the areas where we talk to people every day on there? I'm not sure yet, but it's gone back and forth. There's been a real ebb and flow. And I think if young people are as angry as I heard them, they traditionally don't come out to vote, right? Older people get out and vote. Younger people are busy. I think a lot of younger people were angry enough that they made a point of it, especially when there was a long weekend to do it.
Right. All right, we wait and see and we watch. All right, Omar.
All right, Sandy, thank you so much. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll see you soon in just a couple minutes.
There's a lot of really close ridings.
Wins on highways.
They usually they haven't been playing the commercials, so I didn't expect that. Sorry about that. But yeah, there's a lot of really close ridings right now. So within 100 votes, so it could go either way. I think though that some of these people that they have on this panel. This last guy talking about Carney's resume being so good. It's not a good resume. He's propping it up. He lied on his PhD. He's lied on almost everything. He's taken credit where credit was not due to him for what happened during the 2008 economic crisis, and he almost bankrupted Great Britain. So he's taken all this credit, and people are saying he's got this, great resume. Yeah, but resumes are written by the person who's presenting them. So think about that, right? And we know that he lies. We know that he plagiarizes everything. He's plagiarized almost all of Pierre Poilievre's platform. Every time something, Pierre came out with something, 2-3 days later, it's all of a sudden now on the Liberal platform. So, this guy who says that Carney has a great resume, I think he should check his facts, because Carney does not have a good resume, not in my opinion anyway.
25. We want to head straight to party headquarters to get a sense, just an hour out from polls closing in Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, Nunavut, and Northwest Territories, of how things are unfolding. Let's go straight to Geneviève Beauchemin. She's with the Liberals in Ottawa this evening. Hi, Geneviève.
Hi, Vashi. Well, there's not a lot of people in this room right now. It's pretty quiet. The Liberal Party has said that there's about 750 people who have RSVP'd. They will be here. But they're saying that right now it's quiet because they want their volunteers to be out there. They want them to be pulling out the vote, knocking on doors, getting every single person that could be voting out voting, and then people will start to trickle into this room. We've been hearing that the buzzword of the night is cautious optimism, that in fact that there has been that, people are cautiously optimistic that there will be getting out the vote, that things will go out for the Liberal Party. But of course, as the night goes on, they'll come to see those numbers here and they'll try to analyze that board. I keep looking out into the room here, trying to see whether I can read any faces, whether that sort of cautious optimism is shifting as people are still trying to figure out how this early night is going so far, Vashi.
Okay, thanks so much, Geneviève. Yeah, lots to discern. Atlantic Canada providing us, though, with some interesting results so far. I think it's safe to say that this is a better result than the Conservatives, as James was mentioning earlier, than the Conservatives or polling would have anticipated. Interesting to see how advanced polls and obviously what happens in Central Canada, Central and Western Canada when the next polls close affect that.
And we'll see if this trend sweeps across the entire country. Let's head on over to Abigail Beeman with the Conservatives. And in the room where you're at, Abigail, is there a sense of optimism? I mean, I'm sure there is, but how much optimism at this stage?
Well, I can tell you things have certainly shifted in a big way just in terms of the mood on the floor since I last spoke to you. A lot more people are now in this room and they are getting excited. So we're hearing a lot of cheers, close watching of the screen. Also interesting, speaking to a campaign source who was sort of managing expectations, saying, hey, we don't expect things to get off to, there may be a slow start in Atlantic Canada. That same source then coming back and saying, hey, things are better than expected. So even, outperforming what the party's own internal numbers were expecting there. So some optimism as well. And the point there was, hey, we're waiting to see what Ontario and BC have in store because we're expecting things to really pick up there. So definitely some optimism, although, of course, the caveat that things are early still. But these Atlantic Canada numbers are outperforming Conservative campaign expectations. And another thing of note, Conservative campaign saying that what they are looking to as well is that their internal numbers are telling them that they have a real advantage in terms of new voters. And how they define new voters are voters who have not voted in the last 2 elections, but are now planning not only to vote, but to vote Conservative. So that's something that they will be watching for as well.
All right, Abigail, thank you. So, Vashi, of course, the people in that room, the crowd, picking up on some of that optimism that we talked about earlier. But the big battlegrounds, of course, in this election are Ontario and BC. And Ontario polls will be closing there in about, an hour and 5 minutes time.
Exactly.
So a big wave of results expected in just over an hour.
Yeah, very much anticipating that. It'll be a little bit later where Judy Trin is with the NDP in Burnaby in British Columbia. Judy, what can you tell us about how things are going there?
Well, just like it's happening across the country right now, there are few people here because most of the NDP volunteers are out trying to get the vote, trying to make sure their supporters are going to the polls. The polls here don't close until 7 p.m. Pacific, or that's 10 p.m. Eastern. At that point, their government could already be determined, right? So we're not expecting to hear from Jagmeet Singh until then, but he's already making a comment on Twitter or X. I want to point this out to you, because if his theme, and I think the theme for the party is the joyful struggle, hope, and a prayer, basically. In his X post, he features a photo of him and Jack Layton, and it says, remember what Jack said, don't tell them it can't be done. Of course, Singh is referring to the Orange Wave in 2011 when we saw the collapse of the Liberals and Stephen Harper majority, and the NDP formed the opposition. So that is not going to happen this time. In fact, the NDP could face what could be their worst showing ever, putting the job of Jagmeet Singh on the line. I spoke to the chief of staff for the NDP, Jennifer Howard, a few minutes ago, and what she told me is regardless of what happens, there is so much respect and admiration for Mr. Singh that if he's not going to be pushed out, that they will leave space for him to decide on his own as to what he will do. But this is the reality that they are facing right now. I will say that the NDP tell me that their internal polling shows that they will do much better than what the pollsters we've been interviewing, we've been talking to, including across the country, their internal numbers are showing much better. They believe they can win between 12 and 15 seats. So that's yet to materialize. materialize. Vashi.
All right, thanks so much, Judy. Definitely the NDP believe their vote is more efficient than the polls represent, which is, of course, what happened in the Ontario case example a number of weeks ago, Omar.
Yes, that's right. And we've got Jeremy Charles standing by with the Bloc Québécois in Montreal tonight. And after Ontario, Jeremy, as we know, Quebec has the second largest seat share after Ontario. BC has the third. What's it like in the room where you are right now?
Yeah, I mean, Omar, lots to gain, lots to lose in Quebec, right, with such a large seat share. We're starting to see the energy build up in the room here at Bloc headquarters in Montreal. Supporters have started to come in, seeing some Quebec flags, of course. The big hope here among MPs, among the leader, Yves-François Blanchet, is that the party can hold on to a bit of a surge in momentum that they have seen towards the end of this campaign. They struggled early on. The focus of this campaign has been largely on Donald Trump, the threat of tariffs, things that make it hard for a party leader who is the leader of a Quebec nationalist party to position himself in that kind of situation. And so what we saw him do kind of midway through this campaign or towards the debate is switch the messaging a little bit. Start to talk to Quebecers about the fact that he believes, he's been saying for weeks now, Yves-François Blanchet, he believes that Mark Carney and the Liberals will form government and that Bloc voters can be safe to return to vote for the Bloc and send Bloc MPs to Ottawa to try and prioritize Quebec's priorities. That is the hope here. The party is really hoping that they'll be able to hold on to that positive momentum they experienced kind of towards the end of the campaign rather than the struggles they faced early on. Of course, the big question is where will they stand at the end of this night? At dissolution, they had 33 seats. There was talk early on they could drop under 20 seats. There's a lot of talk now. They're hoping to land somewhere between 20 and 30. That will be kind of the barometer that we'll be watching tonight to see how the party feels. But there could be a big impact here, Omar and Vashi, when it comes to the outcome of this election. Depending on how many seats the Bloc perhaps loses to the Liberals, it could also kind of be a difference maker when it comes to whether we see a majority or a minority government.
All right, Jeremy, thank you so much. And he makes a great point. You know, if there is a hit tonight with the Bloc Québécois, how big will that hit be? And a fascinating story, I think, in Quebec, the fact that there are former Bloc supporters who now feel that Quebec interests are now better served with another party other than the Bloc this time around. So we'll see how it all plays out.
Yeah, if that does materialize. I know those artificial country comments also resonating or getting a reaction out of other parts of the country as well. Speaking of other parts of the country, let's head over to Victoria, where Rob Buffum is stationed this evening with the Green Party. We were talking survival earlier with Judy Trinh. Same conversation has to come up with the Greens. Rob.
Absolutely. We're at Elizabeth May's headquarters here at a winery in the Saanich Peninsula where a few people are starting to trickle in and they're setting up for a celebration. But at the same time, they're also bracing for what could be a very tough night for the Green Party and for Elizabeth May herself. They're facing some headwinds that they're well aware of, including the fact that they did not have a leader in the leaders' debate. Elizabeth May has said that's something that she feels made it very hard for them to get their platform any attention. And they're also concerned about this strategic voting that we've heard about for weeks, the idea that progressive voters may park their vote this time around with either the Conservatives or the Liberals. Sources tell me the Greens would be very happy to have 3 MPs elected tonight. Mike Morris, if they could hold on to that seat, Elizabeth May, as well as they're hoping to pick up Paul Manley here on the island, who has previously won. They also acknowledge this could be a night that we come out of with 0 Green MPs, including their co-leader Elizabeth May. But at the same time, she's somebody who cannot be underestimated. Punching through in 2011, a local radio personality told her she didn't stand a chance of being elected dog catcher, and she's certainly proven that person wrong and is very popular in this riding. The polls close in just under 2 hours, so we'll have to see. But it's going to be a big night for the Greens, including for their leader.
Yeah, very much so. Thanks so much, Rob. So polls close there in a couple of hours, but in much of the rest of the country in an hour. And we've got some declarations, including in New Brunswick, Minister Dominic Lamont, who served in a million different capacities over the last 4 years, holds his seat. No surprise there. Definitely a safe one. Yeah.
Absolutely. And again, the tally right now, even though CTV News has made the declaration, I think, if I saw correctly, was about 900 votes. In the riding of St. John's East, we're declaring that Joanne Thompson will be reelected in that riding. And then here is how the numbers break down right now. She has a lead of about 1,132 votes. Again, 40 of the 197 polls reporting. But again, CTV News making that declaration that she is keeping her seat in that riding.
And then we can also declare that the Conservative incumbent, in Acadie-Annapolis is re-elected, Chris D'Entremont, with a lead, about 55 polls reporting, but we are at the point where we can make that declaration. His lead, nearly 1,000 votes at this point.
And let's head over right now to CTV's Maya Johnson, who is in Hunsik-Cartierville tonight, which is a riding that was held a dissolution by the Global Affairs Minister, Mélanie Joly. Maya.
Hi, Omar. There is certainly a lot of activity here in the borough, in the riding office of Mélanie Joly here in Hunsik-Cartierville. You can see lots of supporters, volunteers behind me watching the results come in on a screen that's being projected on the wall to my right. And we have Mélanie Joly, the outgoing Minister of Foreign Affairs, with us right now. Thank you, Madame Joly, for joining us.
Thank you, thank you.
First off, we're starting to see results come in from Atlantic Canada. What's your reaction to that? Any disappointment?
Well, no, of course. We know it's going to be a long night. We know that. And every single riding counts. I've been in contact with many of my colleagues that are quite confident, but of course, we can take nothing for granted. And it's the same here in Quebec, and it's the same in Ontario, and it's the same across the country. It will be a very long night, but an exciting one.
Okay, and of course, we know that the ballot box question appears to be the relationship between Canada and the U.S. and these threats that are coming from the Trump administration. Yes. And even today, we saw President Donald Trump post on social media talking once again about the possibility of Canada becoming the 51st state on Election Day when people are going to the polls. What did she think of that?
Well, listen, it's not the first time, and it's not going to be the last one that President Trump has opinions regarding Canada. He has repeatedly stated his threats of annexation and as well has started a trade war against Canada, which is putting hundreds of thousands, if not millions of jobs at risk across the country. And, you know, I was in Hamilton and in the Niagara region last week. Of course, people in the steel sector and the auto sector are very, very concerned. We know that there's been already closures of some plants, and we know that there's a lot of anxiety. But that's why the ballot question tonight is clearly who is the right Prime Minister and who is the right team to handle Trump, to deal with his rhetoric, and the answer is clear. It is Mark Carney and the Liberal team.
And last week, Mr. Carney was here in the Montreal area in Laval. There was a big Liberal rally there, and at that rally, you asked voters to give the Liberals a majority mandate, and I believe it's the first time that we heard that, the possibility of a majority. Are you hopeful still that that is a possibility?
We can never take anything for granted. What is really important is President Trump only respects strength. That's the only thing that that we can really show in the context of negotiations that can be to our advantage. And of course, having a majority government would definitely be extremely helpful.
Okay, we'll have to leave it there. Thank you again for your time, Mélanie Joly. We appreciate it. Back to you in studio.
All right, Maya, thank you so much. And Mélanie Joly, of course, was one of the names that was floated to possibly run or to make a run for the leadership of the Liberal Party. She decided to step back to focus on a file which has dominated this campaign, of course, which is the Canada-U.S. trade file, Ashley.
Yeah, that's what she said.
That's what she said.
She might end up running another time, but yes, that was the reason that she did provide. Same one as François-Philippe Champagne, who ended up being finance minister, both of them taking the lead on that file. Let's swing over as these results from Atlantic Canada, you can see them on the bottom of your screen, begin to become a little clearer to our strategists, Corey Tonight, Kathleen Monk, and Scott Reid. Scott, your read on where things sit right now in Atlantic Canada, how much do we take from it?
I think we may be overreading it. Obviously, on a seat total, the Conservatives are outperforming expectations. But if you look at the popular vote all across the Atlantic, where the votes have been cast so far, Liberals are running at 50%. Conservatives are running at 44%. So that's solid showing. The NDP, I'm sorry to say, Kathleen, have gone fishing. So we are looking at a 6-point gap for the Liberals over that. I think some of these seat totals will probably realign. Look at a riding like Sean Fraser's right now. Advance votes aren't in, not the whole riding, obviously by a large stretch. And you know, if the Liberals you ask yourself, well, what does this tell us about the rest of the country? Well, if what this tells us about the rest of the country is the Liberals are going to be topping out at polling expectations, which is what 50% would put them at in this region, and if they're running 6% ahead of the Conservatives, they're going to like a lot what happens to them come BC and Ontario. So I'm not convinced that this is necessarily as demoralizing for the Liberals as it might appear.
I think the reason that maybe people are looking, that we're all looking at what this might mean, is because the expectation, particularly in Atlantic Canada, Kathleen, was that things had swung even more so to the Liberals, and that would translate through efficiency to, you know, flipping some seats, for example. We saw in Central Nova that one of the ones they were focused on didn't end up being the case.
And also, it's one of their traditional areas of strength, right? The Atlantic. And that was what's so exciting about when the Conservatives thought they were going to be sweeping the Atlantic and sweeping the Rock of Newfoundland. And so this flip, or at least it looks like it might be, you know, it's still too early to tell. But, and New Democrats, to be clear, never expected, you know, we had some hopes for Halifax, certainly. And that's certainly disappointing. I mean, there's a riding. Alexa McDonough used to run in that riding. Megan Leslie ran there. And Lisa Roberts. Not that long ago, right? And there were days, you know, when I used to work on the Hill where we used to have Peter Stauffer, Yvonne Gaudin, Jack Harris, many other candidates. But it hasn't been an area of strength for New Democrats for some time.
It does show you, though, one of the narratives, Corey, coming into this was the coalescing of support around two parties. I know Kathleen mentions it's not like all the hopes for the NDP were pinned in Atlantic Canada, but even that popular vote that Scott described is very much a manifestation of what we saw throughout the campaign.
Yeah, I think that's right. What I find interesting in what we're seeing in these numbers is, you know, the polling averages, which are a little bit more shaky in small regions like Atlantic Canada, they're like plus minus 6%. But even on that, you're seeing the Liberals underperform by, you know, 4 or 5 points. The Conservatives overperform by 4 or 5 points. I'll be really watching to see when we get into Quebec and Ontario, where there's a lot more polling and where those polling variances are probably, you know, under 2%, whether or not you're seeing an overperformance or not. And if you are, you know, is it the new voter thing that you were talking about? Is it you know, some weakness in the Liberal campaign in the dying days? Is it the, you know, the push to pull Poilievre from ads and focus more on a party ballot question as opposed to a leadership frame in which they do perform much better? But you know, we'll see.
Yeah, as those results do start to come in, because we've got about 50 minutes, Omar, until polls close 267 ridings, which is a huge part, obviously, of the country, and some early results coming in from Quebec now.
Yeah, so as you rightly pointed, I mean, the bulk of those results from Quebec will be coming in about 50 minutes' time, but we are getting early results from parts of Quebec. And let's take a look right now at Gaspésie, Les Îles-de-la-Madeleine, and Listigouge, where we see that Diane Laboutier is trailing. The Liberal incumbent is trailing, and the Bloc Québécois, Alexis Deschênes, has a lead of about 60 votes right now. So as we've been saying, again, the bulk of those results from Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, Nunavut, and the Northwest Territories will be coming in about 50 minutes' time, and that's a huge section in terms of seat counts. So we've got about 267 seats represented by those provinces. So that should be an interesting wave.
It will, and I don't know if you, but you're hearing from this, but I'm hearing from a lot of people who are trying to get stuff from Elections Canada, unable to do so. Something's going on with the website. Let's get an update from our breaking news desk. Adrian Gabriel and Rachel Aiello are on that.
Yeah, we can confirm that Canadians across the country are still experiencing issues this hour. And now, Rachel, we have some confirmation.
That's right. So Elections Canada has confirmed to us that as of 7 p.m., they were made aware that some electors are having difficulties accessing their website. They say they are currently investigating the issue. We don't know yet the nature of this outage. Elections Canada also taking to social media to let folks know that if they need to get their polling place, check your voter information card, they can contact a local Elections Canada office or hit up a 1-800 number to get that information.
And this is concerning for multiple people who've been sharing those concerns online. We see David Moscrop writing, suboptimal to have the Elections Canada site down right now. And why is it so concerning, Rachel?
Well, beyond getting your polling place or the timing for your polling, there is so much other information for voters on Elections Canada's website, information about their candidates, information about misinformation, Adrian. They've made a big effort in this campaign to post online a lot of information debunking things they're seeing surface. So not having that accessible right now is something I'm sure Elections Canada is trying to work hard to get rectified quickly.
A concerning developing story we're going to keep an eye on.
All right, Adrian, Rachel, thank you so much. And again, important to underline here, as we have already, that despite the outage on the Elections Canada website, that does not affect the results that we are bringing you, the results that you're seeing on the bottom and to the right of your screen. So we will be updating those results in real time. This is separate from the outage happening at Elections Canada. We're going to take a quick break right now, and our coverage continues of election 2025. Stay with us.
Okay. Yes. Well, good thing, Janet, you're having a beer. I would maybe I'll when they come back, I'll dip around the corner and get pour me a rum. But wish I had a bourbon. Only David Evie saw that will not be possible. Actually, I haven't even been into a liquor store in a while, so I'm just assuming that they're still off the shelf. So you know, the a rum will do. A rum will do for tonight. Although I'm not sure I should start drinking this early. It's not even 6 o'clock yet. There you go. Sean Fraser is losing. Yay. That's good. I thought that he had pulled ahead. But let's hope that he still stays behind. Hello, Hayes. Yeah, what a red flag. Yeah, the election is decided. It is suspicious how it went down. Andy, how's it going? Brad, I don't think, Brad Gallagher, I don't think I've seen you yet tonight, but welcome. Pretty sure a strong rum will be required. Well, let's hope not. It would be nice, but let's hope it's not required, because that means things have gone poorly, which I don't like. But so far, you know, I think, you know, there's a lot of optimism, although the numbers keep going back and forth. They were as high as 12 in Eastern Canada. Now then they were down to 9, and I think they're kind of
2025, and we're
10,
ready to make some more declarations here. CTV News declares that John Williamson, the Conservative incumbent in the riding of St. John St. Croix, has been re-elected, and so that is a declaration that we are prepared to make right now.
Yeah, John Williamson, I believe, first elected back in the 2011 majority of Stephen Harper. I think we have another declaration, if I am correct, that we are prepared to make. Maybe not. I'll wait to see if it shows up. Maybe, okay, we don't have it at this moment, but I promise you it's coming. We're going to throw things over to Heather.
What did I miss?
Who is in studio with the state of play.
Yeah, a really exciting time, Vashi. Now, as you said, we've got those declarations coming in, those calls happening from our decision desk, and this is where things start to really unfold. And it's really interesting to just look at the map of our country and see how it plays out in color form. We have the Liberals leading and elected in 22 ridings at the moment, the Conservatives in 10 ridings, the Bloc Québécois leading and elected in 1 riding. But behind all of the numbers would be the people. Those are you. Everybody who's perhaps at home watching and cast a ballot earlier today, the people behind the ballot. So I want to bring in Rupen Sioni of Environics Analytics. He's here with me this evening. Rupen, you're going to break down the demographics, the people behind the numbers, and you've actually divided the population into these really interesting segments.
We have. We take data on the population and estimate it down to the postal code, a rich view of demographics and finances and people's social values. And when we cross-reference that with Elections Canada data back from 2021, we get this rich portrait of different voters and how they vote in these local races. Now, it's interesting when you look at some of these segments like big city burbs, they're core Liberal voters in the Toronto and Vancouver suburbs. If you take another segment like older rustic, they're dyed-in-the-wool Conservative voters in most of the country. But we've been talking a lot about Atlantic Canada.
Right.
And they're a bit of a battleground in Atlantic Canada.
Absolutely. And some ridings, as we know, can include one or two segments. So you and your neighbor may be in two totally different segments. So we're going to zoom into Nova Scotia here, and we're actually going to look at the riding of South Shore St. Margaret's. Now, if you're not familiar with riding titles, perhaps this is the home of Lunenburg and the Bluenose, if you've had the luck to travel down there. So who lives here? Who are these voters?
Well, the primary segment here is that older rustic that I just mentioned. So these are retirees or people contemplating retirement. They tend to be on the lower middle income scale, and they make up most of this riding. Now, remember, in this riding, the Conservatives won by about 8 points back in 2021. You know, you've got a lot of people here who are considering retirement. They're on modest incomes. If you look at the impact of the tariffs and the current environment here, they tend to be in jobs that are high risk and they have high financial vulnerability. So they're going to be concerned about what's to come to finance their lifestyles.
And patriotism. When it comes to being a proud Canadian, they're all in.
Well, emotions matter, right? In this election, as we've seen, they're very patriotic. They've got high Canadian pride. They're willing to pay more for Canadian products. So you know, that's.
And something else, sorry, Rupen, very important to people in Nova Scotia is healthcare as well.
Absolutely. So a lot of people here, as they age, are in fair or poor health. So they're going to be looking for who they think is going to best maintain that healthcare system.
Okay, and look how close it is, Rupen. So we have the Conservative incumbent, Rick Perkins, in the lead at the moment by just 102 votes. So a really tight race happening here between these two segments of the population.
That's right. It'll be interesting to see where, if the polling says with the NDP vote going elsewhere potentially this time, where that goes and whether the Liberals could pick this up.
Okay, a very tight race in this one riding. Back to you.
It's fascinating data when you look at it, Vashi, because it shows you what are the ballot box issues, what's driving people to the polls, even though the dominant narrative in this election has been one person, Donald Trump, south of the border. It is important, but there are so many other issues at play, too, in this election.
Yeah, people really care about their cost of living and what's going to happen with that.
Absolutely. Let's take it over to Anne-Marie with her panel. Anne-Marie.
Well, I'm not older or rustic, I don't think, anyway, but I'm heading fast in that direction. Let's talk about, again, the people in these ridings. And if we're looking at both the riding that the Conservatives have flipped and the ones that they possibly could, there's a story that's developing across the country, and that is that urban and rural divide. Tom, I see you nodding there. You and I were having this conversation earlier.
I completely agree with what you're saying, because we talk about divisions based on provinces and resource-producing provinces versus industrial and so forth. But you notice across Canada that there is a big division between the large urban centres and the rural areas. The large urban centres tend to be dominated by the Liberals, you know, think Toronto, Montreal. But in the outlying areas, in Ontario and in Quebec, you see a lot of blue. In Quebec, it could be two shades of blue. It could be conservative or Bloc.
Yeah.
But it's a reality across Canada. And whatever else happens tonight, when we come out of this election, there's going to have to be some bridge building. And it's not just province to province. I think we have to take into account the reality of rural Canada as well. And I don't think we do that enough. I live in the country, by the way.
Yeah. James, you're nodding there?
Yeah, sure, and that's part of it, like bridging the two conversations, that and then the numbers that we're looking at here, right? There are polls that are coming in. We assess them 22 to 10, the seat totals now. We'll see, but we don't know which of those polls are, right? If the rural ones are coming in, that may be more accretive to one political party or another. But starting off the broadcast, I said, you know, in 2015, Justin Trudeau won 32 of 32 Atlantic seats. That didn't happen. Stephen Harper won 14 of 32 seats when we won a majority in 2011. That didn't happen. The Conservative vote floor is high, and it's higher this election than it was in last election. We've got more votes, a couple more seats we'll see. But if more votes is more efficient in the other provinces, that could be a very good night for the Conservatives. But we'll have to wait and see.
I know everybody here understands that language, but for the people at home, when we're talking about vote floor, what does that mean? Can you explain that?
The minimum number of seats that the Conservatives are most likely to win. That floor of the minimum number of seats is higher. It's gotten it was higher under Andrew Scheer than it was in 2015 under Stephen Harper. It got higher under Aaron O'Toole. The floor was, the efficiency of the vote wasn't there. Pierre Poilievre has raised it higher. So the question is now, if it's 22-10 out of the 32 seats in Atlantic Canada, if the vote is more efficient in the rest of the country than it seems like it so far is in Atlantic Canada, if that vote, because I think in the popular vote, it's 50-43 right now. 50 Liberal, 43. That's good for the Liberals. It's also very good for the Conservatives. Nick Nanos, there's not a single pollster in the country, not one, that said the Conservatives would be at 43% in Atlantic Canada.
Right.
Again, early, we'll see. We don't know if that's suburban, urban, or rural. We'll know that in the fullness of time. But if that 43 number and the velocity of that Conservative vote spills into the other provinces and they turn out and it's more efficient in other parts of the country, like the 905, like 604, 416, then that could mean we might have a very good night for the Conservatives. But we'll have to wait.
What would the Conservatives have to do, Rana, maybe I'll throw this to you, in order to speak directly to the voters in that part of the country? Issues with around fisheries, for example, and the idea of who's going to protect our industry, who's the leader best, who can best do that? Where do they have to reach out? Where do they have to convince them that this, maybe there needs to be a change?
I mean, they did, Pierre announced doubling of funding for small craft harbors. There hadn't been new funding and investment in that for quite some time. He supported the LNG project in Newfoundland and Labrador. Remember, Mark Carney not only said no to the 5 demands from the energy sector, he also is introducing a larger industrial carbon tax and a brand new carbon tax, which is a tariff adjustment on the border. So everything coming in from imports coming into Canada will be taxed, tariffed for carbon. So people that understand energy understand what that means. Anyone who works in heavy industry understands what that means. Not everybody was talking about this, but people in the energy sector were talking about this. So interesting to see if that resonated with voters, if they understood that this is an attack on industry across Canada, but specifically an attack on oil and gas. And that's important in Newfoundland and Labrador.
Yeah, Christy?
Well, I mean, rural and urban is really important, always has been.
Yeah.
But in this election, we've really noticed how age really is going to make a difference here. So older voters have been really worried about stability, about the safety of their savings, all of those things related to the Trump issue. That's been good for Carney. Young voters have been really interested in what's going on with some of the things that Ron has been talking about. How do I get a house? How do I get a job? How do I build my wealth? So there's an issue there, I think, with the voter intensity, the number of them that are likely to show up. And what's been interesting in an older region like the Atlantic Canada, to see the Conservatives do as well as they have. I will say, I'm watching closely David Miles, who's a great Canadian songwriter, who's doing very, very well in Fredericton. And I think that's a good example of how a young candidate, kind of can transcend some of those trends that you're seeing out there. And the other one, of course, is Lisa Harris and Miramichi. It's a very close race out there. The woman's a firecracker. And if she wins that riding, it's good for the Liberals tonight.
That's a firecracker coming from a firecracker.
Absolutely.
Harjit, what would you like to say?
Oh, when it comes to the Atlantic, I think when we look at the urban-rural areas and you boil it down to the individual families, and somebody's casting their vote, they're looking at what, regardless of age, they're going to be looking at how it's going to be impacting me. Yeah. And I think in the Atlantic provinces, it really contrasts significantly in the rural-urban areas. I mean, Goody Hutchings, who when I worked with her, she really kind of emphasized the importance of what we needed to do. For example, when there's a climate crisis like hurricanes that are coming up, it impacts communities very, very differently. And I know that Mark Carney's first stop was actually into the Atlantic when the campaign had started. And he understands that, there's a lot of opportunities that are out there when it comes to the energy sector as well. Yeah. How do we support small communities? But let's not also forget how the impact that Donald Trump will have on your pocketbook as well. So when we look at the challenges of the cost of living, that Donald Trump is also going to be playing into this mix as well. Thank you.
Yeah. You know, the other show, when I'm not here, I'm at CTV Your Morning, so plug for our coverage tomorrow on our results day that's coming up. But I wanted to talk about, we took the show on the road to New Brunswick and to St. John in particular. And one of the big conversations there that we haven't talked about yet is the importance of immigration to that region and regions like it in Atlantic Canada. And how does that play out when we take a look at people at the ballot box and who they want to vote for?
Well, I mean, this is something that was actually very pleasantly surprised when I first got into government, how welcoming the Atlantic provinces were to immigration. Remember during the Syrian refugee crisis and the success story that became. We need good labor. The Atlantic province fully appreciate this. So you need good policies in place. You got to be able to work with the provinces. And I think the Atlantic province has actually done quite well. We did, I think... they're
one of the parts of the country saying we want people to be here.
Absolutely.
We need more immigration.
I mean, I actually trained in Frederick, New Brunswick when I was in the military, and it's completely different from when you visit now, right? But the thing is, when we look at immigration, we do need to look at it differently. We can't have it just polarizing in certain areas, and that kind of creates that negative narrative sometimes.
But, you know, I think housing and immigration are inextricably linked in lots of parts of the country. So certainly you go to Atlantic Canada, people are incredibly welcoming. I mean, the Lebanese community is a founding community of Halifax. But you go to a city like Vancouver or Calgary or Toronto, places that are really struggling with housing, that's where the issues become more complicated. It's about settling people well, helping them immigrate, giving them an opportunity to be able to participate. And I think we will probably, you know, post-election on your Monday, on your tomorrow's show.
Tomorrow morning live.
Tomorrow morning live at 6 to 9. I think you'll probably be talking about how that ultimately affected this election result.
All right. Panel, thanks so much. I'm going to send it back to Vashti No More.
You're not sleeping tonight, are you, Adbury?
I'm not, as a matter of fact.
Straight to your show. But certainly some, Vashti, you know, important factors here. You've got a gender divide in this country. You've got a generational divide in this country. And as Tom mentioned, too, you've got the urban-rural split happening, too. So we'll see how all that factors in when our next batch of votes come in about half an hour's time, when the bulk of those polls close. We've got some potential seat changes that we've got.
Yeah, we do. We've got some Conservative pickups, some Liberal losses, and an early Bloc pickup as well as the very first results from Quebec start trickling in. As you mentioned, the big tranche of seats or ridings where we'll start getting results, 267 of them. We're just 33 minutes away, and you're looking here at some results coming in as well. Very tight race between the Liberal and the Conservative there. This is a significant one, Central Nova. Sean Fraser, cabinet minister for a number of years in a very tight race.
Very tight.
We're going to keep our eye on that one. We've got a lot more coverage coming up. We're going to take a quick commercial break right here at CTV News. More special election 2025.
Yeah, that's true. Christia Clark is, in my opinion, quite the loser. She actually did a lot of damage when she was in BC, in my opinion. Like, she was better than the alternative, but we didn't have a strong Conservative Party back then. We still don't, really. The Conservative Party we have out in British Columbia is full of a bunch of ex-Liberals, but at least John Rustad has shown he has some conservative principles. And but when Christia Clark was out here, you know, all you had to do was look at how she treated people on her radio show before she went into politics, and you just see that how horrible a person she was. Just completely not someone that should be leading the party. But that, of course, that is my opinion. Okay,
and 67 seats up for grabs in.
Okay, keep going, keep going.
Those provinces and territories. I want to head
behind the numbers here for.
And you know, the thing is when we're looking at some of these scenarios, the key thing, Heather, to look at is 62 ridings are too close to call. If you see on the map anything that is black, that means it's a toss-up. But, you know, the thing is that there's still a lot of ridings that we don't know how they'll swing tonight, depending on the voter turnout and also the results of the advanced polls.
Yeah, certainly a lot of time to get through this evening, Nick, to see how it plays out. So we're going to start in Quebec. And as you mentioned, the black there, these ridings too close to call. But as we zoom into the greater Montreal area, Nick, we see that lone NDP riding. Yep. But then a few others at play here.
Absolutely. You can see in the south shore of Montreal, Montreal, a number of ridings that are in play fundamentally between the Bloc Québécois and the Liberals, and it speaks to kind of outside of Montreal and the South Shore, ridings that will be critical in terms of shaping the next federal government, in terms of the number of seats, and also the future of the Bloc Québécois in terms of how they perform in this particular election.
That's right. We've been talking so much about the Bloc Québécois and the Liberals, and if the Liberals can steal their votes this evening. So we're going to move on now, switching provinces, heading over to Ontario, and we're going to narrow in on the Greater Toronto area.
Yep.
Nick, once a Liberal stronghold, not so much at the moment.
Yeah, well, still pretty good. I think compared to where they were in December, that's looking very good for the Liberals because, they were really way behind. And, as of April the 26th, you can see still in the old city of Toronto, the Liberals doing well. That's Toronto, St. Paul's, that is a toss-up right now. But, when you look at the Oakvilles, the Mississaugas, that the Liberals still have the advantage. But, the thing is the Conservatives in the suburban areas, especially north of Toronto, doing really well.
And again, this is your polling research as of April 26th. I just want to remind our viewers of that. All right, let's get out of Ontario now, head right over to the West Coast, zero in on British Columbia, and taking a look at the Metro Vancouver area. Nick, we know this province really crucial for the NDP tonight, but your polling showing otherwise.
Yeah, the thing is that when we look at British Columbia, it's a toss-up between the Conservatives and the Liberals. The Conservatives do very well in the interior, but when you zoom into the lower mainland, you can see the Liberals benefiting from those three-way splits and doing really well in Vancouver. You can see the NDP, we have declared for one. Jagmeet Singh's riding, if you look at it, at risk in terms of him potentially losing in Vancouver.
Will be incredible. We're keeping a close eye on that. Moving over to Vancouver Island, Nick, a lot of Conservative territory here, but not if we head to the south.
No, when you get into the south, we can see Elizabeth May's riding of Saanich Gulf Islands and also Esquimalt for the Liberals. So we see Elizabeth May's riding potentially at play, challenged by the Conservatives. The Conservatives doing really well on the island, at least in the latest round of research.
Okay, and I want to remind our viewers of this is what it looked like at dissolution. So we just did a major flip here, Nick.
Yeah, wow, absolutely. You can see the Conservatives improving their fortunes on the island. And, the thing is for the New Democrats, this is where it really is that, Vancouver Island and the lower mainland will make or break the New Democrats and Jagmeet Singh. If the Conservatives pick up seats, that'll be good news for Pierre Poilievre.
All right, Nick, we'll see how this polling plays out as the evening goes on. We'll send it back over to the studio.
All right, Heather, Nick, thank you so much. And that island story is very interesting as well. Vancouver Island, 6 of the 7 seats were held by the NDP. And in BC, 12 of the 24 seats were held by the NDP. So whatever happens in that province, but particularly on Vancouver Island, could determine what the impact is on Jagmeet Singh's political future.
Yeah, their strategy really entailed focusing on those incumbent seats as well. We want to turn to some of the other parties to start off and check in on the headquarters, how things are going. We'll start with Mike Lecouture. He's with the Liberals in Ottawa. If you look at any of the polling aggregators, right now the popular vote that the Conservatives have at this juncture in Atlantic Canada, Mike, is lower than was anticipated. The Conservatives is higher than what was projected. What are you hearing on the ground there about how much they're reading into that?
Yeah, I think they're all looking at these results and waiting. They continue to say that this is early times right now, Vashi. But you'd have to think, by looking at that and the number of times that the Liberals have been out to Atlantic Canada, you just have to think about how Mark Carney went out there and had that sort of impromptu street hockey game in one of the laneways there, and that was in Colchester, Cumberland, and that riding that they were hoping to take. You have to think that they might be just a little bit disappointed right now as they are seeing some of these numbers come up. I did reach out to the campaign, ask where Mr. Carney is and how he is feeling. He is watching these results come in from a hotel in downtown Ottawa, and somebody from his campaign did tell me that he's confident with the campaign that they've run, and they believe it's now up to Canadians to make their voices heard, and they will continue to be watching these results. But certainly a number of staffers that I've been trying to talk to here, asking them about them, and they said, look, we've put in the work at this point. Now it it is up to the Canadians to decide, and it is, this going to be a very long night. I think everybody in this room, staff included, believe that it will be a very long night, and they are hoping that these numbers continue to shift in their direction. Vashi.
All right, thanks so much, Mike. Very much a wait-and-see thing. I'm looking at some results coming in from Central Nova, of course, long held by the McKay dynasty. Sean Fraser in a fight for his seat at this point.
This is a dramatic story.
It is a dramatic story. Sean Fraser, minister who held two big portfolios under the Trudeau government, in particular immigration and housing at some pretty crucial times for each of those files, said he was quitting. Then Mark Carney came on board. He said he's coming back right as the election started, and now it's not a given at all for him.
And that's what makes this election so exciting. Mike said this is going to be a long night. Certainly some very, very interesting storylines right across the country. Let's go to Abigail Beeman, who is with the Conservatives now. Abigail.
Hi, I'm glad you brought up Central Nova because I was with the Conservatives in Central Nova at that rally where they had both Elmer MacKay and Peter MacKay speaking, giving Pierre Poilievre an endorsement, and it was really interesting to watch that on the ground. They also invoked late Prime Minister Brian Mulroney, who held that riding as well, and you really paint the picture of that longtime Conservative stronghold, but held for the last, since 2015 by Sean Fraser. And interesting to watch this race now. I remember speaking to one of the Conservative supporters there who told me that the local Conservative candidate there had told him he thought it would be a 50-50 shot at best. So I guess exceeding expectations at this point. But again, the same message from the Conservative campaign at this moment on the ground. Atlantic Canada overall far exceeding their expectations, and that's putting some wind in their sails for the start of the night, although of course acknowledging that things are still early and they're still feeling confident about Ontario when those results come in, and eventually BC as well. And like Mike Lukatour, I've also asked about party leader Pierre Poilievre, and like Mark Carney, he's also at a downtown Ottawa hotel watching the results with his family. We've asked for some images of that. It seems unlikely that we will get them, but we will keep you posted about that, and I've asked for some updates about how he's feeling at this point in the night, again watching the results with his family, and a room here that's anxious for more results to come in. Back to you.
All right, and we'll see if that optimism, that trend line continues as the votes come in several other provinces and territories in about 22 minutes' time now.
Yeah, is this just a microcosm of what's to come, or it's sort of an anomaly? That will certainly be the question as those big results do start to trickle in. We'll head over to BC, get a check-in on New Democrats and their headquarters with Judy Trinh. Judy, I know their focus is far west and their polls close much later, but what do they think of these early results?
Well, I can tell you that there is a disappointment, not that they were expecting to win anything in Atlantic Canada, but they were expecting to have a better showing than what they have, what the results have shown. And what I can also tell you is that they're watching what is going on in Southwest Ontario very carefully. And the reason for that is that the NDP say that they have more than, they have endorsements from unions that represent more than 1 million voters. So that is strong union support. We know that Southwestern Ontario is the manufacturing heart of Canada. So whether or not they remain NDP in some of those ridings in Windsor and London, that will show exactly where the support is turning. Or did they shift because of the trade war in support of Mark Carney, or did they shift towards the Conservatives because of affordability issues? And I can also tell you that I'm not sure if our viewers are aware that in terms of where CTV reporters are assigned, that we rotate between parties. We cover the Liberals, we cover the Conservatives, and the NDP, so we get a sense of what is going on. And what I can tell you is that last weekend I was with the Conservatives, and I was in these communities in the Greater Vancouver area. And when I speak to these immigrant communities, as I was at the Visaki Festival, which had more than 500,000 Indo-Canadians, basically many of them them within the Sikh community take part in this festival. And what they were telling me was that they were concerned about cost of living. They were concerned about crime issues. They were concerned about housing. Those are issues that skew very closely to the Conservative platform. So are we going to see a shift of NDP to the Conservatives? So that is something that perhaps is an underlying factor that the polls may not reveal, that the internal polling of the Conservatives may have shown that strength. However, the NDP remain confident that they will maintain party status. Vashi and Omar, they are confident that they should get between 12 and 15 seats according to their own internal polling. So it's left to be seen.
All right. Thanks, Judy. Appreciate it. Checking in there at NDP headquarters over in British Columbia.
Lots at stake for the NDP. Jeremy Chiron is following the Bloc Québécois in Montreal tonight, and also lots at stake for the Bloc Québécois in Quebec, Jeremy. I'm thinking of a riding in particular, such as La Salle et Marc Verdun, where in that by-election last year, you had a situation where the Bloc Québécois was able to steal it from the Liberals. They obviously want to retain that win, but they're struggling heading into the polling for tonight.
Absolutely, Omar. That riding is a perfect example of kind of some of the struggles or the battles the Bloc Québécois expect to face tonight. La Salle et Marc Verdun, a seat that flipped in a by-election to the Bloc. And, you know, many experts, pollsters weighing in that was largely due to Justin Trudeau's unpopularity here in the province. That seat, most experts now expect to return to the Liberals. Early days here in Quebec in terms of results. We're starting to see some early results roll in. I'm looking already at a very tight race in Gaspésie-les-Îles-de-la-Madeleine, where the Liberal incumbent is in a very tight race with the Bloc candidate. Only about a 30-point difference there, a 30-vote difference at the moment. Early days, of course, but the Bloc supporters here are waving their Quebec flags. They're excited, they're optimistic, and the message I keep hearing, you know, they've been rolling through speakers here on stage and on the video screen. They have been, you know, pushing over the last few days, and the leader, Yves-François Blanchet, has. They feel as though the Liberals will form government, and so they have been driving home that they need to send as many Bloc MPs to Ottawa as possible. That has been the message.
All right, Jeremy Chiron at Bloc Québécois headquarters there. Thank you.
We're just looking, keeping our eye on some of these results. We are less than 20 minutes away, just 17 minutes away from the bulk of polls closing across the country in Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, Nunavut, and Northwest Territories. 267 ridings in all. We're going to start to see whether some of what has emerged in Atlantic Canada, you know, transpires in other parts of the country. I'm just looking at this battle we were talking about in Central Nova. Abigail bringing up some interesting points about the Conservative focus there, the McKay's sort of legacy in that riding. But Sean Fraser and Bryce Jenkins, the Conservative candidate, neck and neck. Of course, Sean Fraser, a minister under the Trudeau government, and the incumbent in the riding. Who better to give us reaction to that dogfight than our Todd Battis, our senior anchor at CTV News in Atlantic Canada. Todd, what's your read on this?
Well, Vashi, this is really interesting. And, you know, and just in the days leading up to this, Pierre Poilievre had not made a visit to Nova Scotia. So when he did come late in the campaign, the one rally he held was in Central Nova. And you saw Elmer McKay and Peter McKay, and they really are the elder statesmen of northern Nova Scotia. They came out and rallied in his support, endorsed him, and that was late in the campaign. So it'd be interesting to know if that had really an effect that may be giving Bryson Jenkins a bit of a push now. He's starting to separate a little bit, although, as you mentioned, it is quite close. But that would be quite something, and the Conservatives would be happy about that. I just want to mention something on the point that Judy Trin made about the NDP. In the Halifax riding, it was a vacant riding, and there was to be a by-election before the federal election was called, and the NDP had high hopes of winning that. Their candidate, Lisa Roberts, is currently third in the city of Halifax. It's already been declared elected by CTV News for the Liberal candidate there, but that gives you a sense of what's happening to the NDP vote in the Maritimes. But we'll keep an eye on that one in Central Nova as well. Cumberland Colchester, Dr. Stephen Ellis for the Conservatives is in a real tight race, and he has maintained a slight lead. Okay, let's check out what's going on in Quebec and hand things over to Matsumi.
Todd, the Conservatives had high hopes in Quebec, and I'm sure they're watching the results coming from Atlantic Canada with a lot of interest. At one point, they were even hoping for a blue wave here in Quebec, but then came Mark Carney and Donald Trump, and we know what happened then. The polls have the Conservatives third in this province, behind the Liberals and the Bloc. Their only stronghold is in the Quebec City region. That's where they're hoping for gains tonight by taking seats from the Bloc. Now, the Conservatives haven't won a riding on the island of Montreal since 1988. They've got their sights set on Mount Royal. Now, that's a riding with a large Jewish population. The Conservatives have Neil Oberman. He's a lawyer known for supporting the Jewish community. He's challenging the Liberal incumbent there, Anthony Housefather, very popular there, also known for his strong support of the Jewish community and for English language rights. But the Conservatives have put a lot of energy and effort to try to get this riding. We go to Ottawa now. Patricia?
Mitsumi, thank you. One riding we're keeping a close eye on here this evening, the suburb of Canada, home of the Canadian Tire Centre, which some of you hockey fans may be familiar with. It's where incumbent Jenna Sudds is looking to hold her seat up against Conservative Greg Kung, NDP candidate Melissa Simon, Jennifer Purdy with the Greens as well. Now, Sudds is a former Ottawa City Council, replaced Karen McCrimmon back in 2021 and served as Minister of Families, Children and Social Development. I was actually there on this night in 2021 doing an interview with Jenna when CTV declared her elected, so got to break the news to her, which is one of the fun moments really with reporting on election night. Now, this is a riding that has voted Liberal the last 3 consecutive elections, but it has undergone some boundary changes, those boundary changes that Mark Carney was unaware of at one point, sort of swapped some land with those 2 ridings, Nepean and Canada. And the margin of victory for the Liberals in this riding has tightened in each of the past 3 elections, so it'll be an interesting one to watch tonight. Over to Toronto now, and Michelle.
Patricia, Toronto and the Greater Toronto Area has millions of voters and a whole bunch of seats, nearly 60. And among those seats, there are a number of potential swing seats. We know that the Conservatives, one that they're targeting is Aurora, Oak Ridge's Richmond Hill. This one had the slimmest margin of victory for the Liberals in this part of the country in 2021, just over 3%. And the Conservatives have a solid candidate in Kostas Menegakis. He was an MP in a neighboring riding of Richmond Hill. He's looking to get back to Ottawa, but Leah Taylor-Roy, she's hoping for a second term, and now she has this renewed Liberal Party behind her. But if the Conservatives manage to flip this one blue, might this signal success on the national level? We know that Pierre Poilievre and Mark Carney have campaigned heavily in the GTA, and it really might boil down to which of their messages resonated more, Carney's experience, not experiment, or Pierre Poilievre's message of change. The polls close here in just over 10 minutes, so we're going to be getting some results. It'll be really interesting. But for now, let's go over to Calgary.
Thanks, Michelle. Now, we know that Alberta isn't exactly Liberal territory. In fact, they've only ever held 4 seats in this province. The first time was in 2015. That was Justin Trudeau's first term. Then you have to go all the way back to 1968 under his dad, Pierre Elliott Trudeau. But there is one riding that we're watching tonight that could be a pickup. So this is Calgary Skyview. George Chahal won this for the Liberals in 2021, but he's not running there this time. He's running in McKnight, which is a new riding. That's because most of old Skyview is now in new McKnight. The Liberal candidate in Skyview is a local business person. He's not particularly well known. He's not going to have the same kind of name recognition that Chahal did. But what may benefit him is some general disgruntlement, did I just make a word up there, toward the Conservatives right now. And I'll tell you why. It's because the Conservative Party appointed both of the candidates for McKnight and Skyview. And there were a number of potential candidates who were hoping to run in those 2 ridings. They had spent about a year fundraising and door knocking and signing up members. And a lot of their voters have been telling us that they're really angry about this. So Skyview might be a place that could be a pickup for the Liberals tonight because people are upset with the Conservatives. We'll be watching it. Let's go to Mi Jung in Vancouver.
Thank you, Tara. Well, we have seen, as you were mentioning earlier, the Conservative support actually higher than expected in Atlantic Canada. If that trend continues, the Conservatives could have a good chance of flipping some seats here in BC. One of them is Similkameen, South Okanagan. In 2021, it was a close race with the Conservatives less than 2 points behind the NDP. We're also watching Richmond East, Stevenson. Now, this has a history of flipping between Liberal and Conservative. Richmond residents have been quite vocal about their concerns over public drug use, safe consumption sites. So we'll see if the Conservative stance on drug addiction will sway Richmond voters away from the Liberal incumbent. Nanaimo Ladysmith, also one to watch. Last time it was a tight three-way race. This time it's actually a four-way race with the Green candidate Paul Manley in the mix. Crime, homelessness, big issues in Nanaimo as well. Will that shift the riding from green to blue? BC voters have about 40 minutes left before polls close. Back to you.
All right, Mijung, thank you. And before that, of course, a big wave of results expected in about 10 minutes' time, certainly from Ontario, which is a massive battleground. And I'll be looking at sort of those early results from, obviously, the GTA, the 905, but also Peterborough, which is a bellwether. The way Peterborough goes, so too does the rest of the country most times. So that'll be one to watch.
Yeah, and some interesting ridings that Michelle was talking about, particularly in Aurora, that were very, very narrow wins for the Liberals in the last election. The Conservatives looking to flip those. That's a, if they can start to flip the 905, it's a different narrative as well. I think we can swing over now to Heather, who will probably have a more in-depth explanation of what I just said.
Hey, thanks so much, Vashi. Yes, we are actually going to be taking a look at the people who are casting a ballot and the people who are electing those heading to Ottawa in this next term, right, Nick?
Yep.
And we're going to be looking at advanced polls. Of course, we're talking about voter engagement. Everybody was saying how high engagement was during this election campaign, and it really showed with the early voter turnout. I will just note the ridings right now. We have the Liberals leading and elected in more than 20, I believe that was. 22, that was, excuse me. 7.3 million people voted, Nick, in advanced polls, 25% increase.
Yeah, that's really a good number. You know, the more people that vote, the better. But you know what, Heather? This is a big headache for pollsters and people wanting to project things because, you know, the thing is, those people at the advanced polls, the Conservatives usually do well. We don't know whether they are motivated Liberals and Conservatives or whether it's the Conservative ground machine, which has been very effective and is very well organized and very well funded, delivering the vote.
Okay, Nick, I only have 10 seconds left, but I do know that 3 really important ridings in the top 5.
Absolutely. With three leaders. You can see Pierre Poilievre, Mark Carney, and Elizabeth May. Interestingly, all in the top 5 for advanced poll votes.
What an incredible turnout. We'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Heather. Those advanced votes, very curious to see as well. Sort of when they are counted, when they are fully counted, we're trying to get that information. We don't know exactly how much of that vote, for example, even in Atlantic Canada, has been accounted for. That could end up changing some of the vote totals, certainly, and skewing things in a different direction than we've seen so far, but that remains to be determined. So that'll be a key factor, not only in Atlantic Canada, Omar, but moving throughout the country as well.
That's a massive number, as Heather just pointed out, 7.3 million. It shows you the level of engagement there is in this election. And at the end of the night, it'll be interesting to see what the voter turnout was right across the country, to see if it was historic given the threats that we've been seeing from the U.S. or not. So, of course, a lot of data coming in after election night as well.
Yeah, I think the projection, if the advance vote were to hold, let's say, and be extrapolated out, would then be something in the neighborhood of 70%, which is we haven't seen since, I believe it was 1993. I think I can throw over to Anne-Marie, who is going to talk to our panel about some of that stuff.
Well, yeah, and so that's what's a really interesting point, Vashi, is you have this giant surprise box that nobody knows what's inside. And a reminder to everybody at home, I know a lot of people have just gone through provincial elections in this last year. They're used to those results coming in fast because those are electronic. So to remind everybody at home, federal ballots are counted by hand, which is why we've got sort of this long waiting period while we start to see numbers come in. The same will hold true for advanced polls counted by hand, but they were counted either an hour or 2 hours before polls closing. Some ridings, I understand, are even waiting until all the ballots were in. So that's why we don't have this number. But back to this surprise box of all of these votes, this almost record turnout of voting. Like, how can this change things? And what are the parties anticipating that's inside? Rana, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think if I think of a new voter, I think of someone who's never voted before.
Sure.
And what's motivating them. A lot of them are younger, and I think they're coming off the sidelines because of the anger around the decline of our economy. We have a productivity problem, 6 quarters of productivity decline. We have 6.8% unemployment in this country. We are one of the most unaffordable places in the OECD to buy a house, 355% increase That's how much it costs. Young people, even if they graduate with a degree or a trade skill, they can never catch up when it comes to their wage, the growth of wages, to actually afford to buy a house. I think that's what's in that surprise box. People that are saying, this economy has left me behind, and I am motivated to get out and vote.
I can tell you, I voted in the advance polls, and it wasn't full of young people. It was full of a lot of middle-aged and older people.
Older rustic voters.
Well, no, not necessarily rustic, not in my neighborhood, but I would say it was older voters who, like my age and older, who were thinking to themselves, this is an incredibly consequential election, and we want to make sure the person who gets elected is someone we can count on and trust. So, I mean, I think the thing about the surprise box that's interesting, though, is we don't know which ridings where it's already been included, where we don't know which ridings where it's been counted, and so you take a riding like Central Nova. This could make a huge difference.
I'll give you a case.
And so we can't, it really makes the predictions difficult to understand.
2011, Orange Wave in Quebec, NDP does really well. Marc Garneau conceded defeat in Westmount, one of the safest Liberal ridings, but he eventually won once they counted the advance polls, because we had zero ground game in a lot of these ridings. We had very few members there, and especially in a place like Westmount. So once the Liberals had applied their ground game, they filled the advance poll, they counted up, they won considerably. So there can be real surprises as you open up the surprise boxes.
Arjun, I'll let you
no, this is one that I was really interested in. I was surprised, so many people coming in the advance polls. So as I was talking, and now that I'm out, people are kind of opening up more to me. Again, the fear factor with Trump, right? I think Canadians wanted to really make have a say, be part of, you know, the election coming up, get in early, make a choice, and show their patriotism in making a choice, regardless of who they're going to choose. I think that was, my opinion, probably why we had larger numbers in the advance poll.
Surprises make for an interesting night, especially on election night. So we cannot wait to find out, you know, what's already been opened, where we see the effects of that. Vashi Noma, we'll send it back to you.
Okay, thank you so much. Anne-Marie, we've got just a couple minutes, guys, until the polls close in much of Canada. Scott, your thoughts on advance voting and how it may impact things?
Why don't I give you a specific example, just to lighten this conversation up. So we're watching Central Nova very closely, obviously. Sean Fraser's riding, very marquee riding in Atlantic. He's, you know, behind by a handful of votes. I'm told by his riding that of the advance polls, 3 out of 25 of the advance polls have been counted, but only 3 out of the 25. So that gives you an indication of what Tom talking about, how you can come charging from behind. So when all of those are counted, my suspicion is Sean Fraser will win this riding. Because he's been in all 3 of the polls that have been counted from the advance, he's been well ahead. So we may see that phenomenon occur in a couple more of these Atlantic ridings. And again, popular vote overall and all the votes that have been cast, Liberals are ahead by 11%. So I'd be careful about extrapolating what we've seen so far and thinking that, you know, the Conservatives are going to make massive gains on them.
The good thing is we only have about 30 seconds left until we know.
That's even better.
Until we start to know, I should say. Last 30 seconds to you, Corey.
Yeah, well, we do have a little bit of insight into who's voted in the advance polls, because there's been a lot of polling done of the electorate and asked the question, did you vote in the advance polls? And the data on that shows that it hasn't been that different than what we would typically see in an election. A lot more older voters voting than younger voters. And now that could be because it was over a long weekend. I don't know. We'll see. But we didn't see anything really surprising, or at least I didn't, in terms of the demographic complexion of those voters. It's probably more a reflection of who had a better ground game in a given riding, you know, to the point that that Tom made earlier. Campaigns with more organization tend to do better in the advance polls.
And we shall see shortly. Kathleen, I'll get back to you in a moment, because we're just about a few seconds away from all of those 267 polls closing.
Yeah, we're about to get more of these political blanks being filled just moments from now. We're just getting prepared for the biggest wave of poll closings across the entire country. And within a matter of minutes, in fact, we'll have results from hundreds of ridings all the way west to Alberta. Stay with us. This is CTV Election 2025.
So basically what he's admitting to is that Ontario is the only province that matters, and that's what really pisses us off in the West here, is when you have the election decided by Ontario, you know, that doesn't bode well in Alberta. It doesn't bode well in British Columbia, although in the commie parts of British Columbia, the Lower Mainland, then that does
This is the
a
most
little bit
consequential
different.
vote of our lifetimes. Donald Trump wants to break us.
We will build out the vision of an East-West nation that John A. brought to this country.
We're going to fight back and defend those jobs. We're going to fight back and defend our country.
We will support what is right for Quebec.
A vision where housing is a right, not a luxury.
CTV Election 2025. Once again, Omar Sachedina and Vashi Kapelos.
Welcome back to the heart of CTV News election headquarters, where the polls have now closed. Good evening. The tension is high, and so are the stakes. Canada's next government is beginning to take shape.
The party's final sprint for support all comes down to this: the end of a kind of unprecedented stretch. The unpredictability, as we've seen so far, though, far from over.
Here in studio, we're lucky to be surrounded by some of Canada's finest political minds as we examine just exactly how we got here and what happens next.
Heather Butts is with us with a look at how things are standing at this hour. Heather, I'll throw it over to you. Where do things stand?
Vashi, thanks so much. What an exciting evening. We've already seen those polls close in Atlantic Canada earlier this evening. Then, of course, now a massive portion of our country closing just now. But let's remind people of where we were at dissolution. So the standings at dissolution: the Liberals had 152 seats, the Conservatives 120, the Bloc Québécois 33, the NDP 24, the Green Party 2 seats in the House of Commons. Now, we do have a few more seats up for grabs this evening. That is because there is 1 additional seat in British Columbia, 3 in Alberta, and 1 more in Ontario. That is because of population growth, demographic change, and redistribution of ridings. So we have 5 additional seats. So we once had 338 members in the House of Commons, and that this evening we will have 343 elected and heading to Ottawa. But of course, the main number that we are keeping a very close eye on this evening is 172. That is the number required for majority. Of course, the governments, the parties vying for that number this evening. Now, let's take a look at the House projections. This is from the CTV News decision desk. Right now, projecting that the Liberals could get a range of seats anywhere from 138 to 176, perhaps crossing that majority marker of 172. The projections for the Conservatives getting a range of anywhere from 114 to 148. Now, of course, these numbers are based on polling data, historical analysis, and a lot of number crunching goes into this. But these numbers will shift throughout the evening as your votes are counted. We'll, of course, keep a very close eye on the NDP and the Bloc Québécois. Right now, projecting anywhere from 15 to 38 seats for the NDP this evening. But again, those numbers will change as your votes are counted. This is a forecast, and the range will ebb and flow this evening as parties perform. 172, though, that is the magic marker, if you will, the number that we're keeping a very close eye on as this evening unfolds. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Heather. That's Heather Butts with some early projections. And the big news right now is that polls in much of the country, the bulk of ridings, the majority of them, 267, have just closed. I want to throw up, it's very early, like we were a little while ago with Atlantic Canada. Very few polls reporting, but some initial results. For example, in François-Philippe Champagne's riding, he is currently the Minister of Finance. He, too, decided, like Mélanie Joly, not to run for the leadership of the party once Mark Carney announced he would intend to do so. He has a very small lead there. We can throw it over to some more results.
Yeah, from Les Pays d'en Haut, the Liberal has a lead of 21 votes right now. Again, just two of the 236 polls reporting, because again, these polls just closed about 4 minutes ago, in fact. In Gaspésie, les Îles de la Madeleine, in Listigouche, this was one of the first Quebec polls to close. You see there that, again, the Liberal incumbent is trailing the Bloc Québécois candidate there, Alexis Duchesne, who has the lead right now.
In Essex, by the way, glad I didn't have to pronounce that riding. Very impressive. Chris Lewis with the lead, the incumbent, the Conservative incumbent in Essex. You can see, again, just one poll reporting there, but the results from provinces where polls have closed are starting to come in, including very quickly here, a lead for David McGuinty, currently serving as the Minister of Public Safety. He's the incumbent in the riding. The McGuinty family, of course, well known in the province of Ontario. Leslyn Lewis, the incumbent in Haldimand, Norfolk. She is kind of one of the front bench people in some respects for the Conservative Party. She ran for the leadership a number of years ago. Just one poll reporting there, but she does hold a lead of 48 votes.
And the reason this next batch is so significant, as we mentioned, is just because of the rich seat count there is, right? We know that there are 343 seats up for grabs, and the region we're talking about now, Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, Nunavut, Northwest Territories, represent 267 of those 343. So things are about to get extremely, extremely interesting. In Yellowhead, we've got some more results here. We know that the Conservative has a lead of 145 votes. Again, quite early in this region of the country, just one of the 252 polls reporting, Vashi.
And I think do we have some additional results coming in? I think so. Yeah, we're looking over. Oh, now we're into Alberta. Lethbridge, Rachel Thomas, who's the incumbent there, public safety critic, among a host of other things for the Conservative Party. She's, at one poll reporting, has a lead, not a surprise. Michelle Rempel-Garner, 6 polls reporting a commanding lead of nearly 1,000 votes for her. I would be shocked if anything different happened in that riding. It's a very safe Conservative seat, and she's a very well-known member of Parliament in Calgary.
In Surrey Moose Mountain, we see here that the Conservative is leading substantially by a vote lead of 407 votes. Again, just one of the 211 polls reporting there. Battleford's Lloydminster, Meadow Lake, Rosemary Falk, the Conservative incumbent, with a lead of 1,500 votes right now.
And Alberta, another one of those places, and we heard this earlier from Tara Nelson, looking to see if there's any movement in some of the ridings. The Liberals had hope, hey, if things are as good as we think they might be, we could swing there. So far, no evidence of that, but obviously very, very early. And Lloydminster, not one of the ones they thought they could pick up, but Lethbridge, perhaps, south of there.
Yeah, Alberta, obviously, as we know, Conservative stronghold, but we'll see if there are any gains that other parties are able to make there. Again, those results just trickling in as the polls have just closed about 7 minutes ago in the bulk of the country. We will be bringing those to you, but this is significant, this batch of results, Vashi.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, basically the path to government has to go through Ontario and Quebec, and the path to a majority certainly has to go through both of those provinces for whomever is able to secure government. I think particularly in certain parts of Ontario, we've heard it from many people tonight, but the Greater Toronto area, like if this is not going to be what the Liberals thought it was going to be, we're going to know there, right? The Conservatives will make significant gains there, or some gains there that will indicate something different happening in Ontario than perhaps the polls had predicted.
And so a couple of dominant storylines today, of course, who will win, who will form the next government, whether it's a majority or a minority. We could find that out momentarily. But then the other, storylines that come below that are the political futures of the other leaders. What happens on Vancouver Island with the Green Party's Elizabeth May, and also with Jagmeet Singh. We saw just moments ago that he was struggling in that Burnaby riding of his. So whatever happens in British Columbia, where obviously that is a party where they have the bulk of their seats, that will have a significant impact on the future of that leader as well. So lots of skin in the game.
Also struggling, Maxime Bernier, just one poll, the leader of the People's Party of Canada, currently in 4th place in that riding.
But there's so much skin in the game for all of these leaders. Obviously, Mark Carney wants to keep his job as Prime Minister. Pierre Poilievre wants his job. And then we talked about the others as well. Again, this riding of Beauce, where Maxime Bernier is in last place right now. Again, one poll reporting of 245 with the Conservative candidate leading there.
And we keep our eyes peeled for any additional results as they come in. I think there are some more. It's going to be a trickle for the beginning part because there's lots to count. There's also the huge advance vote portion. We've been talking all night about a record of 7.3 million Canadians. That all has to be counted as well. We're looking here at Ajax. We're getting closer to the Greater Toronto area. Just one poll reporting there with the Liberal leading Greg Brady, Jennifer McKelvey leading Greg Brady. We'll keep an eye, of course, on other ridings in the GTA. There are some specific ones where the Liberals eked out a victory, for example, in the last election. I mentioned Aurora before, where you're going to want to see if the Conservatives are able to flip there and what story that tells. The primary thing that I think we're watching for right now is there was some surprise in Atlantic Canada. The entire popular vote we don't think has been counted because of advance votes. But the idea that Sean Fraser's in a battle for his seat, the idea that the Liberals are underperforming polling projections for them in Atlantic Canada in the aggregate. The Conservatives are doing the converse. They're outperforming. The key question now throughout the next round of results is whether that translates, whether that is a trend or becomes a trend, because that will have a very different impact on the outcome.
And Heather had the floor, the ceilings for each of those parties just minutes ago. And even at the best case scenario for the Liberals right now, and again, the caveat there being that as the votes are counted, these floors and ceilings could change. But I believe that the ceiling that she had for the Libs was 178. So that is past majority territory, but not that much past. 172 is the number that we are looking for, majority territory. So we'll see if, you know, some of these trend lines that we've been seeing in Atlantic Canada develop through the rest of the country, and what these other ridings, 267 of them, tell us in the minutes to come, because a substantial amount of the votes are about to be counted. And by the way, these are all hand-counted ballots. We don't have computer systems or machines in this country to be able to do that. So at times it could take in certain ridings longer than others, particularly in the riding of Carleton, Pierre Poilievre's riding. We'll see and bring you those results as soon as they happen. But let's go right now to Geneviève Beauchemin, who is with the Liberals in Ottawa tonight. And Jen, what's the sentiment there right now?
Well, certainly it's not that workers are not concerned about the situation in Atlantic Canada. Certainly they're looking at those numbers. But what we're told is that they're looking, of course, much more closely right now at those numbers in Ontario, those numbers in BC. Vashi was talking about the fact earlier that a majority of government here goes through Ontario. They need Ontario, of course, to form a government. And that would be a very key part. But we're always told that there's the government in Ontario and the majority goes through Quebec. And those are the numbers they're looking at very closely. Right now, the atmosphere is changing a little bit here because people are starting to arrive. As those polls closed, the doors opened here, and so we're seeing some workers, some people who were volunteers trickling in, talking about what it's been like on the ground. We'd been told that with the party that, you know, they wanted those volunteers out there. They didn't expect anybody to be here much before 9:30. They wanted them to be out there working every single door to ensure that there would be coming, that there would be as many votes as possible. But now those people are starting to arrive here, and they're talking about what's it been like. There's still a lot of enthusiasm. There's still a lot of people who said, look, you know, a few months ago, this was such a different situation. Now we've been door knocking for several weeks, and we're talking to people. There's a lot more enthusiasm. We've been feeling it on the ground. We know that this is happening. We're just waiting to see exactly how that reflects in the numbers up there. But, you know, they've got their red dresses on. We've seen people with hockey shirts on, people coming here and are ready to celebrate here. They're just right now looking very closely at those numbers and seeing just, you know, just what kind of a party they may have tonight.
All right, still lots at stake, and we'll see what happens when those results start coming in.
Yeah, we're staying very focused on that ticker at the bottom to see where things stand. Big, huge number of ridings that will certainly inform our ability to be able to say what kind of government this is and who forms it. Let's check in with Abigail Beeman. She's with the Conservatives at this moment in time. Abigail, you've been saying they were kind of happy with the results in Atlantic Canada, surprised in a good way. What are they telling you about what they think their prospects are in Ontario and Quebec and some of the other bigger provinces that are less easy to predict than, for example, Alberta and Saskatchewan for them?
Right. Well, you know, you're telling me that you are closely watching that ticker, and I can tell you that everybody in this room is doing the exact same thing. When you look at the shots of the crowd here, we have people with their arms crossed, 10 sides on the screen. I've switched over to these headphone, microphone, earphone situation because it just got so loud in here the second there was anything positive sounding about those new results coming in. So this is a room that is very anxious for some good news. But to your question about what the campaigns are saying, or what the campaign is saying, so we have been told that Ontario is they're expecting a positive result. They have less to say so much about Quebec behind the scenes, but in Ontario, which is obviously incredibly important, we are told that they are expecting good things. So that is what we'll be watching, although I've been texting furiously with a number of campaign sources and nobody offering up anything new in the last few minutes, because I think safe to say it is a wait and see situation. Everybody with their eyes glued to the screen, and I just heard some boos. Not sure what came in over my shoulder there at this moment, but it's a very engaged crowd looking to see what comes in next.
All right, thanks so much, Abigail. That's Abigail Beeman for us at Conservative headquarters as they, like us, Omar, stay tuned for the results coming in from the majority of the seats reporting.
Also staying tuned is Judy Trin with the NDP in Burnaby tonight, and polls closing there in about 16 minutes' time. And what happens in BC could very much determine Jagmeet Singh's future, Judy.
That's right. Omar, I want to tell you a little bit about what a campaign worker just told me about how difficult it has been campaigning on behalf of Jagmeet Singh in his riding of Burnaby Central. He said that in certain areas, because of redistricting, there are strong Liberal supporters there. But one of the challenges that campaign workers are facing in terms of getting out the vote is this idea of strategic voting. They are telling me that NDP supporters, which are usually a solid block for them, especially in this area of British Columbia in metropolitan areas, they're saying that NDP supporters are actually scared of Donald Trump, scared of Pierre Poilievre. And so what they are doing is that they are shifting their vote to the Liberals, to Mark Carney. And so the volunteers, the campaign workers, are spending a lot of time talking to these people, saying, please, you know what, we can be your voice. The NDP can be your voice in Parliament to be the voice of accountability. We were successful in pushing the former Liberal government to enact childcare, pharmacare, as well as dental care. We were a key part of that. So they have to make this argument over and over again because there is this fear. Now, as the polls close in Ontario and Quebec, there are 6 seats that the NDP have. So those are in flux right now, and everyone's watching them very carefully.
All right, Judy Trin, thank you so much in Burnaby, British Columbia.
An interesting story already beginning to develop in Quebec. We don't have final counts. Obviously, the polls just closed, but we can see, leading in a number of seats are Mark Carney's Liberals, who look to potentially pick up, at this point in time, 7 seats. The Bloc, another, the big story, it's at the Bloc's expense. They're down 6 seats at this point. They, of course, at dissolution were holding 33 of Quebec seats. Let's head to Jeremy Charron. He's actually at the Bloc Québécois headquarters, their campaign headquarters tonight in Montreal. Jeremy, give us a sense of what their expectations were and how this must be disappointing to them.
Yeah, absolutely, Vashi. I think supporters here are hoping those numbers are wrong, that's for sure. And at the risk of sounding like a broken record here, I'm going to repeat a bit of the same story as Judy just did, because interestingly, I just had conversations with campaign staff here that echo the exact same thing as Judy was just talking about. And, it makes sense because both the Bloc and the NDP have run a similar campaign here towards the end, pitching themselves as a party that could hold the balance of power and the importance of having that different voice in Ottawa. I just spoke to campaign staff here who say early on in this campaign, all they were hearing from voters was fears of Donald Trump and how they were, likely going to vote strategically to avoid a conservative government. What we saw kind of at the tail end of this campaign is some serious groundwork by the Bloc here, messaging change from their leader, Yves-François Blanchet, that, what we saw in the polling was a potential Liberal majority. And so the messaging here was, let's not let the Liberals get a majority. You don't need to fear about a conservative government getting it anymore. Instead, ensure you're sending enough Bloc MPs back to Ottawa to ensure that Quebec's priorities are a focus. So interesting to hear very similar stories here from Bloc Québécois campaign staffers as NDP staff, as both of those parties fight for kind of the same outcome here, or the same role, if you will, in the next government.
All right. Thanks so much, Jeremy. Jeremy Charron at the Bloc Québécois headquarters. That potentially emerging as a very significant storyline, in particular for the Liberals, if those numbers hold out and if the Bloc continues on this trend. You can see at the bottom of our screen now, very low seat count for them at this juncture. That could certainly help bolster the Liberals' chances overall. But we wait to see the final results.
And these numbers, as you saw, are fluctuating in real time. The Bloc just a couple minutes ago was at 11, and now it's down to 8. And we knew heading into tonight, based on the polling, that the Bloc was vulnerable in the province of Quebec, but now we are seeing the impact of that hit. And obviously, the main beneficiary there has been the Liberals. And so if this continues in other parts of the country, in Ontario, that will be good news for the Liberals. But of course, we have to wait to see some more results. But I'm just looking at the result for Central Nova, which is a riding in Atlantic Canada that we keep going back to over and over again. And you can see there, Vashi, just how much of that spread between the Conservative and the incumbent, Sean Fraser, has increased.
Yeah, it's still very tight. I want to go to Todd Battis to get your reaction. We're still waiting, Todd, to figure out if advanced polls will have an impact on this, but this is as tight as it gets for Sean Fraser. Yes, it's a riding that the McKays, of course, held for a very long time, but this is not someone who was not a prominent member of the Liberal government. I mean, he held major portfolios under Justin Trudeau.
Two major portfolios, immigration and housing, and you're right. And at last glance, the lead for Bryson Jenkins of the Conservatives is 279 votes. And it's interesting, I want to go back to something Scott Reid mentioned on your panel earlier about whether those advance polls are being counted at the same time or if they're still outstanding, and whether that can have an impact on the final results of that, because it is just so close right now in northern Nova Scotia. So that's certainly one where the advance pollings, of the advance votes, if those are being counted a little later towards the end, that could have an impact on that particular riding. I'll go quickly to another one, Cumberland-Colchester, also in Nova Scotia. The incumbent Dr. Stephen Ellis, his numbers have been waxing and waning. He's up 1,000 votes now. We'll certainly keep a close eye on this one because, again, this is one that the Conservatives would dearly love to hold if they're going to have a good showing here in Atlantic Canada. But certainly the star seat, or the star riding so far of the night right now, is Central Nova Scotia, and we'll watch that carefully. Okay, let's go to Montreal and Matsumi.
Well, we said earlier in the evening that Trois-Rivières was a riding to watch. The Bloc's got to be worried at this point. All the candidates in this riding, they're not really well known. So what that means is this riding, it's about the parties and the party leaders. It's a real three-way race. Going into it tonight, it was too close to call. Right now, the incumbent Bloc is running third after the Liberals and the Conservatives. It is early yet, but that's not a good sign because this riding is thought to be a very good indicator of what might happen here in Quebec. We'll take a look at the other riding in the Gaspé. We've been talking about that for a while because the results here came in about 30 minutes earlier because it's in an earlier time zone. It's really, really tight. It's been going back and forth between the Bloc and the Liberals. The Bloc has put in a fairly well-known media personality here, Alexis Deschênes, but as we say, it's still really, really close. They're still going back and forth, but overall, especially what's happening in Trois-Rivières and also what's happening in Gaspé, the Bloc cannot be very happy tonight so far. Let's see what's going on in Ottawa now. Patricia?
All right, Ms. Simi, we want to come back to the Carleton riding, which is such an interesting one in so many ways. Pierre Poilievre has held on to it since 2004, but he has never seen this kind of competition, at least in terms of numbers. 91 candidates in that Carleton riding where the ballot is nearly a meter long. I don't have the actual ballot here, but I printed out the names. It's 3 pages worth. And we don't have any results, as you can see yet. It's all very interesting because not only do we have that long ballot with all the names on there, part of a protest from a group called the Longest Ballot Committee. They're protesting the current first-past-the-post electoral system. So could be some delays because of all those names. But it also had, Carleton did, the highest voter turnout in advance polls anywhere in the country. So there's a lot of ballots to count. To mitigate delays, Elections Canada said they were going to begin counting those ballots cast in the advance polls 6 hours before polls closed. Extra teams being brought in. But as you can see, we do not have any numbers out of that key Carleton riding where Pierre Poilievre's running just yet. We want to go back over to Toronto and the Greater Toronto area and Michelle now.
Thanks, Patricia. Well, the polls have closed here in Toronto and the GTA, and we're starting to get some of the numbers rolling in here in this vote-rich part of the country. I want to draw your attention to Ajax. This is a riding we've been watching. This was Mark Holland's riding, not running for re-election. Jennifer McKelvey running for the Liberals in this riding. She's well known. She was a councillor. She was interim mayor of Toronto for a while. She's hoping to keep the seat red. Greg Brady is a well-known Canadian radio host. He has a show, Toronto Today. So far, Jennifer McKelvey is leading, but we only got one of the polls reporting. This is certainly one that could be a battle, and we'll be watching. And then Markham Stouffville, interesting so far. This is incumbent Helena Jasek's riding. Right now, we have the Conservative candidate, a police officer who seems to be leading. But again, it's early days. But it is nice to see some results starting to come in, and I think shortly we'll be getting a better sense of if there are winds of change blowing through this part of the country or if people are deciding to stay the course. We'll send it over to Calgary. Tara Nelson.
Thanks very much, Michelle. I'm just looking at the ticker there. We have one NDP seat on the board so far. There should be a few more coming in as we work our way across the prairies and the results start coming in. There's one I want to draw your attention to in Edmonton, and that is Edmonton-Griesbach. So Blake Desjardins won this in 2021. It was a very close race, one for the NDP, with just a 4% margin, 1,500 votes over the incumbent, Kerry Diot, the Conservative incumbent there. He was a two-term MP. He was also a former city councillor. This was a very big upset in 2021. Diot wants it back. He's running again. This could be a very tight race. I am seeing pollsters talk about a group of voters called modest metros, and these are young voters in urban areas, and their biggest concern is their financial future and their financial security. There are a lot of them in Griesbach. So if Desjardins has been able to target those voters and talk to them about what the NDP is going to do to help secure their financial future, he might be able to harness some of that young vote tonight, and that could be what pushes him over the edge. We'll keep an eye on it, but it's going to be a close race. Let's go to Mijong in Vancouver.
Thank you, Tara. 3 more minutes till polls close here in BC. BC may be the last to vote, definitely not the least. There are 43 ridings up for grabs, many too close to call. If the Liberals are on the path to victory, depending on what happens in the rest of the country, it could come down to BC. The Liberals need to hang on to ridings like Vancouver Centre, home to Canada's oldest MP, Hedy Fry. She's running for re-election. Some say she is unbeatable. Hedy Fry's 83, has been serving in the parliament since 1993. She was a rookie then who took down former Prime Minister Kim Campbell. Liberals are also banking on retaining North Vancouver Capilano, which is held by Cabinet Minister Jonathan Wilkinson. And he won handily last time around. We're also watching Burnaby North Seymour, held by Terry Beach. He's been the MP there since 2015. A career highlight for him, toppling longtime NDPer Sven Robinson in 2019. The main challenger now, though, appears to be the Conservatives. Back to you, Omar, Vashi.
All right, Mijong, thank you so much. Let's bring in our chief financial correspondent, Amanda Lang, right now. And we're watching the story now developing in Quebec, right? This collapse of the Bloc Québécois, which is something we had seen heading into this, but now we're seeing to what extent this is playing out. Tell us a little bit about the tariff-sensitive areas of Quebec and how that's impacting what we're seeing now.
Yeah, and so interesting because we knew, of course, that the electorally important Quebec, that the Bloc would need to be ceding seats to the Liberals if the Liberals could form a majority government. And we are seeing, thanks to our friends at the Chamber of Commerce, their Business Data Lab calculated the tariff sensitivity of some regions, and some of them are very much in play. So on that list is Trois-Rivières, which is, of course, on the St. Lawrence, right between Quebec City and Montreal. It's super sensitive to tariffs. And it, at the moment, shows the Liberals leading. It's early, but a pretty sizable lead at the moment. And the incumbent Bloc is in third place, a narrow third, but still. And the other two very sensitive places, Drummond and Saint-Jean, do seem to be tilting to the Bloc. So it's kind of an interesting read on, was the message of Canadian unity, of rallying together behind the flag, enough to tilt the balance away from the Bloc in some of these key Quebec ridings? Of course, we're watching it so closely. If you're a Liberal, you have a lot riding on what happens on what it happens in these polls particularly.
Yeah, very much so. And we just wanted to quickly direct your eyes to the screen where we've got an early breakdown of the popular vote at this juncture among the votes that have been counted. The Liberals sitting at 51%, the Conservatives at 39%, the NDP at 4%. In particular, that NDP number, keep in mind we haven't counted British Columbia, but that is low and informing the higher number for the Liberals. I want to turn back to Quebec as we watch more of those results come in, and we can say in the least surprising announcement of the night, that Michelle Rempel-Garner in Alberta has reclaimed her seat as the incumbent candidate, very well-known MP in Alberta.
Interesting, actually, Calgary, another one of the very tariff-sensitive regions, but that's not
Different
expected
reaction.
to tilt it towards the Liberals particularly.
If this does hold in Quebec, how significant do you think it is? I mean, I know from, the Liberal campaign certainly was counting on Quebec to be a part of their story tonight.
All of the math that we've seen that showed anywhere approaching a Liberal majority meant the Bloc kind of collapsed by at least 10 seats compared to the last election. Have we seen that yet? It's not totally clear, but it's very interesting to see some of these very key ridings in play when the incumbent's in third place. That says that there's something different in the air.
And we keep talking about this collapse. I mean, just to contextualize it right now, and again, it is early, but at dissolution, the Bloc Québécois had 32 seats and now is leading or elected in 13 seats based on the bottom. The polls closing in British Columbia in 2 seconds time. Amanda, this is another region of the country that we're watching particularly closely for the NDP. But you know, when you look at British Columbia, too, it's not as exposed to the U.S.-Canada situation as other parts of the country are. But still, when it comes to softwood lumber and those sectors, that's big in that part
In some ways, of course, BC has been suffering from tariffs much longer. Yeah, that's right. The lumber tariffs, but now we have tariffs on top of tariffs. It's a super sensitive issue. But it does, of course, stand a little bit apart from the Western sentiment, which has been a little bit divided over how to manage tariffs. You might get more of that national fervor out of BC here. So it will be, I think you've nailed it. The question will be whether you see the weakness in the NDP flowing to the Liberals. Not much hope for the Conservatives there.
Polls are now closed across the country. This is a big moment. We will start to see more results come in, more definitive of a look at who will form government, who will become prime minister. This is a very early indication. At this juncture, you're looking at some potential seat changes. I'm using the word potential very deliberately because they're based on preliminary results, but we've got the Liberals picking up 14 seats potentially, and the Conservatives remaining stagnant. The Bloc Québécois at a deficit of 10 seats at this juncture. Again, Omar, that is something that we've got our eyes very closely peeled at because that difference there is largely based in the results in Quebec at this point.
Yeah, which has been a fascinating storyline to observe. The magic number, of course, that Heather's been telling us about is 172. That is the number that's needed for a majority government. So we should, you know, over the next little while, get a sense of who will be leading this country and then whether it is a majority or a minority. Let's get straight to Heather Butts, who's been tracking some of this data. Heather, what can you tell us?
Omar, thank you so much. Of course, everything is changing as this evening goes on. As we've been talking about all night, as your votes are counted, that is when we really start to see things unfold. We're going to take a look now at the CTV News Decision Desk projections. As of right now, in this moment in time, projecting the Liberals could get a minimum of 146 or a maximum of 178 seats, potentially, possibly crossing that 172 marker point of a majority government. They also are projecting the Conservatives could get a range of anywhere from 117 to 146 seats. But these numbers are shifting as your votes are counted. Of course, this has to do with historical data, riding demographics, a lot of research, and of course, the numbers that are coming in this evening as your votes are counted. Projections right now also for the NDP and the Bloc Québécois, we're watching that closely. But again, the majority is the number that most parties are, of course, the Conservatives and Liberals looking for this evening. So we're keeping a very close eye on that marker of 172. Back to you.
All right, Heather, thank you so much. And let's head over to Anne-Marie right now. Anne-Marie, you've got a couple of your panelists from British Columbia right now who I'm sure are watching those results, tracking them pretty closely. A good BC delegation on your panel tonight.
That's right. We've got more than half of our panel is from BC. Who wants to jump in here first?
In the last election campaign, the Liberals finished third in the popular vote, but came first in the seat totals. Liberals got 26% of the vote province-wide, but got 15 seats. Conservatives got 13 seats. NDP got 13 seats. So the dynamic in British Columbia, very regional province, and how the splits are going to go. We see in all the rest of the country, the NDP vote has collapsed. In parts of British Columbia, working class parts of British Columbia, on the island, working class suburbs south of the Fraser River, the NDP second choice ballot can be 2-to-1 Conservative over Liberal. But for most of the province, and certainly in Metro Vancouver, the second choice for NDP voters breaks 2-to-1 Liberal over Conservative. So I think you'll see basically two colors of members of Parliament coming out of British Columbia. You'll see reds and blues. I think maybe a couple in the Democrats, Jenny Kwan probably in Vancouver East, Don Davies perhaps in Vancouver Kingsway, Peter Julian if he's lucky, and those will probably be the only three. I don't think Elizabeth May will win on the island. And so it's interesting. You know, all the aggregating polling data that you show, out of 43 ridings in British Columbia, they show up to a third of the seats in the province being up for grabs, either two-way fights, three-way fights.
Yeah.
So as the polls close, a lot of those ridings are going to be very close to watch and very tight to call right up until the last probably 10 or 20 polls.
Arjun, what do you want to say here?
No, absolutely. The NDP vote, a lot of it, I've been talking to a lot of supporters. A lot of them actually have been coming over to the Liberals, very concerned again about what's taking place with President Trump, making sure that we have a strong showing. The ridings to kind of look out for is Victoria, for us, something that we've done well in, but we haven't been able to get it across the line before. I think there's a very good opportunity now. Port Moody, James and I know both of you are from there.
Yeah.
They have an opportunity there. And also, let's not forget, there's also Kelowna. If that flips, that's also going to send a very strong message as well. Steve Fuhr, who's actually running again, he used to be the member of parliament there. So we have an opportunity there. I think BC is going to have a very strong showing for the Liberals, I believe. And it's going to send a very strong message for the rest of Canada as well.
Pierre Poilievre spent more time in British Columbia than any leader in my lifetime.
Yeah.
And he had a particular focus on Vancouver Island, and I think that'll show up well tonight.
Well, and what you'll see on Vancouver Island is going to be, I mean, first of all, can I just say how exciting it is as a British Columbian that we could be deciding the election tonight? I think finally, it's about time. We're in Canada. So the Vancouver Island, you look at the bottom half of it, it is tight three-way races. And the Liberals are probably going to do well in some of those ridings. A lot of them are tend to be older communities, and you're seeing the NDP vote really collapse there.
Okay.
But then on the north part of the island, you're seeing a lot of orange-blue fights for sure, because working-class voters, mill towns, old mining towns, those kinds of places where those working-class messages really have an impact.
Yeah.
But the thing is, if the NDP votes collapse, those ridings are more likely to go Conservative than just about anywhere else in the province, other than kind of northern British Columbia. So it's going to be Canada. I heard somebody say earlier, BC is like a microcosm of the whole country. I think it was Scott Reed, and I think that's going to turn out to be true tonight.
I'm going to keep going. I can hear this music, and I don't know if it's like the Oscars where they're going to sing us off or not, but we're going to keep going. Yeah, let's talk about that. Let's talk about the collapse of the NDP vote. What happened there, and what were the factors? Is this south of the border? Is this the
Anne-Marie, I just have to interrupt you because our decision desk is just coming up with some data. We are about to reach a pivotal moment in this unprecedented campaign. We are about to make a call. Stand by for major declaration from the CTV News decision desk. This will be your next government. We are getting the results momentarily. Seconds from now, it's a time we've all been waiting for. And there you have it. CTV News decision desk declaring a Liberal win. We know that the Liberals will be forming the next government of Canada. The big question right now, Vashi, is will it be a majority or a minority? And this is a live shot you're looking at. I believe it's at the Liberal Party headquarters in Ottawa. I'm assuming there will be some kind of celebration.
They don't know it yet. They don't know it yet, but they will soon.
If that holds, then Canada's
is a huge
done.
moment for
Canada's over.
the Liberal Party, who were written off the electoral map just 3 months ago, 4 months ago. It's been 20 years since a party has been able to win a fourth mandate. You're absolutely right to point out that we don't know yet if it's a minority or it's a majority. But to come back from the sort of depths of despair that they faced
Might just
last
be a
year
little
and
bit
over
too
really the
early
last
for
2
them
years,
to
and to be able to
make
pull
that prediction,
off
though.
a win certainly speaks to
Pretty sure that
a lot of things, not least of
Saskatchewan
which is
and
the
Alberta
presence
hasn't
of Donald
really been
Trump
factored
and
into it.
The
And the
sort of
interior
ascent of Mark
BC.
Carney, the role, I guess the storyline of him becoming leader and Justin Trudeau stepping aside has certainly worked wonders for the party. Huge impact in
It's just
Quebec.
what Donald Trump wants,
17
too,
pickups
because
at this moment in time.
not that I have anything
11 seat
against
losses
Donald
for
Trump,
the Bloc,
but
5 for the Conservatives.
I'm telling
a big
you
part
what,
of this story will be Quebec. It
he
will
wants
also help
Canada to
inform whether or not
collapse.
this turns into
And this is
a
what's gonna
majority
happen.
government. We've got Michael Couture live at Liberal headquarters. They don't seem like they know what we just said, Mike, yet, but maybe they're going to find out soon.
Of course, this is a news
reason for
corporation
that,
calling
Vashi,
it.
and it's because on the screens behind us,
So
they are not
we have
playing
to
our
consider
network
that.
somehow. We have lodged an official complaint with the Liberal Party, and I'm not saying official complaint, I mean that jokingly, but yeah, certainly. I've been texting a number of Liberals, and it doesn't seem like they've gotten the message just yet, but when I was talking to a number of people before coming on, just here before we had declared it, a number of them were cautiously optimistic. That was was the buzz phrase going through here, but really they were worried a little bit about how these numbers were going to be. The get out the vote issue, of course, as well. I'd spoken to one staffer who said that they saw big numbers in the early voting today, especially. They have these types of bingo cards where they essentially catch up with voters afterwards, and they were checking off people very early in the day. So they're very confident that their people were getting out there and getting to vote. Highly motivated, as we know. A lot of people were very excited about Mark Carney and the change for the Liberal government. They have been talking about this. A number of people have been going to rallies across the country where I've been asking people, what do you think of Mark Carney and where this party has come from? I'll give you the example. Yesterday in Victoria, as I had said earlier in the show, 11:30 at night Pacific time, people had waited 90 minutes just to see Mark Carney. And I asked one of the volunteers there, and I said, how has the change been from Justin Trudeau to Mark Carney? They said the day that Mark Carney announced that he was getting into this leadership race, they saw thousands of people sign up for memberships to the Liberal Party of Canada. So getting back to what I was talking about earlier about that turnout, that staffer said to me it was possible. They thought it could be possible that we could see a voter turnout of upwards of 70% because of how motivated people are, because of how they thought they were getting their vote out there today, Vashi. And certainly I know that when this starts to flow into this this place, people will start to get excited about it. And I think that another network is starting to catch up with us, and that is why you're hearing people getting excited right now, because as I had mentioned, we declared it first. Another network is saying it now, and that is why you're hearing the applause behind me. Likely a bit of relief as well, Vashi, because there were some tense moments here in the last 20 minutes or so. When they saw the numbers in Atlantic Canada, they weren't seeing them come through Quebec just yet, but now that they're seeing them, certainly some excitement. And as I said, probably looking at this and saying they now hope that it'll turn into a majority of some sort, but really they're not sure about that. The people that I were talking to inside the campaign,
well, let's hope that this is just called way too early. Let's hope that this is
majority government
not going to hold.
All right,
because
thanks so much, Mike.
Obviously,
take a look at the ticker at the bottom of your screen. It tells the story of what we were just talking about.
And I don't
to
mean
catch you up,
don't mean anybody on this.
We have declared here at
on
CTV
this
News
stream,
a
because
Liberal
you guys
win.
are
We
great,
do not know yet if it will be a majority or a minority government. You can take a look at some of the seat totals now in leading and elected. The magic number, Omar, that we're paying attention for is 172.
It is a remarkable comeback, as you just pointed out a couple of minutes ago. I mean, this was a party that was down about 20 percentage points and has now risen to the point of forming the next government of Canada. This is a hugely significant day for Mark Carney. He stays on as Prime Minister, and this is a moment really that will be studied extensively, I think, in the context of Canadian political history. Foreign policy is not always that dominant of an issue in elections.
Hardly ever is.
Hardly ever. We're not just talking about any foreign power, though, this time. We're talking about the U.S.
Hey, can
We're talking
anybody
about
tell
that
me,
massive trading relationship between Canada
does the
and
U.S.
the U.S.
accept
I believe the last time it was this powerful,
asylum
this significant
claims
was
from
back in
conservative
1988. That was
Canadians?
a free trade election. But given the relationship that this country has with the United States, how close that is economically in terms of, the fact that we've got family across the border, we've got connections across the border. That is what has been the dominant topic in this election, and obviously voters feel as though Mark Carney is the best steward at this time to navigate the turbulent waters that we are seeing with the United States.
Yes, that was his pitch, right? That was certainly his pitch. The Conservatives had a different message around change, which is still proving to be, very popular, just not as popular as the concept of what Trump is threatening, which isn't just the economy like it was in 1988 and 1984, but also our sovereignty, like our very existence as a country. And I think that's obviously informed the outcome tonight. Let's swing over to Heather Butts, who's got a deeper dive into some of these results.
Thanks so much, Vashi. Yes, we are looking at that Liberal win. And of course, the results that people want to know, well, how did you get here? How did we declare this Liberal win? And that is declared by our CTV News decision desk. And we'll take a look at our projections for where we can go this evening now once we have declared that win. So the decision desk, the House of Commons projection probability of a majority actually is 24% for the Liberals. So that is the probability of a majority. And I believe we're now going to look at the House of Commons projection. So we are projecting the Liberals could get anywhere from 152 to 180 seats. That would be the maximum this evening. And of course, crossing that number, that 172 majority marker that we've been talking about this evening. And looking at the Conservatives, the decision desk is projecting the Conservatives will receive anywhere between 119 and 144 seats this evening. And of course, that not lining up with the minimum of the Liberals. And so that's how that math, of course, works out. These numbers based on historical data, riding information that we receive, research, and of course, your votes, because we have been watching these numbers ebb and flow. It's a forecast, it's a range, and so they've been moving this evening as your votes are counted and come in through those polling stations. Of course, take a look at the Bloc Québécois and the NDP. The decision desk projecting anywhere from 18 to 30 seats would be the maximum for the Bloc Québécois. The NDP, a minimum of anywhere from 12 to 28 seats. And again, taking a look at that majority, the Liberals could get anywhere from 152 to 180. 172 is the majority. So if they don't cross that line, that magic marker, and they don't get that majority, that's when we really start to look towards the Bloc and the NDP to see how things play out in Ottawa. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Heather. Heather with a deeper dive there into some of the numbers. The Liberals, CTV News has been able to declare will form government. We keep our eye on those numbers at the bottom of the screen to see whether or not it will be a majority or a minority. We want to get some analysis to this significant moment in the night from our top strategists, Corey Tonight, Kathleen Monk, and Scott Reid. Corey, I'll start with you. We talked earlier, Omar mentioned that you made a ton of news, so did the Premier Doug Ford, for criticizing the Conservative campaign for not focusing on Donald Trump enough. Is this outcome emblematic of that, in your view?
I think that's part of it, but I think in many respects, as you reflect on this race, it was largely put in jeopardy before the campaign even began. I think the biggest strategic error that the Conservatives had going into this election was pounding Justin Trudeau and the Liberals with tens of millions of dollars of pre-read advertising to the point where they drove them down to 18, 19% in the polls and made it an existential question around the leadership of the Liberal Party. And, it's not just Trump, it's the loss of Trudeau. If you think of this election race as if Pierre Poilievre was fighting against Justin Trudeau and you kept everything else the same, we'd be having a Conservative majority tonight, I believe. So I think it was a big strategic error. We just went too hard in the lead up to the campaign, and we got rid of the guy who was going to deliver a victory for us, and that guy was Justin Trudeau. That said, there was still, I think, an opportunity to change more of the focus towards Trump. Going into the campaign, there was a space when the Liberal leadership was going on. There was a real vacuum there. That's the vacuum that Ford stepped into, but he didn't have to do that alone. I think there was an opportunity for the federal Conservatives to do the same. But all of that to say, this is a heartbreaking night for Conservatives across the country. And I think there's going to be a lot of focus on what happens next, both inside the party, but also to see what Carney and the Liberals will do. Are they going to reach out to the West? Some of the things that Rhonda brought up earlier, I think, are really poignant. There's going to be a need to build some bridges to parts of the country that really felt left out by this Liberal government over the last 10 years.
It's a super salient point, Kathleen. I think at the same time as we look at what might have went wrong for the Conservatives, it's fair to look at what went right for the Liberals and give them their due, and give Mark Carney his due, who a few months ago was a complete political neophyte. Obviously, rumors for years that he never dispelled that he was going to run, but this is quite the turnaround story, led very specifically by him.
For sure, from funeral march to victory, right? Literally a politician for, 3 months, and prime minister for 9 days, and now it looks like he will form government, to be determined whether it's minority or majority, but definitely a win. I'll build on what Corey said earlier. The Conservatives not only preconditioned Canadians to dislike Justin Trudeau through their millions of dollars of ads, they also did the same thing to Jagmeet Singh, running millions of dollars of ads against Mr. Singh as well. And he's paying the price. He's feeling that tonight. In fact, the national polling looks like New Democrats aren't even hitting what pollsters predicted of around 8-10%, really more like 4 or 5%. So the question is, for New Democrats, was their strategy of moving early to protect incumbents, to focus on those local campaigns? Will they be able to pull out some of those incumbents? I don't think it's going to be all, 24, but will they reach party status, or will they, they certainly have lost beachheads in the past, the beachheads we talked about earlier in Atlantic Canada, but if they start to lose beachheads in Quebec or Ontario or in the prairies, that is not a good sign for the party.
Scott, the story of the NDP, that percentage that Kathleen just referenced, is a huge part of the Liberal story tonight as well.
Absolutely gigantic. And I think as the evening goes on and these seat totals mount, I think we'll see that it's even more significant. They're really underperforming what were incredibly low expectations already, particularly when you take a look at the province of Ontario. We'll see as more numbers come in from BC, that could be very consequential in trying for the Liberals whether or not they meet this majority line. I just want to add one thing. I really want to underline this point about what an astonishing, historical, unbelievable, oh my God, you wouldn't believe it if this was a movie kind of event this is for the Liberal Party of Canada. Like, they were dead and buried, covered in topsoil and leaves, left by the side of the road.
We covered their funeral
4 months ago.
For months.
Yeah.
For 2 years, in fact.
A couple weeks after Justin Trudeau stepped down, announced that he would step down in January, a friend called me and said, I can't believe this story about Mark Carney. He's not really going to run, is he? Why would he leave the life that he has in order to take on this certain death march? Why on earth would he do it? And I said, well, because he thinks he could win. And there was laughter on the other side of the phone. And, here we are, 3 months later, and he has pulled this off. It is astonishing. For someone who never ran for elected office, never held elected office, walked in and has pulled off something that's astonishing and unseen before in electoral history in Canada.
Very quickly.
I think there's one other thing that's really important to reflect on in this, and that is this collapse of the NDP and what drove that, because I think Trump is part of that story. I think it was probably a much bigger part of the story with the Bloc Québécois. But I think there's a question as to whether or not the type of campaign that the Conservatives ran was so frightening to NDP voters that they gave up their decades-long voting preference to vote Liberal for a Bay Street banker, which is not really a likely place that you would think that would go. So I think to give the Conservative Party credit, like, they have built their base to, I think, a historic level. But in doing so, they may have moved the goalpost further away if the result of that is the collapse of the NDP to that degree.
Great point.
It is a great point. And Corey, just very quickly, I mean, what is the soul-searching moment now for the Conservatives? What is Pierre Poilievre thinking tonight, and what happens to his future, and what is the party thinking tonight?
Well, I think there's got to be a lot of questions asked around that.
I think I'm going to pop over to CPAC and see what they have to say.
This is why you see so few Conservative governments at the federal level. There's really
process of the election, the Liberals still maintain the election that might have been too hard to close the gap on. So we'll see what we end up with at the end of the night.
Okay, Susan, let's bring you into the conversation right now. Obviously, Liberals feeling good, the fact that it's been declared a government for the party. How do you feel right now about the chances of making that into a majority for the government?
Hopeful. Hopeful. I mean, we always knew it was going to be tight. I'd like to congratulate the Liberals and congratulate all the parties that we have worked hard together against. I mean, it's been a good democratic process in Canada. A Liberal government, I think, says that Canadians trusted Mark Carney to be their voice for dealing with Trump and to set the tone and the pace and the direction for our economy going forward.
Election.
How big a win it is remains to be seen. I was just trying to peek in at Calgary to see if George Shahal won his seat.
But it is
the maps are all failing me now to see how we did in northern Saskatchewan. I think I saw a bit of red there. So that's going to be very interesting. I think BC will be at 9:05, and as the rest of the results come in across Toronto, and then BC Lower Mainland will really determine how big that gap is, particularly Ontario. I think vote-rich Ontario. I'll be the first one to say it on this group.
122 seats in play in Ontario, many of those in the Greater Toronto area, as you say, Cole, the 416, which is Toronto proper, the 905, the suburbs around it. Laurie, what are you making of the results so far as you see them?
Well, I mean, for a while, I think there was reason to question whether the polls and the big night for the Liberals that they had suggested, was that really going to come to fruition? But now I think as we see more results come in from across the country, there's a sense that this thing is taking shape. The Liberals are clearly ahead. It looks like majority territory to me. I'd be surprised if it weren't at this point. And I think also we've talked a lot about the ballot question shaping up to be this two-way race between the Liberals and the Conservatives, and it's about the leadership, who is the right person. You can also see a test and the results of these tests coming in of the different strategies that the parties have used this whole time. So the NDP, for example, focusing on keeping what they have, kind of similar to what the Ontario NDP did in the last election. I think the true test of that is going to be British Columbia, but and we've still got some time to go for that one.
Okay. Well, listen, watching it again very closely. Let's go to Julie Van Dusen right now. She is at Conservative headquarters, the Watch Party at the Rogers Centre in Ottawa. Julie, what's the mood there at Conservative HQ?
Well, when you say watch party, it's not much of a party, I can tell you that. I was showing my phone with some of the results coming out, the fact that one of the networks was declaring that the Liberals had won, and this advisor said, oh, wow, this is news to me. So he took off and started talking to a few people. I went and talked to another advisor, and obviously the news is filtering out here. It is extremely quiet. People are just kind of absorbing it. We're trying to figure out if people are going to stay or leave. I asked one advisor, will Mr. Poilievre still come here? Yes, he will, I'm told. He will come here and speak to people. I don't know exactly who will be left at what time or whatever, because we do have the complication of the fact that he is in the Carleton riding with 91 candidates, and they're still trying to untangle that. I don't even think we've seen any results out of Carleton yet. So back to one of the advisors I was speaking to about the result, and he was telling me, you know, this has been a crazy campaign. I don't know what else we could have done other than what we did. When people say we didn't pivot, we did talk about Trump, you know, and just the fact that we never expected, this person told me, that the polls would be so high for us for so long. We knew that when you hit a campaign, when things start to happen, so, you know, we didn't think we were going to be riding high for as long as we did, and we knew that things could change. So people are just absorbing it. It's really just hitting the room in the last 5 to 10 minutes. And everybody is just quietly just looking at it and probably thinking their own thoughts and certainly not very happy about it.
Well, understandably, and of course we'll keep watching the results as they come through and keep getting a reaction from you there at Conservative headquarters. But for now, Julie Van Dusen, thank you for that. And I want to now bring in Eric Grenier. You know, Eric, looking at the ticker at the bottom of the screen, 148 leading and elected for the Liberals, 116 for Conservatives. What region of the country are you looking at right now, and what can you tell us about how those numbers are playing out at the riding level?
Well, one of the regions I wanted to look at was out on the prairies, because we actually have some pretty interesting results. We'll start in Manitoba. You can see that Churchill, Kawatanukaski, which was an NDP riding, Nikki Ashton has been the MP there for a very long time. Rebecca Chartrand, in a comeback performance, she tried to run in the previous election, is currently leading over Nikki Ashton. Still not too many votes counted, but something to watch. But then if we look into Winnipeg, there's not, well, first of all, there's no orange. And we can look at Winnipeg Centre. That would have been one of the key ridings for the New Democrats to hold. Leah Gazan is trailing there behind Rahul Walia of the Liberals, though it is still very close. And you can look at some of the other ridings. The Liberals are picking up, at this stage, Winnipeg West, still tight. Doug Olfson and Marty Morantz, and I think this is the third fight between the two of them. But right now, it looks like the Liberal is ahead. And you can look at, how about this one, Elmwood Transcona. This would have been, this is a key riding for the NDP. They nearly lost it in a by-election in the fall. Currently, Leela Dance is trailing, but again, it is still very early. And if we go over to Saskatchewan, as expected, the Liberals are ahead in Desnethé, Mississippi, Churchill River. Buckley Belanger, former NDP MLA, On the boundaries, this changed to a Liberal riding in the last elections. Heavily Indigenous, and the Liberals won the vote here by a pretty significant margin, so not a surprise to see that the Liberals will be leading, even though it is still very early.
You guys getting sound?
Before we saw that in Regina, the Liberals had been leading in Regina, Wascana.
Maybe my
It's still very
headphones.
close, though. It's only 30 votes between the Liberals and the Conservatives. And finally, if we can go to Alberta just for a moment. Take a look at Edmonton. Not seeing any gains yet for the Liberals. They had a lot of expectations about Edmonton Southeast. Amarjeet Sohi is still trailing there. They had some hopes about Edmonton trailing there. And we're still waiting for Edmonton Strathcona. That could be an NDP seat for Heather McPherson. And if we just finally look at what's happening in Calgary, we got two Liberals on the board right now. Calgary Centre. Lindsay Lunau is leading over Greg McLean of the Conservatives. And then we'll just take a look at this one here. Calgary Crowfoot, that's a one-vote lead, and it's only one poll, so we'll wait and see. But we're seeing some pickups for the Liberals, maybe not as much as they would have hoped for in Edmonton, but seeing some good results for them in Manitoba.
Okay, again, early results. We're watching closely. Listen, Eric, thank you for that. We'll get to you in a second. But I want to bring in Catherine Lafrance because, Catherine, some big news here.
Oui, tout à fait. Alors, Yves-François Blanchet
has been elected. You'll see it on the screen. Not a surprise, of course. He's elected in Belleuil-Chambly, 7,325 votes. And let's go over to Omar at BQ headquarters.
Si on peut la joindre en ce moment.
I'm not sure if she's available. Are you there?
Alors, écoutez, on va pas aller la joindre en direct.
All right, we won't go to her now,
suite,
but we'll go to, let's look at a video that was filmed earlier with the president of the Bloc Québécois. I'm with Suzanne Proulx, president of the Bloc Québécois. Ms. Proulx, hello, good evening. We've just heard that some Bloc members have been elected. How do you feel? I'm very, very happy with the election of Alexis Deschênes in Gaspé, Île-la-Madeleine. I'm very, very proud of the campaign he conducted. So how has this campaign been? It's been very, very good for us. Of course, there was the Trump effect at the start. So that was something new for us, of course, but it affected everyone. But in terms of organization, in terms of the way things went, everything went very, very well. We had a team of candidates, an exceptional slate. Everyone did what they had to do. The activists and our leader as well. He performed very well in the debates, both in the French and the English debates. There were no issues during the campaign, no stumbles, no scandals. Everything went very, very well. I think as a party, we were ready. We were mobilized. Team. Well, they're all incredible, an incredible team. But a government, a Liberal government's being called. Your leader talked about that. What does that mean for the Bloc Québécois? Well, to be honest, well, a Liberal or a Conservative government, that really doesn't concern us. What we really want is a minority government which will give room for a coalition government with the Bloc Québécois, so that the voices of Quebecers is heard through the Bloc Québécois in Parliament. Now, they've just announced a Liberal government. Our leader had announced that already. We knew that. We still don't know whether it will be a minority or a minority government. That remains to be determined. We're waiting to see what happens. And the best scenario for us would really be a Liberal government, because that's what it looks like it'll be, but a minority government, because that would give you the balance of power. That's what you want. Yeah, that's right. It gives us strength. It allows us to make gains for Quebecers. It allows us to express their voice and to protect the interests of Quebec as well with this government. This is what people call the balance of power. And for us, it's essential. It's very, very important. You mentioned Donald Trump at the start of the interview. There's a nationalistic feeling across Canada, including in Quebec. Has that undermined your message? I don't think it did, no. I think that this all started with Trump and the unpredictability of this U.S. president. People were frightened. He instilled fear in Canadians and Quebec, and that brought Canadians together. I think that was generated by the fear of what might happen with his threats to annex Canada as the 51st state.
Okay, I'm back.
About really
cool
is to preserve supply management for Quebec. It's essential for us. And with a minority government, the government won't have any other choice, so they'll have to take into account the message of the Bloc and Quebecers. Thank you very much. Thank you. That was Omaira Issa earlier at the Bloc Québécois headquarters in Montreal. Now, the Bloc Québécois has 23 leading or elected in 23 ridings. That's 10 fewer than at dissolution of the House, so it's far fewer, in fact. So let's look at what's happening with the Bloc. It's not over yet in Quebec. There are some who are in danger of not being elected or re-elected. Abitibi James, the Liberal Mandy Gull-Masté is ahead over Sylvie Bérubé. Let's look at the next race, Châteauguay-Etoguet, and that was important. It was an important target for the Liberals. Nathalie Provost is leading over the Bloc and candidate Patria O'Hara. Nathalie Provost survived the Polytechnique massacre, and she founded Police Je Me Souviens, which has fought for gun control. She's a star candidate, and she's got a comfortable lead. Trois-Rivières now, René Villemur. That's surprising. Caroline Desrochers is ahead if she wins. Well, it'll be surprising for Trois-Rivières. And Yves Lévesque, the former mayor of Trois-Rivières for the Conservatives, is in third place. Now, Shefford, Félix Dion for the Liberals is comfortably ahead over Andréane Larouche for the Bloc. That would be a major loss for the Bloc if this happens, actually. We have other results coming in now. La Salle, Aymar, Verdun, an important riding. Claude Gay for the Liberals. That's Montreal, and NDP once again fourth in Montreal behind the Conservatives, which is a surprising result for them. Other results coming in. Beauport, Limoilou. That's around the Quebec City area. Steve Leroy, the Liberal, is ahead of the Conservative. Hugo Langlois and Julie Vignola, very well known in the region for the Bloc, is third. And once again, it's a surprising result for Beauport-Limoilou to see the Liberals ahead. Now, I'd also remind you, and this is important, we haven't talked about this much, Michael Gaspésie, La Madeleine, Excélie Deschênes for the Bloc was elected and who beat Diane Le Boutillier. So we're keeping a close eye on that and what's happening in Quebec.
To the conversation, because, you know, those were just some of the closer, tougher fights that we're watching in Quebec right now. But you were reacting to our bottom line. Liberals 152, Conservatives 129, Bloc 22, the NDP at 7. And repeating the headline, we've already declared a Liberal government. We're now just trying to determine whether or not it's going to be a minority or majority government. And you, looking at the numbers at first blush, believe we are headed towards a Liberal majority.
Well, yeah, because it's going to be tight now. I don't want to make it's all under, you know. The way I projected this election, in order to get a minority government, the Bloc needs to be at least above 30 seats, and the NDP needs to be around 10 to 12 at least, right? So to give a chance to a minority government. Right now, I'm not seeing that, but although Lower Mainland has not come in yet, so we'll see about that. For the Bloc, I'm not sure if there's still some seats that haven't not reported yet, but if everything has reported, they're only leading in 21. That's lower than their number that they had starting at 32, I believe. And so under that number, it looks good for the Liberal to squeak out the majority.
Yeah, squeak out the majority, and 172 is the magic number that we're watching for, whether or not it is a majority. Susan, how are you feeling at this moment in time looking at the numbers?
Well, feeling better. A couple interesting seats in Quebec. La Salle-et-Mar, that was the seat that was David Lamette's before the Bloc won it in the by-election. The Liberals are leading in that one, so that could be very interesting if we take that back. And Abitibi, Mandy Gull-Masty, the former Grand Chief of the Cree, That was a Bloc riding before that, and before that it was Romeo Saganash's riding, an NDP riding, and so that's looking potentially like it could go Liberal, and that's an interesting one as well. So we'll have some interesting First Nations voices in the House of Commons if that particular seat holds. So feeling good about that. Again, continue to watch 905. I'm watching bright bits of red. It's early reporting, but Stephen Fuhr in Kelowna was a Liberal seat in 2015. He lost subsequently, and there has been some riding redistribution. I was talking to some people in Kelowna this week, and he lost some of the more Liberal-friendly segments of his riding. But so far, the polls, there's some red in there, which I sort of zeroed in on the map and said, what is that? So that's out of the Lower Mainland, and maybe there's bits of hope there. I'm still waiting to see a couple of dots of red in Alberta.
Okay, listen, we'll get to BC in a moment. I know Eric is standing by with some of the early results, but I saw a board there very quickly about some of the seat changes right now as they stand again. Leading elected, not yet determined in Quebec. Let's put that up for our audience home. So this is the shift that we are potentially seeing in Quebec. We need to see if this actually firms up. 77 of 78 ridings reporting. Not all of them declared elected yet, but this is the trend line that we're looking in Quebec. A plus 13 for the Liberals, minus 13 for the Bloc. That would put the Liberals in the direction of majority territory. Again, not yet confirmed, but Catherine, a very interesting picture that's emerging in Quebec.
Oui, tout à fait. Même si tout est loin d'être
Very
arrêté, reste que
interesting.
ça
Even
bouge
if
un
it's
peu
not
moins.
over
On s'entend
yet,
que Québec est moins bleu.
Quebec is not as pale blue as it was at dissolution of the House. So that's interesting to see what's happening in Quebec. Michael, let's look at what Mike Omeira Issa has to say. She's at BQ headquarters. Can you tell us a bit about the atmosphere? The Bloc Québécois can be happy because they've made a gain in Gaspésie-les-Îles, but if the current trend is confirmed to 21 seats, that's where they're elected or leading. It's much fewer than they had before dissolution. What's the atmosphere like there, Omeira? Well, Catherine, the atmosphere is a mix of applause. Each time there's a Bloc candidate ahead, people are shouting and applauding. People are very happy, even if only 21 ridings have a Bloc candidate ahead or elected. That remains to be confirmed, but militants or activists are very happy. The big issue this evening is will the Bloc maintain the balance of power? There are hundreds of activists here. The House is full, the room's full. Thanks, Omeira. All right, so it's very interesting, I think. The pollsters and the figures have changed, and things have gone back and forth, and they, especially at the end of the campaign, at the start of the campaign, the Bloc was looking at losing many more seats, 22, 23, leading or elected. That'll change, but not a lot, I don't think. We're not looking at 33 seats for the Bloc, that's for sure. Do you think that the Bloc can be happy that they did better than what they said, what people were saying would happen to them at the start of the campaign? People thought they might only win about 14 seats, but can they be really, really happy with the result? We'll have to see what they say and what the final results are, but they're currently looking at about 22, 23 seats currently.
Because this could be part of the story of whether it's a Liberal majority, Liberal minority government, Quebec, Ontario, and of course British Columbia playing important roles in this given the number of seats each province has. Let's go to Eric Grenier right now because he is taking an early look at British Columbia. Eric, what are you finding so far?
So it is early. We are seeing a lot of red in the interior, which is a little bit of an unexpected development. Kelowna, though, is not an unexpected one. We did see that the Liberals won this back in 2015. Stephen Fuhr, as was mentioned, is back on the ballot, and he is leading. It is a small lead, but he is leading right now against the Conservative incumbent Tracy Gray. But next door, in Okanagan Lake, West South Kelowna, well, it's just a few ballots, so we don't need to pay too much attention to that. And in Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay, though, the Liberals are actually leading, and there's a lot of votes being counted. There's a 300-vote lead here for Gloria Morgan of the Liberals. This is quite unexpected. The NDP's incumbent was not running for re-election, and as we've seen in a lot of other places, the NDP vote is tanking. And here, it does seem like it didn't go to the Conservatives. It is going to the Liberals right now. So this is an interesting one. Maybe this could be some of those advance polls that we know are going to be pretty favorable to the Liberals. But if they picked up this seat in the Interior, that would be a bit of a shock. Now, if we go to the metro area, still actually waiting for a lot of results here. And this is maybe where that Liberal majority minority could play out, because if you look at last time, there was quite a lot of red. And there was a little bit of orange, and that orange is going to be tough, I think, for the New Democrats to hold. So we're waiting for some of those results to come in. We can take a look at some of them. Vancouver Kingsway, Don Davies is leading, though it isn't a huge margin right now, and there's not a lot of votes counted in Vancouver Kingsway. What about Vancouver East? Jenny Kwan is behind by 10 votes, but again, only a few votes have been counted. And this would be a bit of a surprise, and I'm expecting, yes, that Hetty Fry, who has been there since 1993, unlikely to be taken down tonight, but right now she is trailing. That's probably an unfamiliar feeling for her.
Yeah, well, watching that closely, Eric, thank you. Eric Grenier at the results board for us. Listen, as we keep an eye on the bottom line, again, repeating, Canadian Press, which is our declaration team, they have declared a Liberal government, but we're also keeping an eye on where the leaders are running right now. We have 2 riding results to share with you, beginning with the riding of Carleton. This is in the capital region, just around Ottawa. You see there Pierre Poilievre. He has held this riding since 2004. Right now, with just 1 poll reporting, and this could be the result of some advanced polls, Bruce Fanjoy right now is leading with that 1 poll, so we'll be watching that very closely. And from Carleton, the neighboring riding is actually Nepean, and that is where Mark Carney, the Liberal leader, is running. And right now, with 30 polls of 229 reporting, he is clearly with a comfortable lead there. So watching those very closely in the capital region, both the Conservative and the Liberal leader, which brings up an interesting point about the vulnerability of Pierre Poilievre in his own riding. Cole, how concerned is Poilievre? How concerned is the Conservative team that he may not be able to hold Carleton?
I think the team's pretty confident that they can hold on to Carleton. You know, Pierre's had that seat for quite some time now, so I think they're not overly concerned. You know, the leader's seat is usually a pretty safe bet, and I think the team and the volunteers spread across the country spent most of their efforts, you know, on the road, shoring up seats so they can try to pick up some gains, and less concerned with the party seats. So I'm pretty confident that Poilievre can hold on to his seat tonight.
Although there were reports that the Poilievre team, the Conservative team, had to go into Carleton to shore it up. There must have been some concern on behalf of the Conservatives.
I think there's some initial concern. I mean, there's always, you know, polling from other sources, you know, indicating that there's potentially some more concern than is warranted. But I think the team is pretty confident they can pull off a win in Carleton.
Laurie, you've been watching the race closely, not surprisingly, as we all have, because it is the Conservative leaders riding, and certainly raises a lot of eyebrows if they have to send in people into the riding to try to secure it.
Absolutely. And I mean, I think he would not be the first party leader who is trying to win an election, going all over the country, and the stakes are so high, and the leader's presence, the leader's time, is one of the most important things a political party has in a campaign. And so as the leader's going out and trying to help all of the other candidates win their seats, you know, it's hard to be in 2 places at once. Also, Bruce Fanjoy for the Liberals has been working for about 2 years to try to win this riding. And I mean, I can remember seeing interviews with him where people are basically like, "Are you crazy? You're never going to win. This is, you know, why even bother?" But now the closeness of the race is unbelievable, right? Yeah. And I think this riding was the one in the whole country that had the highest advanced poll turnout, which I think the Liberals were reading as probably a pretty good day for them.
It also had that crazy ballot, though, with 91 people on it, and that's the part that I'm worried. I'm just looking, there's only just a few people reporting, but there's almost 8 other people who have votes. And if this comes down to something really tight between Mr. Poilievre and Mr. Fanjoy, and all these votes have been peeled off by this ridiculous 91-person list ballot, I think that's exceptionally disappointing, and I think that's been a bit of an abuse of democracy. Obviously, everybody's vote counts. but it is probably not the intended result that the people in the riding actually wanted because of this.
Oui, Élections Canada disait que ça allait prendre beaucoup de temps avant d'avoir les
Election
résultats
candidates said
finaux.
it would
Donc,
take a
évidemment,
long
ce
time
qu'on
to
a,
get the
c'est
final
encore
results. So what we have is very, very fragmented. They started doing the count very early, I think, right? Yeah, because these are very, very long ballots.
I live in that riding. The ballot was 2 feet long, and a lot of people were struggling to unfold it, let alone read all 90 names, because you really had to search it through.
We saw this morning when Mr. Poilievre went to vote. The ballot looked like a book when he was putting in it for the picture.
Yeah.
Like it looked so big.
Well, in fact, just to reenact a little bit, the ballots were so large that they had to keep stuffing them into the box because they occupy so much more space. So we'll see how late that actually goes to be declared. But right now, as we said, Bruce Vanjoy, the Liberal leading in the riding of Carleton. But let's bring up right now the riding of Nepean one more time, because we can share with you that Mark Carney has been elected in Nepean. So that is the first time elected as a member of Parliament. Again, this is the riding right beside Pierre Poilievre's riding in Carleton. We'll keep watching what's taking place in Carleton. But Mr. Carney, the Liberal leader, not only right now presiding over a Liberal win as declared by the Canadian press, he has now secured his seat in the riding of Nepean. So, you know, I'm wondering if we could bring in right now Eric with some more of the results, because I'm wondering how things are evolving in Ontario. Of course, 122 seats at play here, and really where we're going to be seeing whether or not the Liberals are on the way to majority.
Yeah, and I think if we're looking at one place where the Conservatives are overperforming, it might actually be in the GTA. So let's take a look at that. This is what it looks like right now. It does look like a lot of red, but let's look at what things were like in the last election. You can see that the Conservatives have made some gains, or at least they're leading in a York region. They've broken in a little bit into Brampton, and those are some pretty key gains for them. We can take a look at, for example, Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill. Costas Managakis, who is a former MP, he is leading. It's not a big lead, but he is leading over the Liberal incumbent there. We take a look at Richmond Hill South. Here again, we got a lead, about a 1,000-vote lead, so it's a bit more robust there against Majid Johari of the Liberals. And if we look over in Markham Unionville, this was obviously a riding that we were talking a lot about earlier in the campaign when Paul Chang, the incumbent MP, had to be withdrawn as a candidate for comments he had made. And you can see that it is a close race between Michael Ma and the replacement, Peter Wen, but it is still a Conservative gain at the moment. If we look at some of the Brampton ridings, Ruby Sahota trailing by about 200 votes behind Amandeep Judge. Another Brampton riding to look at, Brampton West, Kamal Kara. Again, this is only 120 votes here. So we're talking about some very close races. You can look at Brampton South. Here again, only about 400 votes. Sonia Sidhu is trailing there. So we'll see how this is going to play out. If this holds this way, that's going to be a good night for the Conservatives, because this is what they needed to do. Well, this is what they needed to do to keep the Liberals to a minority. They needed to do a lot better than this to win a majority. But a lot of those races are really close, so we'll have to keep an eye on them.
Okay, well, let me add on to what you're talking about right now, Eric, because we've also accumulated about 6 ridings that we're keeping a close eye in the Greater Toronto Area. Let's begin right now with Burlington North, Milton West. Adam Van Couverden, of course, a Liberal incumbent. He is right now leading, but with 47 polls of 208, it is a close race. Let's now switch over to another riding we're keeping an eye on, and this is in Brampton. Okay, I was a local reporter in Toronto, and I always get this name wrong. Chinguacousy Park in Brampton. There we go. You see there Shafaq Ali leading right now, but a very narrow lead. We're talking about only 4 votes, with 58 riding polls reporting in that riding. Mississauga East Cooksville, Peter Fonseca right now, a narrow lead over Nita Kang, the Conservative candidate in that riding. One more close race here. This is Newmarket Aurora. This is Jennifer McLaughlin over Sandra Kobina, leading by about 100 votes there, a little bit over 100 votes. So keeping a close eye on that. And then one more riding here. This is Eglinton Lawrence, the riding of Eglinton Lawrence. Vince Gasparo leading over Karen Stintz. Karen Stintz, very well known in the Toronto area, local politician in that city. But there you have it. Close races that we're keeping an eye on in the Greater Toronto Area. And of course, the GTA will be a very big play in this election, as it always has been. Ontario will be, as it always has been, with 122 seats. Cole, is this? You actually reacted when Eric was talking about Conservatives overperforming in the GTA. Does that surprise you?
Yeah, I think it does quite a bit, just because of the variance in the polling numbers we saw throughout the election. So if we're doing a lot better than we were there, perhaps the Liberals can't get to that majority number. So we'll see how that plays out, but that does run, opposite to the polling trend throughout the election. So that's an encouraging trend to perhaps hold the Liberals to a minority.
And Farouk, we have the NDP leading in 9 ridings, although I didn't see any of the NDP in the GTA right now. What are your feelings about what's unfolding in Ontario right now?
Yeah, GTA is going to be hard. I think the scenario is mostly the 3 seats in that trade corridor where the tariffs hit hard: London, Windsor West, Hamilton.
I wonder whether...
right now it looks tight. It's not there yet. But 9, with the number of the Liberals around 160.
It relates to a certain number of what that looks like. I don't like to play those games, so I'll just say if those things are done, I'll be really pleased tonight.
As political experts I and others have talked to have said that your party is at risk of not forming official party status and that Singh is at risk of not being elected in his own riding. You and Singh have stayed confident that that's not the case. You've denied that being the case. So I don't think we can deny that
to review what worked and what didn't. I was trying to be thoughtful earlier this week and thinking about, what did we do wrong and what did we do right? And honestly, I don't know that actually the priority or the campaign did anything wrong. And I don't think that the leader did either. I think if you remove the geopolitical situation that we're in, which is an important thing in this election, I think you would look at Singh and you would look at the party and you would think they'd be running a perfect beautiful campaign, talking about the things that matter to people, and have been able to pivot quickly when the message hasn't necessarily worked in their way, which I think is signs of strategic and a healthy campaign. Unfortunately, folks were really looking for somebody who could beat Donald Trump, and that may not have been the answer this time. So looking forward at how do we build that credibility, so if we're in this situation again, we are the answer, will be important.
All right, Melanie Richer with the NDP, a moment of reflection to come. Back to you.
Neetu, thank you. We're back with live coverage of Decision Canada in a moment.
So they've got the 17 seat difference so far, or right now, or in, which is interesting. So, 14 seat difference. I don't know, it's still possible, I guess, if these numbers are correct. 9 ridings to report, but I don't think the final count is in. You never know. But it's going back and forth. Still possible that there's a possibility that they can pull it off. Got to cross our fingers and hope for a miracle, I guess. Because a matter of 14 seats, that's, tell you what, it would be so disappointing to be, to not at least get a minority government. We'll see what happens.
I should note that the numbers coming in BC and Alberta are looking pretty close to what the polling numbers were suggesting. The polling numbers are saying the Liberals are going to do better, at least in the popular vote in those provinces.
You know what? When you look at some of these numbers here, some of the Liberals have quite the lead, but there's some that are still so close.
We'll see. Last word to you, Althea. Just a few things. So on that is something that
And have all, and then there's all of the advanced polls. Have they been counted yet? There's always that question. I believe that the advanced polls probably favored the Conservatives. I know that other people are saying otherwise, but how could they not? Because so many people were hoping for a change.
Welcome back to our Decision Canada coverage of this federal election. I'm Donna Friesen. Eric Sorensen is here with me, and we're going to take a quick look at one of the ridings in Ontario. This is in downtown Toronto, St. Paul's. This was taken away from the Liberals in a by-election, and they have won it back tonight.
Yeah, Don Stewart gets about 10 months in Parliament. It can't be a big surprise to anyone that the Liberals would win this long-time Liberal riding back in the general election after losing it in a by-election.
Now, Eric, we have declared that there will be a Liberal government.
That's
we don't
right.
know if it's majority or minority at this point. We know they need 172 to reach majority. Right now, our numbers are showing 157 for the Liberals. So
exactly.
What's your analysis here?
Well, we've talked about this in the past, that once those numbers start rising in that way, they can move a little bit, but it's usually maybe plus or minus 5. We're actually seeing that with the Liberals right now. They got up into the low 160s. They're down to about 158. There are only 7 ridings left to report, and you can just do the arithmetic yourself. You can't get with 7 more. You know what? Meet me over at camera 3. We'll just take a quick look at the swing meter.
Again.
Meet me over here. I'll show you what I'm talking about. By the way, the Conservatives have picked up 16 ridings in total today. They have gained more seats than the Liberals have. The Liberals we were talking about was, could they get to a majority? At one point, they were getting into the low teens. They were at 11, 12, 13. At the moment, they're at 7. They need to have a pickup of 18 to get to a majority. So that's telling us that they still need another 9 pickups, not just ridings they've won in the past, Donna. They need to turn around 9 more ridings, and that would mean like running the table on the 7 that are there and flipping a couple of more. Honestly, it's beginning to look like mid 160s, maybe high 160s, but somewhere in the 160s is where they're going to be. The NDP is actually getting closer to finding its position still in Parliament as an official party, and possibly holding the balance of power. Because I would say right now the Liberals look like they could get to in the mid 160s. If the NDP gets to 10, again, these numbers can bounce around a little bit. 3, 4 can move pretty much. But it's starting to give you a sense of how it's starting to shape up. Liberals, high, strong minority government is the way it looks like it might be, with possibly the NDP holding the balance of power if the NDP gets lucky and has just the right number.
Well, there are a number of close races, as we've been saying all night, so we're going to try to take a look at those in just a minute. But for now, let's go to David Aiken, who is with Daryl Bricker from Ipsos.
That's right. And Del, it's great to have you here. Your firm's been doing some exit polling to ask voters as they come out of the booth why they did the way they did. We've been showing you the what. That's your line. I love it. We've been showing the what, and you've got the why. Let's start with a leader question. First off, who would make the best Prime Minister of Canada? Right there at the top.
Quite clearly, this was a leadership election.
Yep.
And we're seeing that in these numbers. Mark Carney well ahead of Pierre Poilievre on leadership.
And we can break these down by sort of generational thing. We've been talking about that. If we look at boomers, 56% of boomers.
I just can't.
Mark Carney's your guy.
Gen X says the same thing. Millennials say the same thing. What about Gen Zers? Even they pick Carney. Across the board, all generations, people say Carney was the best Prime Minister. So he's winning on that. Now, what about issues?
Well, let's take a look at which party was seen as the best to lead on specific issues. And the one I would like to start with is Canada's relationship with the United States. The Liberal Party overwhelmingly, and David, I was saying to you before,
I don't see it.
I've never seen a party in an election so dominate a single issue.
And one of the top issues in the campaign.
And one of the top issues. But it's not just the only issue for the Liberal Party. There's other issues. But why don't we go across and take a look at the generations?
Boomers, they love it. And boomers, we keep singling boomers out because they vote at much higher frequency rates
tune my
than,
boomer
say,
card
Gen
in.
Zers. But what Gen Zers still have
the
the Liberals as the best
in.
on that particular one issue.
Don't
and
want to
that
be called a
very
boomer
much
anymore.
associated, you can say that's behind the Liberal vote. So let's close that and let's check in on the affordability issue, which the Conservatives are banking on.
Right, time for a change because things are not affordable. The Conservatives, if this election was about that issue, the Conservatives would be winning it.
And they've got 141 seats they're leading or elected in right now, and you could say those are a lot of voters that said affordability is the tops. Let's break that down. Now, the one thing I note about this, the Liberals are not as far back on this issue as the Conservatives were far back on the Trump or dealing with the U.S. issue. Boomers, they too think the Conservatives are tops, but when we go to Gen Z, wow, Liberals fall to third spot among younger voters. Just don't think the Liberals are good for their pocketbook.
Exactly. So if this was an election about affordability, we'd be seeing different numbers tonight.
Right. It's like there's, again, I mean, there's been 2 ballot questions, and that's not unusual. You're going to see that. And one party picked the ballot question that is going to give them a government. The other party picked the ballot question that's going to give them the opposition.
So there you go. You see the results. They show you what's going on, but this exit poll shows you why it's happening.
Yeah, no, that's great. That's super. All right, guys. Daryl Bricker from Ipsos. Thanks, Daryl. That's great. And we'll send it back to
is such a
the
commie,
desk.
Okay, thanks, you two.
company,
Appreciate
though.
that. We're going to take a look at a couple of the close races. Where are we
All
going
right.
to start? Richmond Centre Marpole in British Columbia. Oh, this isn't close.
Not as close.
Not as close.
You know what? It probably was 2
It
polls
was,
ago, but
yeah.
when you get up to 6, suddenly it spreads apart. So
Yeah,
that's,
yeah. The
that's a bit of a lead there.
is behind at this moment,
Yep.
but it's only 6 polls reporting.
There's only 2 polls.
Right.
Yeah,
only
that's
2.
right.
6. It's 6 polls now. But anyway, let's. Do we have another one? Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge, another BC riding. This also. Oh well. Okay.
1
not
poll,
close.
19 votes. Yes.
This is 1 poll reporting.
And the incumbent leading there so far.
Okay. And this one's okay. Well, this is Nanaimo Ladysmith on Vancouver Island.
Again, 1 poll. You
as
don't
well.
want to
And the incumbent here is in 4th. It's 1 poll, I know, but that's the New
NDP.
Democrat, Lisa Marie Barron, way back in 4th spot right
He's
now.
likely to lose. It would be to the Conservative who's in first so far.
Okay, and in Toronto here we have Eglinton Lawrence.
And
More
Vince-
polls reporting here. This is close.
Vince Gasparo, who's leading for the Liberals, just lost in the provincial election in Ontario and then jumped on the ballot and might get the job as an MP because he just lost as an MPP.
Those are close polls.
All right.
Okay.
Those are close polls. I mean,
Those
that
are
kid-
all one board reports there.
Yeah, we do know they're close ridings. We're trying to get all those
it's-
together so you can have a look
Yeah.
at
it's
that.
not done
It's,
yet, but I'm.
You know, the BQ is down about 8 or so. The
Smelling
NDP is
something
down
fishy.
more like 15. The Liberals and Conservatives have both gained tonight. The Conservatives have gained more than the Liberals. The thing is, they needed to gain many more right now. If you guys want to have a look at Ontario, I can tell you the Conservatives have made some inroads in Ontario. At least how the numbers are shaping up right now, they're winning in the 50s. Now, you know, Justin Trudeau won almost 80 seats there. Right now, it's looking like the Liberals may win only around 65.
Okay.
Now, a couple of those may change a bit, but it's a drop-off there for them.
Before we go to Ontario, I want to check in with Inuit leader Natan Obed. He is president of the Inuit Taprit Kanadami, the national organization representing Canada's 70,000 Inuit. Natan, thank you so much for taking time with us. We know now there will be another Liberal government. We'll have Prime Minister Mark Carney. What do you think that means for you and your organization?
We've already met with Prime Minister Carney at the tail end of the last government.
Lost by
and,
13 seats. That's,
we're looking to build upon
man.
a lot of the things that we started in the last 10 years.
That's
but
hard
we
one.
also recognize that sovereignty, defense, the militarization of the Arctic are huge issues that are coming at us whether we like them or not. So I look forward to working with Prime Minister Carney and this next government on ensuring that Inuit are participants and help shape Canada's considerations on sovereignty, defense, and the militarization of the Arctic.
I remember we spoke during the campaign and you pointed out how much we need to pay attention to the Arctic and Arctic sovereignty, and this is the homeland of the Inuit people, of course. Do you feel that that got the attention it deserved in the campaign? And then are you fearful that might just be, you know, some sort of window dressing, and once a party takes power, they sort of forget again?
Well, I think the U.S. relations really dominated the conversations across this country, and part and parcel with that is the fear of annexation, also the considerations of the Northwest Passage, which is entirely in Inuit Nunangat, and also we are Greenland adjacent, and is no closer than we are from Nunavut to Greenland. So these are issues that I think will be a part of the Canadian conversation, and Inuit are ready to play a meaningful role in Team Canada. We also are impacted by affordability and concerns around inflation, on food security, on poverty, and these are also going to be touchstone issues for all of Canada, but we are hoping to have very specific distinctions-based conversations with this government about what that means for Inuit.
You told me that the far north is rarely on the radar of the majority of Canadians who, of course, live in the south. Can you make the case for why you think that has to change?
Well, probably because of the structure of this country. We have modern treaties, and that covers 40% of Canada's landmass, over 72% of Canada's coastline. And we either own that outright or we co-manage that with the federal government and provinces and territories. So we have an outsized governance role within the creation of Canada as a nation state. And therefore, when Canada is imagining what will happen in the Arctic, we are constitutionally protected players within a modern treaty sense. And we also have a huge benefit to the country because we are the reason for Canada's Arctic sovereignty. Our 51 communities in the Arctic and the Inuit use and the land and occupancy across Canada's Arctic are the reason why we can say what we can as Canada's an Arctic state.
All right, Natan Obed, thank you for making that point, for joining us tonight. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
And I think it looks like the NDP is going to hold on to Nunavut in that riding. But Donna, just while you were talking to him there, the numbers are changing a little bit. Some of those close races are tipping against the Liberals for the moment. They're down to 156. The Conservatives are within 9 seats. There are still 4 ridings left to report, but I think it's possible now the Liberals may not get up as close. I mean, for the moment, let's just say it doesn't look at all like they're going to get to a majority. That just feels like that's not in sight. What does look in sight is that the Conservatives will be doing better than many expected, and it will be a closer race to the end. Interestingly enough, those two numbers put, the two parties, the Liberals and Conservatives, have over 300 seats. And I don't know that we've ever seen anything like that.
Yeah.
I mean, we have more seats now in the Parliament
Than ever before.
But for them to have such a large share, we
Yeah.
wouldn't have seen anything like that for a long time.
All right, we have some news about a couple of ministers who I believe have been re-elected. Yes, this is in Sherbrooke.
Elizabeth Briere for the Liberals, that's and she's holding that rather handily, so that's not a big surprise there.
And I think we're looking at Christia Freeland's riding as well. University Rosedale, yeah. She's no contest there, really, I think. 45 of 205 polls reporting.
She was in Mr. Carney's cabinet, even though she ran against him, losing by quite a ways in the leadership race. But I think was a transport minister for in the short-lived cabinet that he had for the time. We'll see what he does with cabinet coming forward. But Freeland winning here, no surprise.
Okay, let's go to Mercedes Stephenson, who is with Senator Pamela Wallin.
Thanks, Donna. Here with Senator Wallin. We're watching the night still unfold. Liberal government could be, and looks increasingly like possibly Liberal minority government. If you're Pierre Poilievre, you came into this with a 20-point lead, but you're now facing a different leader, and you're also facing Donald Trump. Do you think that this will be viewed not as a victory by Conservatives, but acceptable if he can hold the Liberals to a minority?
Yeah, these numbers are much better than everybody has been saying. I mean, we felt as Donald Trump receded from the picture and the affordability issue came back into play again, I think there was a narrowing of the numbers, but this is quite significant. That trend we saw as the evening began on the East Coast of the Liberals doing, or the Conservatives doing better than expected, has carried on. These numbers are very, very close. The NDP did collapse, and that has been better news from the Liberals. So if those numbers change at all through the course of the evening, although there's only 2 ridings left to report, so probably not. I think this is, I think Pierre Poilievre has some time now to figure out what the answer is. I think he wants to stay. We'll see whether the Conservative Party does what it has done in many circumstances, which is to, kill
Aaron
the leader.
O'Toole did not get to stay when there was a Liberal minority, and he didn't have a 20-point lead.
Yeah, exactly. So, but there's been so much tension inside the party, and the accusations of campaign malpractice against Mr. Poilievre. I think he gets to claim some victory tonight that's sticking to his own guns. actually brought them back up to this number, and the others will say yes, but you had this huge lead. That was, however, with Mr. Trudeau. So I think that they're closer now. Like, we'll know if it is a minority government, and it certainly looks that way. But there's a lot of ridings left to go. Then I think he's got time to think about this. It makes it more complicated in many ways with the issues that we still have to deal with. The USMCA, the NAFTA agreement comes up next year. All the issues we discussed early on throughout the course of this evening, whether it's border security, whether it's immigration, whether it's national defense, whether it's our spending in the north and our commitments to NATO, all of these things are going to have to be wrestled. So then it becomes important as to who keeps Mr. Carney in office. It looks like that will be the NDP if they have enough numbers to add that up. But it does put the constraints on everybody, and I think maybe with the tension around these big issues, it's important that there's some balance there. The electorate was really divided. They, yes, were concerned about Donald Trump, but they were also very concerned about their cost of living and their life and what's going to happen to their kids. So, you know, it's going to be an interesting debate now.
Yeah, I think it'll be really interesting. Canadians so far, and of course the night is not over, but if it's a Liberal minority government sending that message that they're willing to give the Liberals another chance, but not an unlimited one, we'll see where that goes in coming.
And please deal with some of those issues that have been sitting there for a very long time. As we said earlier, with or without Donald Trump, we've got to solve a lot of these issues ourselves.
Exactly. Yeah. Lots to be done, Donna. Lots of issues to solve. Won't be an easy one for Mark Carney if he does get a minority government tonight. So still a tight race.
All right, Mercedes Stephenson and Pamela Wallen, thanks. We're going to go to Toronto now. Carolyn Jarvis is in the riding of Toronto Centre, and you're with Evan Solomon, who I think has been successful tonight getting elected.
Oh, has he ever? It's a huge party here right now, Donna. Evan Solomon, elected, no stranger to politics, but a first-time politician tonight. Congratulations on your win.
Thank you so much. Fantastic energy here. Congratulations to the Prime Minister, Mark Carney. People are very happy here in Toronto Centre.
So you're more familiar being on this side of the microphone, and yet you made the decision to make a move from Manhattan to politics. What was the convincing, or who was the convincing factor in that decision?
Donald Trump. It was a threat to our country, and we had the right leader at the right time in the right fight, and that's Mark Carney. And it was a moment where I really believe, like so many Canadians, that everything is at stake. Our economy, our sovereignty, our values. And Mark Carney had a moment where he was running, and I realized if I could help get in that fight and protect our country and help build something bigger, I would. Many Canadians have followed him, I'm delighted to say, but there's a lot of work to do.
Had Mark Carney not won the leadership nomination, would you have been running today?
I think we all had a call to service. I don't know what the hypothetical would be, but I was influenced by the situation. This is a pivotal election, and I'm influenced by the leader, who is a generational leader at the right time. I think we're very lucky to have him.
It is a risk leaving the private sector to run for public office, perhaps not so much in Toronto Centre, which has been a Liberal stronghold since 1993, but a risk nonetheless. Was there any sort of a promise made that if you were successful tonight, you might be seeing a cabinet post in your near future?
Yeah, absolutely not. That is not something we've ever spoken about. And I don't think anybody goes in feeling like that. I think, look, 3 months ago, this was a different world for the Liberals. I think there's no sense of entitlement. There's no sense, and that's kryptonite. This is a new government with a new leader. I think we've got to listen. We've got to make sure there's no sense that this is anything but earned, and we should be working on behalf of the people of Toronto Centre and listening to people to get some real results, because the message tonight is not a reward, it's get in the fight and get results, and that's what we've got to do.
This is not just a Liberal streak, it's a broadcaster streak. That's one for the broadcasters. Marcy, Ian previously held this riding, also a former CTV journalist. Did you approach her and say, hey, Marcy, have any tips when you cross this side of the microphone?
Absolutely. I should say Marcy and Bill Morneau and Bob Ray and Christia Freeland, all of whom have held this riding, have been unbelievably generous. Look, I would say this, and you know as a journalist, one of the foundational principles is don't have answers before you've asked questions. And that's how you really listen. And my approach as a politician is let me listen to the people in the communities here and listen first, and less lectures, more listening, more results.
Does that mean you won't be upset when we hold your feet to the fire?
I expect it. I've got my asbestos shoes on, especially for you.
Okay, Evan, congratulations on your win tonight.
So much. Thank you.
Donna, back to you.
All right, Carolyn Jarvis, thank you. I think we're going to take a quick look at some results, but we should also point out what's happening on the bottom of your screen there. The Liberals have ticked down to 154. They were up at 161 at one point. This is leading or elected. The Conservatives now at 152.
I was looking at the swing meters because one of the things it tells us is who's gaining from whom, and the Conservatives are picking up way more ridings from the NDP than the Liberals were, and that's not necessarily what was expected. They were expected to gain some, but they have, in this late evening so far, the Conservatives have closed the gap on the Liberals in ways that I don't think were anticipated, and we have to watch it closely. At the moment, they are still a few numbers away from being able to overtake, obviously from 155 to 151, but in terms of our meter as well, they are still a little bit shy of what they need. But boy, they're within about 4, and they're within about 4. So those two actually mesh. They're not that far away from the Liberals at the moment, and it seems like some late votes have come in that have shifted some ridings, and is there more of that to be seen?
We just don't know.
Are we in for a big surprise? This is a big surprise as it is that it's this close.
Yeah. All right, we're going to look at some particular ridings here. This is Vancouver Island, Saanich Gulf Islands. Elizabeth May, the incumbent there, and she has the lead.
Well, you have to hand it to her. Now, where are we at? We're at 25, but still, she's pulling out a lead right now. She's held the riding since 2011, and give her credit, right? Like she just has been able to keep them on the map, the Green Party.
Oh, and this is early results in Burnaby Central. 9 of 200 polls reporting, and this is Jagmeet Singh's riding. He, at this stage, is in 3rd place.
And here we are. That could be the 12th seat. Look at the ticker. NDP 11. If only the leader won his seat, they'd have official party status. It's early. I'm not so sure the NDP are going to hold 11 by the time we're done tonight, but we'll see.
And this is Beauce.
Maxime Bernier in 4th. Is he going to get the message and pack it in as the People's Party guy? Not sure.
He used to own that riding when he was with the Conservatives, but he gave up to Conservatives and voters gave up on him.
All right, we have one more. Carleton. This is the first results we're seeing, or I'm seeing at least, from the riding where Pierre Poilievre is running tonight.
5 polls.
Fanjoy, the Liberal candidate, was working hard to take this seat from Pierre Poilievre, who has been elected 7 times in a row. This is early. Well,
yeah, way too early to say, but how weird would that be if the Conservatives win 150 or so ridings, or high 140s, and Mr. Poilievre were to lose there? Let's wait to see. Let's watch it anyway.
Yeah,
it's interesting because I mean there were a lot of public servants in that riding, and who knows how they mobilize, but I think we need to wait there.
Okay, David, what are you looking at?
I wanted to come back to the GTA. You talked about close races a few minutes ago, Don, and we got a ton of them in the Bramptons and Mississaugas. And I've been saying this forever. If you win one Brampton, you tend to win all of them, and you win one Mississauga. Well, maybe this is the rule being broken tonight. We'll see. These 6 seats here are Brampton. These 6 here are Mississauga. Maybe I'll zoom in a little bit further so we get a sense of them. And let me just run through. These are all really tight races, real dogfights right now. Where the Conservatives might pick up, Brampton West. This is a minister, Kamal Khera. She's 254 votes behind, 70 polls in. That is Brampton West. We go down to Brampton South, where Sonia Sidhu is now 421 votes. That's very close behind the Conservative, 35 polls. So those are the 2 Bramptons that right now are in the Conservative column. But other Bramptons are close. Brampton Centre, it's a 713 vote lead for the Liberals in Brampton Centre. We move over to Brampton Chinguacousy Park. Shafkat Ali has only a 100 vote lead over Tim Iqbal. 100, that's almost half the polls reporting. That's going going to be a very close race. We could be here a little while tonight. Up in Brampton, North Caledon, Ruby Sahota was briefly in cabinet with Justin Trudeau, didn't make it with Carney. She's got a 32-vote lead right now over the Conservatives in Brampton, North Caledon. Very tight races up there. Then we go down to the Mississaugas, and we take a look at Mississauga-Streetsville. Reshi Valdez, the first Filipina to be in cabinet. She is behind Sue McFadden, a Mississauga City Councillor, but just by 62 votes. Super tight race in Mississauga-Streetsville. We go down to Mississauga Lakeshore, former Ontario Finance Minister Charles Sousa, 48.9% to 46.7%. So the point is, in and around here, we have seen, if I go, I want to do this, just take a look. This is the map, the electoral map of the GTA area right now. This is 2021. A lot of red in 2021. Look at it now. The Conservatives having some success. Not the success they need to form government, but they are building on this. And yes, if you were Conservatives after this talking about this particular election, you'd say, look at the gains we've made. If it's a minority government, we might be able to force something in a couple of years. Again, building on the success they've had here. York region looking very good. A lot of pickups. 1, 2, 3, 4 pickups. If I do that 2021 again, 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4 blue. So some big pickups there for right now for the Conservatives in York region, in Peel, and even down to Halton, which is exactly what they need. I'm trying to find Kitchener Centre, which is where the Greens had one of their seats. Elizabeth May, we just saw leading in Saanich Gulf Islands. Mike Morris was the other Green MP in Parliament, and right now he's behind in Kitchener Centre, where the Conservatives, Kelly DeRitter, looks to pick it up for the Conservatives. 55 polls reporting, but you can see here it's a pretty even three-way race, and but Mike Morris is on the wrong end of that right now. So there we go. That's what's going on in the GTA. Lots of close races there as we bounce around. Now the gap is 10 seats, 158 to 148. Eric, what's up?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's interesting, hey, David, because you look at the Conservative numbers and the BQ numbers. You put those together and you get up to just over 173. I don't suppose that's a team that would work together to form government, Conservatives and BQ. It doesn't seem like that's probably likely, but anyway.
I mean, when we get back to the panel, Eric, when we get back to talk to the panel with Mercedes, Gilles Duceppe worked with Stephen Harper on some issues. Not all the time, it was an ad hoc thing, but there were times when Stephen Harper and Gilles Duceppe teamed up to get some stuff done, and I know that Stephen Harper thought a great deal of Gilles Duceppe's parliamentary gamesmanship, whatever you want to call it.
Well, and for the moment, the Liberal Party headquarters is showing 158, 148, a little closer there. We can't read their board there, but the Liberals have a lead of 10, as you were saying, David. Mm-hmm. It's, I think they're hoping for just to put enough space between themselves and the Conservatives so it doesn't have to be as close as it is. But I think they're wringing their hands a little bit more in the last half hour or so. Let's take a break and we'll be right back.
That is close. So I think it's closer than what even the numbers say. Since a lot of the polls just haven't reported yet. So in all of these ridings, a lot of polls have reported, but not all of them. So I think there's still a possibility. I have to hold on to this last sliver of hope, because it's incredible that we still have people voting Liberal. I just don't understand it. For everything that's going on. And to see, and look at this one, Poilievre, 38% of the vote. Like, I don't believe that. I can't believe that. No, there's no way. There's no way Carleton would go Liberal with Poilievre in that riding. But, I mean, I could be wrong. I don't know. I want to have more faith in Canadians. I guess maybe I'm just too optimistic. But I don't know, with a 10-point spread only, it seems like, and with not all the polls reporting. Look at this one, 91 of 213 polls have reported. This one, 91 of 180 polls have reported. Liberal in the lead, Conservative in the lead. I mean, a lot of these, only half of the polls have reported. So, there's that one, almost all the polls have reported. So that one, not even half have reported. 60 polls still outstanding in that one. There's still a possibility that Conservatives can make up what now is 8 points. So I don't think that it's over. And then, of course, we've got see how much BC has to offer.
Wow. Welcome back to our Decision Canada coverage. That's a look at the results in the riding of Pierre Poilievre, the leader of the Conservative Party. And this is more polls reporting than when you checked in before. 10 out of 266. Still a long way from any kind of official count. But the Liberal is leading at this stage.
Yeah. You don't want to, again, you don't want to make too much of it right at the moment, but that would be a stunner to have the leader of the Conservatives, who are having not a bad night. They're winning a lot more seats than they've won in a long, long time. They're holding the Liberals, it would look like, to a minority government here.
Looks like he's
and
concerned.
Yet the leader himself is in a little bit of trouble. But
totally
polls,
a Liberal. But
wait to see what happens there.
Yeah, and that's the riding that has 91
it's taking a while to count.
Candidates on the ballot, so it's going to take a while to count. Absolutely.
Just for a second.
We're looking at some other ridings here.
Room.
Cumberland, Colchester. This is too close to call right now.
Wow, really close. 95 is the lead, and there are 4 polls yet to come in. So that's.
Stephen Ellis is a physician, a doctor in the Conservative caucus, and a former naval officer, I believe. I think he was a captain.
Yeah, and that looks like that could be headed to a recount.
Miramichi, Grand Lake, another one too close to call.
Yeah, a little bit more space there. I mean, 392 votes starts to look better than 50 or 75. But Lisa Harris, she was in a close race last time around when she ran, and lost. And it's she could suffer the same fate this time.
Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. This one, about the same number, 338 votes between the Liberal and the incumbent Bloc Québécois.
This would be one of the pickups for the Liberals over the Bloc Québécois tonight. It's actually where the Liberals have done some of their most effective work, is in picking up seats in Quebec from the BQ.
Wow, Terrebonne.
Terrebonne, almost neck and neck here with the BQ and the Liberal candidate.
Natalie Sinclair Desgagnés is an Oxford-trained economist, and the Liberal has just graduated as an economics student. So, economics in Terrebonne.
And Anita Anand is leading now by 3 points. A little while ago, she was just a little bit behind. We are 2/3 of the way through the count, so there you go.
Not a smooth sail for her at this point.
Not at all.
She is leading.
This has been far from a smooth sail for the Liberal Party in much of the country.
Mm-hmm. All right, David Aiken, what are you looking at?
Let's take a tour through some Western Canadian cities, because there's some interesting results there.
He looks
right now,
confused.
I've got Winnipeg up on the screen right now, and that's the one little NDP dot, Winnipeg Centre. Leah Gazan, the New Democrat incumbent, she's a little bit ahead of the Liberals. The Liberals did hold this in 2015. It often is New Democrat. Pat Martin was the longtime New Democrat for this riding. So we'll see where this goes. We're keeping an eye on it. Conservatives doing relatively well again, this is downtown Winnipeg. Winnipeg Centre, wanted to take a look at that. Winnipeg West might be a pickup for the Liberals. In Winnipeg West, Doug A. Olson, an emergency room doctor who was the MP, then he got beat by Marty Morantz, and now they're back for another rematch, and this time A. Olson is up. He's up by 2,000 votes with 140 polls reporting, so Doug A. Olson might be feeling a little comfortable. We'll keep an eye on that. And then in Kildone and St. Paul, Raquel Dancho, who is the public safety critic for the Conservative, in a bit of a tight race. I just want to take a look. We have had, as you can see, some lead changes through the night. This is taking a look at as the polls came in. It's sort of flattened out a bit with a small lead for Raquel Dancho there. And then this is a loss for this might be a loss for the NDP in Elmwood Transcona. This is another rematch of a by-election. There was a by-election here last year, and Layla Dance won for the NDP against Colin Reynolds. Colin Reynolds is ahead right now. Reynolds is a leader in his private sector union. He's an electrician. And we know Pierre Poilievre made paid a lot of attention to private sector unions, woodworkers, laborers, you name it. And this Colin Reynolds was one of the poster guys, if you will, for Poilievre and the Conservatives' pitch there. So that's what's going on in Winnipeg. Let's zip over to Alberta. Let's take a look at Calgary. Right now in Calgary, the only Liberal who's got a seat, George Chahal in Calgary is losing right now to the Conservative. Not by much, 344 votes back with 45 polls in. Now, this riding, Calgary Confederation, this part of Calgary hasn't voted for a Liberal since 1940. It's been a while. But right now, Corey Hogan is the vice president at the University of Calgary, and that's University of Calgary is in this riding, is 169 votes ahead of Jeremy Nixon, a former MLA. So Nixon used to run for the UCP. Now he's trying to be a CPC, and he's a little bit behind there. That would be a historic win for the Liberals. That's Calgary Centre. Greg McLean, the bilingual Conservative incumbent, is a little bit behind Lindsay Lunau. So there's some close races in Calgary, potential pickups for the Liberals there. Up in Edmonton, not so good for the Liberals. The Liberals might have been expected to win at least two, Edmonton Centre and Edmonton Southeast. And that's not happening right now. Edmonton Centre, the Conservatives are ahead by 110 votes over the Liberals. And in Edmonton Southeast, where Amarjeet Sohi is running, 50 polls in, and he's well back. He's more than a couple of thousand votes back of Jagsaran Singh Mahal in Edmonton Southeast. That would be a big victory for the Conservatives, who are worried there might be something going on there. And in Edmonton Strathcona, I would have put this as maybe the second or third safest NDP seat in the country. Heather McPherson, their foreign affairs critic, she's 757 votes up on the Conservative. The last non-NDP to hold this riding was, in fact, the Conservative. It was Raheem Jaffer. Some may remember that name. So that's what's going on in Edmonton, Calgary, and Winnipeg. Some interesting results there, with all parties sort of making some gains or not making some gains, or we'll see how it all plays out. Lots of votes still to be counted, Donna.
All right, David, thanks. And you can see the Liberals and Conservatives, excuse me, the numbers on the bottom of your screen there, keep flipping around. Right now, they are 12 points apart. Have I got that math right? Yes. And the Liberals hovered above 160 for a while there, but as I said it went back up. So, Eric, you were looking at the gains and losses, where the parties. Let's do your swing meter. What are you seeing?
Well, let's have a look, I guess, first of all, at the Conservatives. Now, when we talk about this, for the Conservatives to form government, that's that number we're talking about for government. Their lucky number was 27. That's a combination of their gains and Liberal losses. And the reason they're not as close to forming government based on our swing meters is they have gained 19, but the Liberals have also gained 7. So you have to take those 7 off of the Conservatives' gains, takes them back to 12. Well, if they're at 12 is where they are right now, for a total number to get towards government at 27, they're a long way from being able to form government. The Liberals, on the other hand, are also a long way now from where they wanted to get to, which was to form a majority. And right now, and that one, they don't have to worry about the Conservatives. They just have to pick up a bunch of seats and win them against whoever to have enough gains to get to a majority. And we said they needed a gains of 18 total. On balance, they've only picked up 7. They've gained 28 seats, but they've also lost 21 seats. All of those are to the Conservatives. So they've lost a passel of ridings to the Conservatives. A lot of those are in Ontario, in places that they may not have expected. But right now, they're up 7. They need to get to 18. That means they're up 8 now, but they're 10 away from that. How many ridings are going to change from what we're seeing on the screen below us? They're 161 to 146. They are just a little, it seems like they're a little too far away from the majority line to get to a majority. The Conservatives are a little too far away from the Liberals to catch them. And we are sitting in that realm right now, Donna, where the Liberals are, as we've called earlier, safe to assume, I don't want to assume too much, but we've called them to form the government. Doesn't look like they can get to a majority. And of course, it doesn't look like the Conservatives can catch up.
Okay, Eric, thank you. Let's go to the Liberal headquarters, where Mark Carney, I assume, will make an appearance at some point this evening. Mackenzie Gray is there now. Mackenzie, how are they feeling? The numbers keep fluctuating. They've ticked up again above 160, but probably not a majority territory.
Yeah, certainly, Donna. The mood's been a little bit nervous here. They were actually just pumping Rush here, Tom Sawyer, a couple seconds before he came to us. So they're trying to pump the crowd back up. But I've got Zita Astrobez with me here, who's worked in the Liberal headquarters during this election campaign, was also a senior staffer in the Trudeau campaign. Zita, just take us through how you're feeling, if you still think there's a path majority for the Liberals.
You know, I think if you looked at where we were 110 days ago when Justin Trudeau indicated that he was going to resign and retire from politics, this is a way different ballgame today and tonight where we were 100 days ago. And so the numbers coming into Atlantic Canada, holding a lot of seats, a couple pickups. The GTA and the 905 are certainly very interesting. But, you know, we're looking to British Columbia, where I currently live in Vancouver now, which is very interesting and very competitive for the Liberals. If you look at Vancouver Island, that was not an area that really has been a strength for the Liberal Party. I think the last time the Liberals held a seat was Dr. Keith Martin, who crossed over from the Reform Party. And Mark Carney has been there 3 times this election, which I've never seen in the Liberal campaign, and certainly an area for growth. So feeling good. I think we'll see how the numbers come in over the next few hours, but certainly looking to BC for some gains there tonight.
Yeah, you mentioned Mr. Carney's time in BC. He was in Victoria to end the night last night. I know one of the seats you guys are targeting is Jagmeet Singh's seat in Burnaby Central. Do you expect that the Liberals are going to be taking that one?
You know, I think with the numbers are still coming in. I think it's a challenge for Mr. Singh and the NDP. We see their numbers across the country being hard for them to hold, but they've held a couple seats. But certainly, hopefully, that's a pickup for us. I know a lot of the campaigns have been focusing on Burnaby, particularly for the Liberals, but also there are a couple seats in Vancouver. If you look at Vancouver Kingsway and the island, opportunities for growth for the Liberals. Remember, just a couple months ago, BC had an election where the NDP were quite strong provincially, and those numbers, we'll see if they translate to support for the Conservatives and the NDP in British Columbia. We're hoping for a couple pickups, but we've really had a strong campaign in British Columbia.
Looking to the GTA, which is one of the other competitive areas, the time that Mr. Carney spent in the last week around Vaughan, King City, those are ridings that are looking to go Conservative right now. Do you think it should have been a place that Mr. Carney should have spent more time in the campaign to try and bring those seats home?
You know, I think Mr. Carney ran a national campaign. You know, he only had a couple days after the Liberal leadership, and he traveled across the country. He went up north. He's touched both oceans. Certainly, a lot of ridings in play in the GTA. You know, you can always look after the fact what were deciding factors on how to pick up seats. He has spent a lot of time in the GTA. We also had a number of high-profile candidates there helping neighboring ridings. We'll see how the numbers shake out. There's still a lot of tight races, so certainly an area to watch over the next couple hours.
You mentioned those tight races, and in some of them it looks like it's the advanced polls that still have not been counted yet. If it's not the case in some of those ridings, how do you feel about your turnout in those advanced polls?
You know, we had a really strong advanced polls for the Liberal Party. We also saw a ton of Canadians vote in advanced polls over the long weekend. I think it was 7.3 million Canadians decided to cast their ballot early, which is a great turnout. And certainly our campaigns were really organized in advanced polls. And what we're seeing is as those advanced polls get counted tonight, we pulled our support in those advanced polls during those days. So when those poll numbers come in, we're seeing a bump in a lot of jurisdictions. So hopefully that holds. I will say we had a strong turnout during advanced polls, but what that meant was that those volunteers could poll, identify new Liberals in the last 10 days of the election, and be able to pull those voters tonight. Certainly a riding I'm watching tonight is Carleton. I was there earlier today. We'll see how that holds, but they had a very high turnout on advanced polls as well. I think it was 43,000 residents that had cast their ballot. So we'll see where it all shakes out tonight.
Zita, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Back to you, Donna.
All right, Mackenzie, great, thanks. Let's go to the Bloc Québécois headquarters in Montreal, where Mike Armstrong
This is good.
Mike.
This is good, guys.
Yeah, hi, Donna. I'm with Jean-Denis Garon, re-elected MP for Mirabel, which is a riding just north of Montreal, with a big airport still. This is kind of what Monsieur Blanchette had said he had hoped for going in. but he also said the short campaign protected Mark Carney. I heard you say something to that effect before as well, that you think a longer campaign would have benefited the Bloc Québécois.
Well, I think that in a way that fear was the most important point of the Liberals campaign in the Liberals program. But now we see the results. It's we ran a positive campaign. We really stuck to what we believe are the interests of Quebec, the demands of the National Assembly that have been ignored by all other parties. We forced other parties to commit or not commit on those demands, and I think that was constructive. And we see the result tonight. That's we have to admit it. That the circumstances were special, but now it's going towards a minority government, and I think that Quebec has gained some power in a way tonight.
There you go. So the collaboration that Mr. Blanchet talked about, the potential collaboration with Mr. Carney, what do you expect at this point?
Well, we've always been behaving that way. Some people sometimes believe that the Bloc Québécois is against the rest of Canada, but we've always been recognized as a competent and constructive party, and most of the times, or oftentimes, the interests of the rest of Canada are aligned with the interests of Quebec. And I think with the trade negotiation coming up, we can certainly work together to make sure that Quebec is respected in that process.
This is interesting. Being a politician is not easy, and as I understand it, you weren't going to run again in this election. You had a child in November, and everybody's talking.
You did your homework.
Well,
that's good.
Thank you. No, everybody's talking about the effect Trump had on this election. Trump had an effect on you running, as I understand. You didn't want to stay home and watch this from the...
Well, it's to be honest, I didn't even see at the moment the detailed results, so I don't think it's a good time to present to you my own diagnosis. But I think that I seize the occasion to thank people from Mirabel for that victory, and I will work for all of them. I'll continue to do that, and I think they're still going to be proud of their MP.
Well, we have a panel full of people back, including Jules Giuseppe, who know what it's like to have children when you're an MP in Ottawa. Congratulations again. Donna, back to you.
Okay, Mike, thank you so much. We're going to look at some close ridings here where the Conservatives are trailing. This is Terra Nova, the Peninsulas. Oh, interesting. When we checked in on this before, the Conservative was in first place.
Anthony Germain has been trailing all night for the Liberals out there. Again, we talked about him earlier. He's a very well-known broadcast journalist from Newfoundland and Labrador. And look how close this is.
Maybe that's the advanced polls being counted now. I don't know.
Maybe.
This is Mississauga East, Cooksville.
And
the incumbent just hanging on to the lead there.
Yeah, when you start to get this late, well, no, they still have quite a few polls to report, so that is a close race, and don't want to make any conclusions yet. I do want to say one thing about the numbers at the bottom of the screen, though. 163, 147. I've never seen them move around as much as they have in this election.
And just before we get more into that, look at Oakville East. This is still pretty tight.
Cabinet Minister Anita Anand.
Yeah.
And she's been holding fairly steady now with about a 2 or 3 point lead for a while.
And Bay of Quinte, this is another tight race. The Conservative incumbent trailing by a bit.
That's why, well, these are the races that actually tell us why those numbers have been going up and down. But as I say, in previous elections, I went through several of them, and you normally see the numbers on the screen, on the bottom of the screen, move up and down a little bit by plus or minus 5. Tonight, we watched the numbers of the Liberals for a while. They were in the 160s where they are now. They dropped down about into the low 150s. The Conservatives suddenly looked like they might actually catch them, and then all of a sudden it spread back out again. But I can tell you a little bit about what I think is happening, because you'll wonder, right? Why didn't the Liberals, we're going over here.
Okay.
Why didn't the Liberals do better tonight, and why didn't the Conservatives catch the Liberals? And I think if we look at the seat distribution across the country, you get a sense of it. There's nothing to surprise us really too much. First of all, in what you're seeing out in British Columbia, there's a bit of a spread from the Conservatives and Liberals. I won't get into those numbers. But over the prairies, this is what you would expect. Alberta winning most of the seats. Saskatchewan, most of the seats, although, it looks like up in Desnethe, Misnippy, Churchill River, Liberals may have won up there. And in Manitoba, this is Winnipeg is how it stacks up on the top ones. Those are the rural ridings that the Conservatives win. Where have the Liberals fallen short? I think you can look at Ontario,
Because in Ontario, the Liberals, normally when they're doing well enough and they're going to win government, they'll win about 80 seats. Tonight, they're winning somewhere in the mid-60s, and the Conservatives are in the mid-50s. This is a very good night for the Conservatives. Not doing as well as they normally do in Ontario is what is keeping the Liberals from getting to a majority. At the same time, why couldn't the Conservatives catch them then? That's where you go further east. And it seems, you know, in today's politics for the Conservative Party, the further east you go, the more difficulty they have in connecting with voters in the way they used to in the Mulroney days, even in the Diefenbaker days. But right now, the Conservatives are kind of stuck up around 10 seats in Quebec. 10 is, you know, 10 out of 78. When you do that in Quebec and in Atlantic Canada, right now they're getting about 7 out of the 32. They're not getting more than just a fraction of all the seats in Eastern Canada. And I think that when they fail to do that, they make it so difficult for themselves to then form a government because they have so many seats they can count on. There's disappointment for the Conservatives in not doing better because they know they're going to do well in the West. They've made some inroads in Ontario. That may have prevented the Liberals from getting to a majority, but they have not done well enough in Quebec and Eastern Canada, which has been their problem really ever since the Progressive Conservative Party blew up in 1993. They have, they've moved that center of gravity for the Conservatives out to Western Canada, and as a result, they've had a hard time connecting with enough Conservatives to win enough seats to form government. I mean, they've had one majority since the Mulroney days, and that was with Stephen Harper in 2011, Donna. Mm-hmm. But for the most part, the Liberals are, governing as they've governed so often. They just keep winning, 2 or 3 elections before the Conservatives can win an election. So at the moment, we're seeing it kind of unfold. Some of the reasons why the Conservatives are doing better and reasons why the Liberals are still holding on.
149 seats is not nothing where they're at right now, but it's not
sure.
enough.
And a lot of that is what they did in Ontario to pick up.
Eric, thank you. Let's go over to David Aiken, who is with Daryl Bricker from Ipsos.
Yeah, thanks, Donna. So Daryl, of course, Daryl Bricker of Ipsos. People have been out doing exit polls, asking voters as they come out of a voting booth a whole range of interesting questions. I mean, there's 80, 90 questions loaded in here. We could spend an hour and a half there. Yeah. But let's start off with, we were going to start off with, I think, wild card.
Right.
Is Canada on the right track? So this is someone who voted today, might have voted for a Liberal, might have voted for a Conservative. Here's all voters, 7,000 people, and we're not on the right track, says people who voted today, and they didn't throw the bums out.
Right. So this is
they didn't
the
throw
context
the bums
of
out.
the campaign.
They need to throw the
So
bums
Mark
out.
Carney is seen as the man of the moment on one issue. The Liberals designed their entire campaign around it. It was dealing with Donald Trump in the United States. So on that issue, fine. But as far as the Liberal record is concerned, what they've produced in Canada over the last 10 years, this is the effect. More people, by a considerable amount, feel that the country's on the wrong direction rather than the right direction.
And we can say, folks going through it, boomers, Gen Xers, it's pretty consistent right across the board.
Yeah.
We're going in the wrong direction. Now, I think it was attitudes on Canada.
Oops, sorry, I did that.
Is that me?
That was me.
Okay, there we go. Canada is broken. This is what Pierre Poilievre was saying last fall. He got criticized for saying that, and yet quite a few people agree.
A fifth of us strongly agree with Pierre Poilievre was saying. Almost half of us overall think that Canada is broken. This, again, underscores the fact that people are not satisfied with the direction of the country, not satisfied with the last 10 years of the Liberal administration. And even though the Liberals can sneak in on this one issue, the overall context they're going to be walking into after this in a minority government situation possibly is going to be difficult.
Let's say, I mean, the data that the parties have, I'm sure they're doing polling something similar to this. If you're in Poilievre's inner circle tomorrow or in the coming days, you probably go, see, we were right all along. This is probably validating the axis of their campaign, essentially.
Until 3 months ago, 2 months ago, they were right.
Right.
And that's what people were jumping on. This is what underscores, folks, time for a change.
Right.
You hear that a lot in politics. There was a really strong belief prior to Mark Carney becoming the leader of the Liberal Party and Donald Trump doing what he decided to do, a real desire to change. That hasn't gone away.
You're Mark Carney. You sit down with your cabinet. You have this data that people think Canada's broken. We're moving in the wrong direction. He did move quickly on carbon taxes. He moved quickly on a couple other things. I guess he's got to move even more quickly to really show that his government is taking some of these concerns seriously. That would be the takeaway for the Liberals, I assume.
He's on a very short leash. His priority, and as far as Canadians are concerned, is one issue, which is dealing with Donald Trump. Everything else is going to be difficult for him and going to be difficult to manage.
Yeah. So, guys, as we go back, we're going to probably talk about this later in the night as we listen to leaders' speeches. We may hear, I think, at least one leader, that'd be Jagmeet Singh, who is probably going to talk about his future. And that is, in terms of the parliamentary calendar, that, you know, while a leadership race unfolds, the NDP are not going to want to force an election, but they may not hold the balance of power. It's going to be a very interesting parliament, I think.
A very interesting parliament. We haven't seen anything like this in quite a while.
No, indeed. All right, Donna, Mr. Eric, what do you think?
Okay, great. Yeah, it's Liberals are 162, Conservatives 149, and it's just I think as long as there are these close ridings, we're just going to see those numbers just fluctuate.
Yeah, I mean, the longer it goes, you know, when we talked about those numbers won't fluctuate as much as time goes on because more things get in, more things get a little bit more into cement. But so it's going to be hard now. The Conservatives, as we called, aren't going to catch them. It was just that there were some ridings that gave us a bit of a surprise there for a while. But right now.
Let's look at Lac Saint-Jean, Gilles Ducep's son running there. And we have projected that he, in fact, will win that riding by a handy majority there, or a handy percentage. Let's go to Mercedes Stephenson and the political panel, including Gilles Duceppe.
Yes, congratulations.
Thanks, that's me, it's him.
He learned, I'm sure, a thing or two, though, from Dad.
Yeah, but we're always learning.
That's true.
From one or the other.
That's right. A humble politician, exactly. Not always a contradiction in terms.
Humility being the word of the evening.
Exactly. And it's, on that note, I want to go to you, Seamus.
Sure. Let me tee it up for you.
The Liberals being handed a government here, but it's a lot closer than people expected. What is the message that Canadians are sending tonight to Mark Carney?
Well, you know, let's see what happens. These numbers are still so close. We're still watching some very tight races, including my friend Anthony Germain in Newfoundland. We'll see. I think regardless of what happens this evening, whoever forms government, it looks like it'll be Prime Minister Carney. Yeah, you take it with some dose of humility. You know, Canadians are sending a message that they want somebody who's going to be able to negotiate with an American neighbor that has suddenly become a threat. But there were a lot of other things coming out of COVID, coming out of affordability, interest rates that they are not happy with. And so you got to get busy. And from what I understand, he told the Liberal War Room earlier this morning that if indeed the Liberals did win, that you hit the ground running right away.
Yes, but the problem is we don't know tonight because there'll be a lot of recounting, I think.
Yeah, by the look.
So we don't know who will be the Prime Minister, because if he doesn't have the majority, he will have to deal with whom?
So my question.
So if the Bloc has the balance of power, be sure they will negotiate with both parties to obtain what they want to have.
So what could happen tonight is that
it could happen.
We declare a Liberal minority, for example, but then they ally with the Conservatives.
If you look at the situation.
So for Canadians who don't follow the intricacies of how a minority parliament works.
Yes, please lay this out for us.
Well, I'll cautiously take some steps. The Liberals, given these numbers, if something like this holds, they get the first opportunity.
They do.
To form a government. And what they will appeal to the Governor General is say, we have an agreement with the Bloc or the NDP, and this is how we're going to govern. If no such agreement exists,
and we'll find confidence of the House.
And then we're going to return to the House as soon as possible. We'll have a vote to show that we can govern.
Yeah.
If they can't show that agreement, and the Bloc are sitting saying, well, we're talking to both the Liberals and the Conservatives, there may be a scenario, and this would be a bizarre moment, but maybe not, where we're seeing Pierre Poilievre attempting to make a deal with the Bloc leader, which, as a Western Canadian, well, I think it's bizarre in the sense of.
Sorry, I'm asking.
No offense. We've been through a scenario before with Mr. Dion and Jack Layton.
We got along fine.
There's moments where we can get along fine. I would just
Paul
say,
Martin, I did it with Stephen Harper.
I would
ask any party in a situation when they could have the balance of power.
Yes, so it's a very.
They won't say. No party will say okay.
But
they say, wait a second, you will negotiate before saying okay.
Beyond for power, the question will be for what? I just think for a Conservative leader who has been careful, we talked about this a little bit, Poilievre has been careful not to attack the Bloc, not like he did the Liberals or the NDP.
But the Bloc has attacked the Conservatives previously.
Not during the campaign, but a lot before the campaign.
A lot before. So do you see a scenario where Pierre Poilievre would be willing to make some of the concessions that he would have to make, things like supply management, with the Bloc Québécois to try to form a government?
I think that any good leader would listen to anyone who would want to come to him to discuss possibilities. Why wouldn't you listen to them?
But who your partner is can affect your own reputation. And that's
in
true.
a minority.
Of course it does. So look at how the NDP look at how the NDP have been affected over the last 3 years of making an agreement with Mr. Trudeau when he was Prime Minister.
Did not
had
help
a
you.
very, very negative effect on our reputation with a number of Canadians. This is calculus.
Let's make him even more
Seamus,
interesting.
go ahead.
Who will be doing the negotiating?
Well, isn't that an interesting question?
Right? Who is the leader of the NDP after tonight? Who is the leader of the Conservative
We've
Party?
got a while to go. We will come back and we will revisit
Yeah.
what's going to happen in terms of the leaders. But I mean, Donna, it just tells you what a wild night we're having here. The numbers all over the place. The possibility of a Bloc-backed Conservative minority. It's all kinds of interesting things that are unfolding here that we didn't anticipate.
Yeah, I mean, you start doing the math and figuring out who could work with who and how that's all might shake down, and then who's leading which party. Yes, lots to watch for, and it's still all we know is there's a Liberal government. We don't know the shape of it at this point.
It's always a potentially more explosive arrangement. Any party, national party, that would strike a deal with the so-called separatist party in Quebec. Like, it's just a little bit more volatile to think about that as opposed to the others. So everybody would have to sort of be thinking hard about just what kind of deal and with whom when you look at these possibilities. But the possibilities are lining up right now.
Okay, let's go to Carolyn Jarvis, who's in Toronto. I think you're with Christia Freeland.
I am indeed with Christia Freeland in the riding of University of Rosedale, who won her riding this evening. Congratulations to you.
Thank you very much. It's a great night.
You took a gamble on December 16th when you resigned from cabinet. You were a finance minister, deputy prime minister, sending a message that you no longer believed in the prime minister, or vice versa in that case. Did that bet pay off?
It wasn't a bet. It was a really tough decision. It was a recognition that Prime Minister Trudeau was driving us all in the wrong direction. And as long as I was there, I was facilitating that. And so I just realized I had to do something. I didn't know what would happen, but I knew it was the right thing to do. And today, when I see a Liberal government re-elected, I know even more clearly that it was the right thing to do.
The numbers are indicating to us that we are looking probably at a minority government for the Liberals. What is the message you think that the electorate is sending today?
So, we don't know the final result yet, and I'm not going to speculate on it, but I'll tell you what I think needs to happen now. I think that this election was an election about standing up for Canada. The ballot question was, who do we trust to stand up for Canada and to fight for Canada? And the answer of most Canadians was, we trust Prime Minister Mark Carney. I think that's right. I trust him. I think he's the guy to lead us. I also absolutely believe that the way that Canada succeeds in this critical moment, probably the most challenging time in our history, is by being united. And so I think it is absolutely essential for our Liberal government to be really clear that we're going to govern for the whole country. We're going to govern for people who voted for us and also for the people who didn't. Tonight, I'm originally from Alberta, and tonight there were quite a few people here from Alberta who came here to support me. And it's really important that people in Alberta, people in Saskatchewan who didn't vote Liberal, hear from us. We are going to govern for the whole country. We're going to listen to you.
How are you actually going to do that? Because there were huge turnouts for Poilievre rallies over the last couple of years across the country. We're still seeing strong numbers of Conservatives, even if they may not be forming government. How do you actually connect with the people who voted Conservative this election? Say, we're hearing you, and we're going to stand for your beliefs as well.
I think it starts by listening. And I think if you listen carefully and you have positive intent and you say, look, let's work together for Canada, you can accomplish a heck of a lot across party lines. And the example I'll give you is my friendship with Premier Doug Ford. I mean, if you look at me and you look at Premier Ford, we're not necessarily people you would think of as kindred spirits, but we really get along. I call him my therapist. We've done a lot of things together. I trust him, and I'm proud of the things we've accomplished together with him. I really believe that with that kind of attitude, that sincere desire to work for Canadians and to set aside partisan divisions, we can accomplish so much in Canada.
How does one celebrate an election victory when you're returning to Ottawa and the Prime Minister is godfather to your son?
How does one celebrate? Well, right now I'm going to celebrate by going and giving my husband a hug, which I haven't done yet. That's going to be my celebration. But I do want to say to Prime Minister Carney, he's been Prime Minister for just a few weeks, and I think we saw him in office dealing with it remarkably well. And this is his first election campaign, and he has been a formidable campaigner. So I think we should all say, well, I certainly want to say to him, congratulations, Prime Minister. You did an incredible job.
And congratulations to you on your victory tonight, Ms. Freeland.
Thank you.
That was Christia Freeland, re-elected in University of Rosedale this evening. Donna?
All right, Carolyn Jarvis, thanks. We're going to look at some of the tight races we've been talking about that are, holding back the Liberals from gaining more seats. Let's take a look at these. These are very tight races in a range of places. Newfoundland, Toronto, Quebec.
Yeah, that's so that's the one we were talking about earlier that is so close in central Newfoundland right now. Terra Nova, the peninsula's 0.1%, 99.6% of the polls. That may well be a recount in that one. Eglinton Lawrence, Liberals are ahead by very little, but it's only 61% of the polls reporting, so that one really could go any direction at this point. Same thing for the one right in between the two there, Terrebonne. BQ is ahead, but it's very close. Several more that are still very close and too close to call. And when they're, there they are, all less than 1% between all of these ridings, and the polls reporting are all sort of in the midway, mid-range.
Yeah.
So that's the point that's being made by the decision desk for Global News, why you can't be sure where it's going. The Liberals would clearly have to run the table. They'd have to pick up everything that they're close in that they would end up having to win. It's not just holding the ones they've got, right? They can hold the ones they've got there. That's at 162. They need to turn around several more. And my understanding is, even as I look at the swing meter, it's the same. It matches up right now with where they are on the board, which is at 162. They need to kind of switch over 10 more ridings. So they're leading in a bunch of close ridings. They also need to flip 10 to get to a majority. That feels out of reach at the moment.
Okay, we're back with more coverage in a moment.
Well, I think this is still a bit of a nail biter. When you look at the polls reporting line above the leaderboard, and you see that there are still a lot of polls that haven't been counted. So, and I just can't shake the feeling that there's some shenanigans happening here. Now, I know this lines up with all the polls that have been, people have been watching for the last 3 months, but, it just doesn't feel right to me. And it could be because I'm on the losing end. I realize that, but, with how they did in Atlantic Canada, the Conservatives, how they did in Atlantic Canada, that seems to me to be a bit of a one of those bellwether locations, because that is typically so liberal it's almost sickening. And then the Conservatives picked up a lot of seats there. I know that some of them switched back. I mean, Sean Fraser actually won his seat, which is surprising when he was behind so far. And then Rick Perkins, I think he lost, which is really disappointing. But I think that the whole idea of this election was just so sketchy. You know, and I do believe that. I mean, when you can game the system, this was a gamed system, if nothing else. If there wasn't a fix in, it was at least gamed because he chose to have such a short election that it caused people to really not get to know him. Imagine if this was an extra, whatever it was, that it could have been 3 extra weeks, and they had a couple more debates, and they had debates out west, and had debates in Atlantic Canada. I think this would have been completely different. So this was, at the very least, a very gamed
Welcome back to our
election.
Decision Canada coverage. One of the places we're watching is the riding of Pierre Poilievre. That's Carleton in Ottawa. Let's take a look at how things are going there. Now there's how many? 60?
It's not an insignificant number of polls reporting.
Yeah.
And Bruce Fanjoy has about a 7.5 point lead and a 1,300 vote lead. So
the Liberals had worked hard to try to take this riding from Pierre Poilievre, who has been...
What a complicating matter this would be for the Conservatives, depending on what happens.
Yeah. And this may be a long night.
Only 60 polls out of 266 reporting, and they're already calling
some
it
of these
for the
others
Liberal.
that are that close. Like this
That's
sketchy. This is a landslide. He's 2.5 points ahead in New Westminster, Burnaby, Mallardville. Yeah, so it's like I'm trying to count. I'm getting up to like 15 or so ridings
that are close.
That are less than 1%, like this one.
Eglinton
Lawrence. And that would be an upset. I know that David was talking about that riding.
This one
Brampton,
too,
North
very
Caledon.
close, 86 votes between them.
That's a 0.4 percentage point difference, 86 votes. They're only about halfway through counting. Mont-Royal, Anthony Housefather.
Interesting. He's in a bit of a tight, not
as tight as some of those others. It's funny. We would have called it, and a lot of election nights, we'd look at ridings like this saying, "Ooh, that's still pretty close." But there are so many that are within like a percentage point. That's the remarkable thing. Like,
we're
look
back
at
to
this.
Terra Nova, the peninsulas. Yeah.
There's like one poll left to report, a lead of 46.
Well, this is recount now, right?
Yeah, that's 46. Think about that. That's 46 out of almost 40,000 votes. That's how close this one is.
Yeah. All right.
We're going to be here all night long. Terrific. Lots of TV for us to do. Hallelujah. You wanted to be on TV? You're going to be on TV for several hours watching these recounts, Donna.
What are you looking at, David?
Well, let's go back to Lower Mainland, where we were just at, looking at the riding that Peter Julian has won 3 times. I'm going to get it wrong, and I know we got a lot of British Columbians watching Mallardville.
Mallardville.
It's right there. It is. And somebody just... Mullard, that's Burnaby Central. Let's go right to Mallardville, where we were a second ago.
You got it right that time.
New Westminster, Burnaby, Mallardville. Thank you, everybody. I wanted to come back to this. We just had this board up because the thinking we all had, I think when I say this is me, this is a lot of experts we were talking to, was the NDP vote, people who voted for Peter Julian in the last 7 elections, if they didn't vote for Peter, they were going to vote for Jake Sawatsky, the Liberal. But that's clearly not what's happening. And that I find very interesting, in that a lot of the people who voted for Peter Julian didn't this time. He's down to 28%, and we have 80 polls, about half the polls reporting here. Instead, many of them voted for Indy Panchi, the Conservative candidate. And we're seeing that in a few other ridings. So let's look now. We'll take a look more at some of the stuff going on, Lower Mainland and Vancouver Island. Let's talk at the capital, Victoria, where we have an upset, where Will Greaves, an international relations professor at the University of Victoria, is defeated. Laurel Collins, New Democrat. She was certainly one of the fiercest climate change advocates in the House of Commons.
She was actually right out to lunch, that one.
I was with both Poilievre and Mark Carney when they campaigned in southern Vancouver Island. I spoke to a lot of people who had voted for Laurel Collins, and they said to me, I like the idea of Laurel going to the House of Commons and advocating for climate change,
speak, I thought,
but in this election, I'm voting for someone who's going to sit across from Donald Trump, and that someone's got to be Mark Carney, and Will Greaves has benefited from that sentiment. That was the thinking of NDP voters on the south of Vancouver Island. So there's Will Greaves defeating Laurel Collins. Next door in Esquimalt Saanich Sooke, Randall Garrison had been the longtime NDP MP. He's retiring. And the NDP thought they got a great candidate in Maya Tate, a three-time mayor of Sooke. We're going to win this, no problem. She's got a great resume. And again, this time, those who had voted New Democrat did go over to Stephanie McLean. Stephanie McLean has been on the island for a few years now after retiring from Alberta, where she had been in Rachel Notley's cabinet as a New Democrat provincial minister. So Stephanie McLean, we're not projecting anyone elected just yet. Grant Cool, an entrepreneur on the island as well, 55 polls reporting. So that's down there in the South Island. Two New Democrats holding on. Jenny Kwan in Vancouver East. New Democrats or the CCF have held this riding with only two exceptions since 1935. It's an NDP safe seat, and yet it's pretty close, almost a three-way. She won it with 55% of the vote 4 years ago. She's at 41% right now in Vancouver East. Right below her, Don Davies, Vancouver Kingsway. He's been there since 2006, and he's only got a 154 vote lead. So this is looking like the Liberals may close on this. We'll see how that goes. I wanted to zero in as well on Abbotsford South Langley, because a lot of British Columbians will have been paying attention to this story, and it was significant in the sense that there was a lot of resentment about the way that the Conservative Party headquarters were picking their candidates. The candidate leading right now is the Conservative, Sukhman Gill, 22-year-old blueberry farmer. But look at this guy, an independent, Mike de Jong. Again, British Columbians will recognize that guy. He's a former BC finance minister in BC Liberal governments, and the Conservatives would not let him compete for the nomination.
He was
government not good enough for the Conservative Party
because
for some
he was
reason.
too far left.
But it doesn't look like that has affected the overall outcome. Abbotsford South Langley should be a slam dunk win for the Conservative.
I agree they shouldn't
It
have
looks
picked
like
Mike de
they are
Jong.
winning, but again, Mike de Jong sort of upsetting things. So wanted to zero in on that one. Other things changing, looking at Port Moody Coquitlam, where Benita Zarrillo is the NDP incumbent. And again, the thinking here was, oh, well, those NDP voters, if they don't vote for Benita, they're going to vote for the Liberal. No, apparently no. A lot of them went over to vote for Paul Lambert. He's got 44% of the vote, 41% of the vote for the Liberal.
Glad that you joined
165 polls in. We'll see where this goes. Port Moody Coquitlam has been among the tightest races in the last couple of elections. And this looks like it could be pretty tight too, 725 votes, but the NDP is not a factor at the end of the race. So just a little bit of lower mainland action, a lot of very interesting races. And I was joking that we're going to be on TV for a long time tonight, but it's not a joke. We are going to be on TV for a long time tonight.
We've already been on TV.
It looks like Lucy got her riding.
Not that we're adding up the hours.
All the Gulf Islands are
David,
green.
thanks.
Makes David a happy man.
It
I'm a
does.
little bit concerned about the Malahat. Looks like it's going.
We're just trying to calculate how many
orange
ridings
again.
are very close, because we keep saying that all night, but we didn't have a kind of a number to put on it. Now we think it's about 28 ridings where there's a 2% or less separation.
28, and half of those, 14, are closer than 1%. Now, the one thing I did look up on that was to see, so are the NDP, or do they have a shot in some of those? All of those ridings that are within 1%, the NDP is not in second place in any of them. In fact, they're in first place in one of them, so they're actually, they could stand to lose one of those. But that's interesting. Maybe just for a second, also talk about the popular vote. You know, when you're talking about these different parties, considering what they're going to do to form government and who they could talk to, one of the considerations is who won the popular vote. At the moment, the Liberals are leading, but over the evening, the Conservatives have closed the gap. And usually, what happens with more votes being counted in British Columbia and the votes being counted in the way they are, the Conservatives will continue to gain a little bit more. So it's possible that once again, the Conservatives will win the popular vote and lose the election. I don't want to jump into that just yet, but it's very possible we could be looking at that situation for a second.
Well, I think in 2019 and 2021, the Conservatives had a higher percentage of the popular vote, but still lost to Justin Trudeau.
And right now, they're only behind by less than a point. And as I say, when the late votes come in, it's very possible they could kind of go over top of them there without catching them in terms of the number of seats.
Yeah. All right. Let's go to Tracy Tong, who is at the riding of Eglinton Lawrence in Toronto. Tracy.
Well, Donna and Eric, you were just talking about ridings that are just too close to call, very tight races, and Eglinton Lawrence is definitely one of them. Last I checked, the Liberals were leading by under 1%, so this is certainly a riding to watch, and I'll tell you exactly why. This riding here has been a Liberal stronghold for decades, with the exception of just one term starting in 2011. The Conservatives took that one, but tonight they have a good shot at taking it again. The Liberals held this riding with Marco Mendicino having this seat, the former public safety minister, most recently, and they are now running Vince Gasparo, who also ran in the last provincial election just a couple of months ago. But the Conservatives have a very strong local candidate here in Karen Stintz, who was city councillor for this ward for 11 years. She ran for mayor, very well known here. I have Karen, who's with me right now. Of course, the nerves, the jitters must be happening in this room right now because it's too close to call. But you just addressed your crowd and you said this was the best campaign of your life. Tell me why.
Yeah, it's an incredible campaign. The number of volunteers, the support in the community, we put out 3,500 lawn signs on front lawns, and those are families that wanted to see the change that the Conservatives were proposing. And so never in my life have I had this kind of support in the riding. So I wish it wasn't as close as it is, but it's a campaign and we knew it was going to be a hard one, and we're fighting it to the end.
But if not,
what have you been hearing from the residents here?
That crime is a #1 issue for many residents. For the Jewish community, it's anti-Semitism. For parts of North Toronto, it's the car theft and the break-ins. And the Italian community is a general feeling of being unsafe. And that's a big issue. The economy is a big issue. And immigration is a big issue.
And considering the voting history in this riding, having it be a Liberal stronghold, I mean, you had an uphill battle from the beginning. Given how close this race is tonight, and if you take it, what do you think that says about what the voters here want?
Well, the voters here want change, and they know that it was a change election and that the Conservatives represented change. And so, I did build a relationship with the community over my time as a city councillor. And, I think that I represented the community well. And so I hope I get the chance to do that again.
Thank you so much for that, Karen.
Thank you.
And so there you have it.
We're
still waiting for the results, and it is too close to call here in Eglinton Lawrence past midnight. So certainly a crowd, and they're actually all quieting down because I think some of them are realizing that we're hitting from here. But again, a very, very hot
past
riding
midnight.
to
It's
watch
not past
in this
midnight in
election
Edmonton.
for sure. We'll send it back
What
to
are
you,
they
Donna
talking
and
about?
Eric.
Past
Okay,
midnight.
Tracy Tong, thanks. We're going to look at some other ridings
We're
that
probably
are
talking about
similarly close.
Toronto
Let's have a look
time.
through those.
Toronto time.
Just mention Eglinton Lawrence for a second. That one is like 121 votes, so there you go.
So
Anyway.
these ones have a higher polls reporting.
Yes,
So-
and they're still very close. I think, yes, as we said earlier about Terra Nova and the peninsulas and Newfoundland and Labrador, I think there's like one poll left to come in. The lead is 46. Who knows? Terrebonne in Quebec, the BQ, leading with a 60 vote lead. These are very close. Fleetwood, Port Kells out in BC, Liberal leading there by just less than 1% as well. Vancouver Kingsway. Wow, it's all over the country is interesting too, right?
It is.
But it is remarkable to have that many ridings less than 1%, and it's not like that's not an insignificant number of polls. Like that's at least half the polls. In some instances, it's close to almost 100% of the polls, and it's still less than 1%. It is. That's one of the most remarkable stories of the night is how many close races there are that can't be called, and we're at that point right now where you're looking at the Liberals at 161 and you say, well, surely you can say that's it. They're going to get a minority because they're 11 away from 172. But the fact of the matter is, 172 is not so far away when you have 28 ridings less than 2%. Like, we don't want to call ridings when it's less than 2%.
No.
28 of them are still
And look at
outstanding
how
just with those
many
percentage
are-
points. And
if
Only half of
most
the
of the
polls
votes have been
are
counted, ballots have been counted,
Yeah.
then some of those close races will go to recounts. They're not going to.
That's right. And we don't, I guess, still know in some of these instances whether there are certain ballots to be counted that could shift it quite a bit in one favor or another. And so, again, one of the two parties could make
Look at this
somewhat
one.
of a
Only
comeback,
about a third of the
based on what you're seeing. I mean, the Liberals need
polls
to get
are counted. The Liberal was
11
ahead,
to
but
get the
only a third
172. The Conservatives
were
need to get
counted.
11 to catch the Liberals. It seems less likely, but we'd have to see just exactly
who's leading in those 28 that we're talking about and who's in second, who's in third.
Okay, well, the Liberals are certainly watching all this closely, wondering how many seats they're actually going to end up with tonight. Mackenzie Gray is at Liberal headquarters in Ottawa. Mackenzie.
Hi, Donna. We've got David Lametti here, former cabinet minister in the Justin Trudeau government, also worked as an advisor on the Mark Carney campaign. Mr. Lametti, it looks like we're going to be here for a long night. Is there still a path to a majority for the Liberals right now?
I don't know. There are a lot of close races left. A number of races where there aren't that many polls reporting yet, or where there are advanced polls that still have to be counted. It is a two-way race, and we haven't seen a two-way race like this before. We're starting to see what we see in the United States, which is we're going to be up late tonight, watching the final vote count. So there will still be some changes. It looks like we are going to form the government. I'm really proud about that. I don't know what the outcome will be, but there will be some changes before we wake up tomorrow morning.
In terms of governing, you've been involved in majority governments and minority governments with Mr. Trudeau. How does that change the calculus for Mr. Carney, depending on what he was saying?
Well, obviously you play with the hand you're dealt with. You have to find alliances in a parliament. We did that. I did that as the Minister of Justice with members of Parliament on the justice portfolios long before we had an accord with the NDP. Then when we had an accord with the NDP, things were even smoother. But you have to find ways, formally or informally, to find allies in the House of Commons, in committees, in order to get your agenda through. And in particular, we're going to have negotiations with Mr. Trump. So we're still going to have a whole Parliament that is Team Canada for the purposes of talking to the United States. So we will find a way to do that.
They're still playing that Trump card really hard.
Sean Fraser said they weren't going to run, and then talked to Mark Carney and came back. Did you ever
that
think
Trump
about coming
thing
back
was
and
just a
speaking
gift to
about
the
Mr.
Liberals.
I didn't, although I did
all
speak
the way
to both
around.
of them. I gave Mr. Carney a hand recruiting candidates. It's a special bond being a member of Parliament. I enjoyed every minute of representing the people of LaSalle and Hartford Dunn. I'm very happy
they
that
took away from
Gay
the real
who I helped to
issues.
recruit has won that
Because
riding
I
back into the Liberal
guarantee
folds. I'm really,
we would have
really
solved
pleased
those
about
other
that.
issues.
Once I left,
Then
though,
all
that,
of this Trump
that
stuff
that very special
would have been
relationship,
secondary.
I'd drawn a line under it.
And we could have dealt with it with
with
the adults in the room, with the Conservatives
I'm proud
leading
of
us.
what I did. I'm proud that Claude got elected, and I'm going to find other ways to serve.
All right, David Lametti, thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Mackenzie.
Thanks, Donna. Back to you.
Hey, thanks, Mac. We're going to check in again with those close races that David Lametti referenced. It's what all the parties are watching right now, trying to figure out who ultimately is going to possibly make it to 172. I mean, or whether the Liberals can make it to 172. So this is Terrebonne. We've been watching this all night.
Yeah, Nathalie St. Clair Desgagnés is ahead by 60 votes, and there are 3 polls still to report. Too close to call.
At Brampton, North Caledon, 209 votes separating these two.
Ruby Sahota, so former cabinet minister for the Liberals. She's close, but she's trailing. This is why we can't be that sure of just where the Liberals are going to end up here tonight.
Brampton South, almost neck and neck, 83 votes separating these two.
Wow, it's fascinating. Like you couldn't rehearse this and say that's realistic, right? To have so many close races.
Another one in Fleetwood, Port Kells.
Yeah.
Look at the
67 votes
PPC,
between the Liberal and the Conservative.
192 votes away from the Conservatives. I know I
And
keep on
Vancouver
harping on that,
Kingsway.
but it's significant when
This
you
is where
consider
Don
the
Davies,
damage
the
that the
NDP's
Liberals have done to the
hanging
country.
on, but just 81 votes ahead.
Yeah, and still a lot of polls reporting there. So that one I think is you can't take that one to the bank at all because there are so many votes yet to come. But it's going to be a 2-person race to the end in that one.
All right, thanks. We're going to go. That's the Tory headquarters right now. We know we've been looking at Carleton, where Pierre Poilievre is running, and he has been in second place. I'm not sure where that stands right now, but he's not guaranteed that he's won his own riding right now. He does know tonight that he's not going to be Prime Minister. Taria Isri is there.
Yeah, Donna, we've been speaking to conservative sources, and they say that, you know, many of the races are very tight, that ballots are still being counted, but that they are confident that Mr. Poilievre will hold his seat in Carleton. Let's bring in Alex. You know, what do you make of the fact that we're even discussing whether he's going to be holding on to his own seat?
Yeah, cast your mind back to January of this year, and the fact that we're talking about Pierre maybe losing his own seat in Carleton, a seat that he's held his entire career in Parliament, which is long, is pretty shocking. I think probably it's unlikely that he's going to lose that, but you know, the fact that we're having the conversation tells you something about how motivated the Liberals were, in particular, to score that victory. But I think what we're seeing tonight is like a surprising amount of strength in Ontario and in Atlantic Canada from the Conservatives. You know, strength that wasn't necessarily picked up in national polling leading up to tonight.
Yeah, Ben, let me bring you in. I mean, what do you make of that strength in Ontario?
Well, I think like I said earlier tonight, I think part of the modeling that pollsters use is based on previous elections, and this is something we've never seen before. So this will get baked in for the next election, which, based on the numbers that we're seeing, could be 9 to 18 months away. Because I honestly, I have no idea.
We can't last
who the
9
Liberals
to
work
18
with in order
months.
to get any
Seriously,
legislation
dude.
passed.
Yeah, I mean, it's shaping up
Seriously,
to a pretty
with
late night. We
Liberals
know
in
that
charge,
the Conservative leader is
do you really
watching
think we
the
can
results as
last
they come
that
in a nearby hotel. We are expecting him to speak in the next half an hour, perhaps a little bit longer. But, you know, when he does speak, Alex, what kind of message do you think we're going to hear from him?
Well, you know, obviously, despite it being a close race and still, they're within striking distance, obviously it's a disappointment. They had a 25-point lead leading into 2025. That evaporated. The fact that the Liberals are leading right now, I mean, if you told me that in December, I wouldn't believe you, which is why I don't make predictions in politics anymore. But obviously he's got to, reassure his party that he's the guy, even in a loss tonight, he's the guy to lead them into the next election, whenever that comes, as Ben mentioned.
And Ben, I guess I'll ask you, how could Mr. Poilievre reassure his party, in the face of this defeat, that he's the man to lead them?
Well, look at the numbers. I mean, the numbers bear it out. Like I said earlier, he's been able to not just keep the base, but grow the base. He's grown the popular support. He's grown the number of seats. We were saying earlier, if he loses his seat, not optimal to make that case, but I think he probably has the right at this point to decide his own fate. But again, this is the Conservative Party. The Conservative movement is famous for not necessarily rewarding a better result. They want the best result. So we'll have to wait and see.
And we'll have to wait and see those results in Carleton. So I'll send it back to you, Donna.
All right, Taria, thank you. Mercedes Stephenson has been listening in, watching all this, along with Senator Pamela Wallin. Over to you two.
Thanks so much, Donna. Pamela, you're an independent senator, but you're a conservative. It was a small seat.
Yeah, small seat.
Small
no,
seat.
No party membership.
No party membership. When you're looking at this and all of the infighting that was clearly going on with the Conservatives, some of it was inside the campaign about whether or not to pivot. Some of it was much more overt, coming from people like Corey Teneycke or Doug Ford or others who were openly critical. Some like Daniel Smith, who thought they might be helping Pierre Poilievre, but the comments actually backfired. What degree do you think this campaign, and to be fair, they're doing better than we expected, and then the pollsters expected, and perhaps than they expected to do. But to what degree do you think that discord contributed to challenges on the campaign trail?
Well, I think it's huge. I mean, when people are in this country very concerned about the two big issues, their own economic futures, the economic future of the country, and for some people even the existence of the country, because there was some very dramatic language around whether Donald Trump was coming over the border or not to get us all. But people are living in very, very tense times, and they feel like not just here, but the rest of the world is a little bit off kilter as well. So they're looking for stability. And when you see a party sniping at each other quite publicly, it's a bit disconcerting. Now, that said, I think Pierre Poilievre, should he win his seat, this is quite unbelievable to see this tonight, but should he win his seat, I think he will say, look, we did much better than all of you folks that were telling me to change the campaign and switch to the Fight Trump campaign and to soften my, leader of the opposition personality. He can, I think, claim quite rightly that his showing is much better than expected. On the other hand, this is the others who were doing the sniping and saying this is campaign malpractice and all the rest of it are going to say, look, if you don't win your own seat, that was the point we were making. Now, it's not comfortable for Mr. Poilievre for the numbers we're seeing now.
What do you make of how close that is?
It's there are so many issues there. Yes, as we've discussed. I mean, this is a lot of public servants in his writing, and he is talking about those issues of reductions and shrinking the size of the federal service.
But that's all about attrition.
So those are issues. I think this ridiculous ballot issue that we've got of allowing 90 odd names on a ballot is very confusing and difficult. I think that's kind of a separate issue. It's trouble. I mean, there are issues there about that people were putting their fingers on, about likability, about his stand on issues like the truckers and many other things. I know a lot of people in the rural areas that think he's a great constituency guy because he understands. So you've got that tug and pull, right? People who were impacted. So again, you don't want to jump to conclusions, but and the night, when you look at the numbers, our screen there says 161, 150, and there's 14 ridings that are less than 1%. That certainly makes a majority for the Liberals still possible, theoretically. So that changes the game. Then his leadership becomes less of an issue. The party will take him out.
Is there any scenario where he loses his riding and stays on as leader, or is that
Well, I think they'd have to do it in the short term just to figure out what's going to happen, because I think it would be very difficult for the Conservatives to try and form any alliance with the Bloc Québécois. I think the Western base would not take kindly to that.
You don't think the temptation for power there might be enough?
Well, there is always the temptation for power, as you were discussing with your panel, and politics makes for strange bedfellows, there's no question. But I think that would be difficult to do. The NDP can't really, it states it is in with 8 seats, can't really help the Liberals at this point, right? So it's... I don't know. I haven't seen one like this. I mean, and the crazy part is here he's done very well, not just in popular vote, but in seat count.
Yeah,
and so it's a conundrum. But I think we just have to get through these 14 ridings. I think it's going to be a lot clearer, in the next 40 minutes or so.
I'm expecting to hear, as we were hearing from Mr. Poilievre, Donna, potentially within the next half hour, we'll see what he has to say. But certainly a bit of a wild night that we haven't seen in a while in Canadian elections.
All right, Mercedes, Pamela Wallen, thank you. You're looking now at the leader of the NDP, Jagmeet Singh, and his wife making their way to the stage. Let's listen for a second.
We have to point out, I guess, that the NDP right now is sitting at 8. They had 9 in 1993 when they also lost official party status. They could end up with fewer votes this time than at any time in their history. That's what he's looking at. And losing his own riding.
His wife looks like she's like half his age. I could be wrong, but she doesn't look like she's old enough to be married to that guy. Gray hair in his beard. I don't even think he won his own riding. I think he probably is out regardless.
Thank you. That was very nice. Very sweet.
Guy's a total.
Thank you so much.
Total loser.
all choked up here, guys. Got to keep it together here, folks.
You're choked up. You're crying because you lost.
Thank you very much. The love
You
is amazing. I
lost.
appreciate y'all. Big
You're
thank you to
fired.
Suzanne.
Trump would
She's
say.
been with us from the beginning. Huge thank you. Appreciate her so much. Thank you. Thank you. And all of you in this room, you guys poured your heart into this. Thank you so much for everything you've done. You're amazing. Love you all. And I know in election parties, night parties across the country, people are gathered, and I want to thank them all for all their hard work. They're amazing people gathered together across the country.
He started
I
speaking
want
and
to
he
take a
lost
moment
the
to
seat.
congratulate Prime Minister Carney on his
actually
victory.
kinda
He has an
funny.
important job to do.
I know
to
it's not
represent
related,
all
but it
Canadians
is kind of funny.
and to protect our country
He starts speaking
and
and
its
he loses
sovereignty
his seat.
from the threats of Donald Trump. Tonight and
shut up
every
about
night,
Donald Trump.
all of us here, we're on Team Canada. We want Canada to thrive, and we're going to continue to fight for Canada. I want to congratulate all the other leaders on
Yeah,
a
you know,
hard-fought
Paul, that
campaign.
looks more like his daughter than his wife.
It's been
I don't
the
know, like,
honor
there's
of my
something
life to represent the
sketchy
people of
there as
Central.
well.
Tonight they chose. Thank you. Tonight they chose a new member of Parliament, and I wish them well as they continue to work hard for this community. Obviously, I know this night is a disappointing night for New Democrats. We had really good candidates that lost tonight. I know how hard you worked. I spent time with you. You're amazing. I'm so sorry you're not going to be able to represent your communities. I know you're going to continue to fight for them. I know on how many doors you knocked, how many family dinners you missed, how many nights your kids went to bed without you there to tuck them in. I know it was a tough sacrifice, and I just want to thank, and we can get a round of applause to every single candidate that ran for us.
I feel tempted to go back to
Thank all those incredible
CPAC
candidates
while
and
this
their
guy's
incredible
talking.
teams, because no candidate can do without a team. The volunteers, the staff, you know, thank you to all those candidates and their incredible staffs. One more time. Choosing to commit your life
Let's
to
hear what
politics obviously comes
CTV
with some
has to
sacrifice.
say.
But we choose this life because of the
Sorry,
chance
but I mean, come on.
to
I
change
don't like this guy. I
the
really
country we
don't like
love
this guy.
for the better. We may lose sometimes, and those losses hurt, you know, it's tough.
Why am I
But we
not
are
being able
only
to change
defeated
this?
if we stop fighting. We're only defeated when we believe that those that tell us that
this
we can
is
never
CTV.
dream of a better Canada,
They're
a fair
covering it
Canada,
as well.
a more compassionate
Damn.
Canada. I have met New Democrats from coast to coast to coast who will never back down,
Hate this
even when
guy.
they're told that there's no room for them at the table. We make room for everyone
That
because
is
we
funny,
believe
Jessica.
that there is enough wealth in Canada for all of us to live the life that we deserve. Honestly, I got to avoid making eye contact with certain people because then it's going to get too emotional up here. So I just made the mistake of doing that, so I'm going to look away now. You know who you are. Don't look at me again.
Just shut up and go home, Jagmeet. Just shut up and go home.
Almost 8 years ago, I was elected the leader of this incredible party, this incredible movement.
Cam, you
I
asked
worked really
if
hard
Trump
to be
is allowed
worthy
in
of this
Canada as a
trust,
felon.
to live up to the legacy
Jagmeet
of our
is not allowed in the U.S. because he's got a warrant outstanding
Hold on
in
a second, guys.
India. And he's not allowed in India or else he'll be arrested as a terrorist.
One more sec.
I think it's a terrorist. I want to qualify that by saying that is my belief, not that I know it as an
Tonight,
absolute fact.
I've been informed a party leader that I'll be stepping down as party leader as soon as an interim leader can be appointed. Now, I could not have done this incredible job without, here's a point give me a second to break down a bit. I couldn't have done it without the incredible support of my wife, Christia. She has been my rock. She's been my foundation. For the past couple years, I've been regretting that I didn't thank her on the night of the last election. So this is my opportunity to make up for it. She has literally been my rock. I couldn't have done this without her. She's backed me up and supported me. She has made so many sacrifices. She convinced me that she's enjoyed them all, but I don't know.
Her first sacrifice was marrying him.
But she's amazing. I'm
on
just
orders
so
of his of her father.
I'm gonna give you a hug. Hold on. Also, I might break down this part because. And Anhad and Dani, my daughters, remind me of the future. God damn it, that we are fighting for. That's just because I get emotional anytime I talk about my kids. I'm very sappy when it comes to my daughters, so I get a little emotional. I've also been supported by my family, and I got to thank my parents who are here today. They're amazing. Love you both. My brother, I wouldn't have been on this journey without my brother. So big shout out to my brother, Natan. And honestly,
this has to be the worst
funny,
segment of the night.
I literally
Come
could
on.
have done this without my
Move
in-laws.
on already. Move
They're
on.
amazing. Where are my in-laws? They're somewhere here. Wherever they are, they're here. I wanted to look at them and point at them too. Oh, there they are. Yeah, I couldn't have done it without them. Literally, if you're a parent, you know how important your parents are, and your in-laws too. It turns out. So, huge thank you. They've supported us. They've kept me grounded, given us great advice. I'm so thankful to my family. You can't do this work without great people, and you can't do this without a great family supporting you. So, thank you to my family. Spilling my water and everything. It's getting a little bit, trying to be graceful here, folks. I also want to thank my NDP caucus. This is a team that together we brought historic change for people. We brought real change to the lives of Canadians. I know that people are concretely better off because of our work over the last 8 years, and no election result
Somebody
will ever
with those
diminish that.
that big shepherd's hook just to pull him off the stage. Got your pension. Leave already.
My caucus, honestly, I'm so thankful to them all. We did some
He
incredible
needs
work
water
together.
because
Seriously,
his
every one of you,
mouth
thank you
is
from the bottom of my
dry
heart.
from lying
And I might
so
break
much.
down this part too.
That's why he
Forgive
needs
me, I do.
water.
I can only do this.
Your mouth gets dry
and we can
when
only
you
do this work
need
because of
water
a great staff.
or when you
and y'all
lie.
just poured your heart into me, into the work that we did. So. Good thing that
His
there's
wife's
water
not
here.
crying.
This
She's
water
like
is very
smiling
strategically
because
placed
she's
for me,
like,
so it's very,
yeah, I'm
it's
paid
very,
to be
very
here.
lucky that I have. I might need a couple more glasses, so just if anyone can help me out on that, that'd be great. Y'all brought your talent, your heart to the fight every day. We treat each other with respect and dignity.
You know,
and
God of
kindness.
War. If the
Love you all.
if the Conservatives and the Bloc united, they could actually form the government. Not that that would happen, but they could. Possibility. It's never happened, to my knowledge, in Canadian political history, but it
We're
could
almost there,
happen.
folks. I got a couple other things I really want to get off my chest here. One other thing is, nothing's too spicy. It's just good stuff. I often speak about something my mom taught me. It's a Sikh teaching of Chardi Kala. and this is something fundamental to who I am, and it means the words break down. Charity means
It's on
rising,
CTV as well,
alarming
Tracy.
spirits,
It's like,
and it's something that is,
I just checked,
it captures
and
a big
every
part of
single
who I am.
channel is
And
covering
it's
this
the idea
fool.
that in the fight for justice, in the
why.
fight for fairness, in the fight that we fight, we want to have optimism
I tried to
in the face
actually
of
jump
struggle.
off
We
and
want to
go to
have a
another
defiant optimism. It's like this eternal resilience.
It's
And
not
this is
gonna
the spirit
it's
that I
not
carry
gonna-
tonight. Obviously,
Here,
I'm
I'll just go
disappointed
again.
that we could not win
Look
more
at this.
seats.
It's on
But I'm not
CTV as well.
disappointed in our movement. I'm hopeful for our party. I know that we will always choose optimism over despair and unity optimism over despair. New Democrats literally built this country.
It's on CTV, it's on every channel. Get this guy out of here.
New Democrats built this country. We have built the best of Canada, and we aren't going anywhere. Thank you so much.
And that
Love you
sucks
all.
for us.
You're amazing. Merci infiniment. Appreciate it so much. Appreciate you all so much. Thank you. You're amazing. Love you all. Every one of you. You're amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, she's like far too young.
NDP leader Jagmeet Singh
Far
there
too
giving
cute
his
for
wife a
him.
hug, an incredibly
like,
news-making
just
and
get off the
poignant
stage,
speech.
just
Mr. Singh
leave.
announcing that he will step down as leader of
Don't
the
let
NDP
the door hit you on
after
the
failing
way
to
out.
retain his own seat or official party status for New Democrats. He says he'll stay on until an interim leader is selected, stopping himself, Omar, a number of times from crying. Clearly a very, very emotional night for Mr. Singh, and a hugely consequential decision for him.
And not a speech that any politician wants to give. I mean, Mr. Singh was humble, he was gracious, he was emotional, talking about the sacrifice that is carrying his daughter right there, talking about the sacrifice that public service takes on a family, especially a young family as he's got. But, you know, regardless of, I think, what political stripes you wear, the fact that you had somebody like him in Canadian politics, that you had somebody like him break historic ground.
Oh, come on.
And really somebody who's living the promise of possibility in this country, right? Inspiring future generations. He talked about inspiring his two young children as well. But, you know, obviously a very difficult
Darcy does not look
showing
impressed.
in his riding.
She's like,
and,
yeah, whatever.
And difficult for him
Dude,
personally.
you're
There
an
will be a
idiot.
lot of soul
Stop
searching that comes
blabbering.
from this. And people,
Get on
history
with
will
this.
decide whether, you
She
know,
actually
how effective he
does
was
not
as a
look
leader or not.
impressed.
But the fact that he played the game, the fact that he entered the race and was in it makes the country better, certainly.
Yeah, definitely. I think to be fair, though, the outcome of this election also determined, you know, is a rendering on his leadership to a certain degree. Obviously, there were a number of other factors at play, but he made the decision to sign on to that agreement with the Liberals. That imparted a certain view of him and his party on a number of Canadians, and then you combine that with Donald Trump, and you're left with, you know, some upsets like the one you're looking at on the screen. We're lucky enough to have Tom Mulcair, the former leader of the NDP, in the room with us right now. Tom, I watched you watching that speech. You were glued to the screen. We didn't think in our earlier conversations tonight that despite an possible outcome like this, Jagmeet Singh tonight would announce he's stepping down. Did he have any other choice given the results?
Despite all the emotion, he had had enough time to digest it, and I think that he was smart to pull the Band-Aid off. Just get in front of the microphone, go through that very emotional state, while the people that he wanted to thank were all there, physically in front of him. Spoke very movingly with his wife, carried his little daughter on his shoulders as he
Hey,
went
Lucy,
out,
the other
and just
Randy
said,
actually
you know, it's going to take a little while
didn't
to
run.
find an interim leader.
Somebody
It's
else
actually
ran
a
in
relatively
Edmonton.
easy process in the NDP. Mostly the caucus involved in that, and they'll live to fight another day. It's been very tough for him this campaign. I think you mentioned one of the key things. I mentioned one before, which was the Conservative attacks on him that might have actually hurt the Conservatives because the NDP vote wasn't there and it all went over Liberal, or a good part of it. And the other part was when he made that deal with Trudeau, he just didn't have anything to say on the doorstep when people said, but why not vote Liberal? Because that's what he had been doing for 3 years. So it was At the time, it was a tactical move that they thought was going to help them stake around for a while. Strategically, long-term, it turned out to be very costly for them, and we just saw the results tonight.
I want to get to Kathleen Monk right now across this room, and obviously this party has to go through a period of soul-searching right now. Tom was mentioning earlier on that Valérie Plante, the Montreal mayor, is one of the names that's been put forward. Who else will the party look at? What other names are you
Chad,
hearing?
it's actually
lots of names that are going to
Nose
come
Candy
forward,
Randy.
But I think
from
tonight,
Edmonton.
really, what we got to reflect on is that, just 10 years ago, Omar,
The other
our
Randy.
party, the New Democrats, were actually poised to possibly form government in 2015, And now we're down to what looks like 7 seats. It is remarkable. And yes, New Democrats still hold government in Manitoba and obviously in British Columbia and our official opposition in 4 other provinces. But this is going to cause some serious soul searching. And there's many questions, not just about do we want to be the conscience of Parliament or do we want to seek power? Or it's also why aren't we the party that people turn to, working people turn to when it comes to things like threats to the economy?
Because you're
We're
communists.
facing incredible income inequality right now in our country. This is a moment where New Democrats should be able to seize more support and power. But as I said to you earlier, I think that New
I
Democrat
agree, Russ. That would be
voters just lent
very
their
interesting.
vote
There would
to
still
Carney
be
right now. And if he does not
There would
succeed
actually
in
be
delivering for them
one
and
seat
fighting
short of
back
a
off
majority,
Trump, they
but
will
they
take
could
that
still do
vote
it.
back. And now New Democrats are going to have to take a lot of time to rebuild. And the one thing about the courageous, I would say, decision of Mr. Singh tonight to resign right away, he is that happy warrior, is that he won't have to go to a leadership review. He won't face that. The party will begin with a process, and that process has to begin with thinking about what kind of a party we need to be. Because one thing that is clear to me is that Canadians do not want a two-party system. Many of the things that really form the values of Canadians are things that New Democrats have fought for in Parliament. So I expect this kind of, two-party race that we've seen in this to not be the future, and that Canadians will return back to New Democrats, but we have a lot of rebuilding to do before that happens.
Scott, were you surprised that Jagmeet Singh made the announcement that he did tonight?
No. This was a catastrophic, devastating campaign end result. There was no option available to him, and there was no dignified option other than to take it. And I thought he performed admirably.
I'm so sorry, Scott. We got to interrupt you because Pierre Poilievre is actually just about to take to the podium to deliver his remarks. I believe any moment. I think he's walking into the Conservative headquarters, the room there as we speak. We don't have a final result, I should say, for his riding, where he still trails with 150 polls reporting the Liberal candidate Bruce Banjoy by more than 2,000 votes at this time. Pierre Poilievre up there on stage alongside his wife. The two of them have been at basically every single campaign event at breakneck speed throughout the last 5 weeks. He is scheduled to take the microphone any moment now, but this story of his riding is certainly another fascinating one. Let's take a listen.
Merci, chers Canadiens.
Thank you, dear Canadians.
Je vous aime aussi.
I love you too.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's with profound gratitude that I stand before you today at the moment of this historic election. Because only in Canada could the story that Anna and I bring to the stage be possible. Adopted son of school teachers and a Venezuelan refugee, stand on this stage in front of our proud country, offering ourselves up to serve for the future. After millions of people have shown up and marked their X, spoken their voice, and exercised their democratic rights. We could not be more proud, we could not be more grateful for the opportunity the Canadians have given us. Speaking now of Anna, I want to take a moment to thank my incredible wife. She's been by my side. She's my rock. I love and cherish you and our little ones more than you'll ever know. And I could not have done any of this without you. Thank you so much. I love you. Now, my message to Canadians. The promise that was made to me and to all of you is that anybody from anywhere could achieve anything, that through hard work, you could get a great life, you could have a nice, affordable home on a safe street. My purpose in politics is and will continue to be to restore that promise. Thank you. To the candidates who ran under our banner as Conservatives, to the volunteers who knocked on the doors, made phone calls, put up lawn signs, rallied at our events, donated their hard-earned money to our cause, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. To the millions of people who voted for the Conservative Party and put their hopes and dreams in our vision, thank you. It will be an honor to continue to fight for you and to be a champion of your cause as we go forward.
It would be a great honor to continue to fight for you because I have the honor of being your voice and fighting for the conservative values that you voted for. And especially it will be an honor to continue to work towards the promise of Canada, that anyone here who works hard can have a beautiful life in a beautiful home in a safe community. That is our vision, and we will bring it home. Thank you.
To my fellow Conservatives, we have much to celebrate tonight. We've gained well over 20 seats. We got the highest share of vote. Our party has received since 1988. We denied the NDP and Liberals enough seats to form a coalition government, meaning and we did all of this in a very difficult environment. That said, we are cognizant of the fact that we didn't quite get over the finish line yet. We know that change is needed, but change is hard to come by. It takes time. It takes work. And that's why we have to learn the lessons of tonight so that we can have an even better result the next time the Canadians decide the future for the country. Canadians have opted for a razor-thin minority government, a virtual tie in the vote count. So I would like to congratulate Prime Minister Carney on leading this minority government. We'll have plenty of opportunity to debate and disagree, but tonight we come together as Canadians. We will do our job. Yes, we will do our job to hold the government to account. But first, we congratulate people from all political backgrounds on participating in the democratic process. And as I said, while we will do our constitutional duty of holding government to account and proposing better alternatives, we will always put Canada first as we stare down tariffs and other irresponsible threats from President Trump. Conservatives will work with the Prime Minister and all parties with the common goal of defending Canada's interests and getting a new trade deal that puts these tariffs behind us while protecting our sovereignty and the Canadian people. I want to thank my Conservative team, my caucus, my members of the Conservative staff and others who've helped reshape the entire political landscape in this country. Conservatives have achieved major breakthroughs tonight. We brought in record support from blue-collar and unionized workers, youth, new Canadians. We gave voices to countless people across this country who've been left out and left behind for far too long. We won the big debates of our time on the carbon tax, on inflation, on housing, on the drug crisis, on crime. Conservatives have been leading the debate, and we will continue to put forward the best arguments to improve the lives of our people right across this country. But we will not stop there. Every single day, our Conservative caucus and I will be holding the government to account on behalf of the millions of Canadians who believed in the message of change. En tant que parti,
as a party, we have expanded our support, and every day the Conservative caucus and myself will be working in Ottawa to bring the government to account on behalf of the millions of Canadians who decided to vote for real change. I've had the honor of crisscrossing this country and speaking to the thousands of people who shared their concerns and worries and hopes with me.
Hardworking people took precious time out of their day to tell me about their struggles, their pain, their fears, but also their hopes and dreams. Welders and waitresses, farmers and factory workers, seniors, small business owners and single mothers, young Canadians and young families pleading for the chance to own a home, parents who worried that their kids would never be able to move out of their home, grandparents who saw their grandchildren suffering from the shortfalls of our economy, and countless others who are afraid to go outside because of the rising wave of crime. All of these stories touched my heart and gave me inspiration to work towards something better. These people continue to need voices, and I will continue to fight for them every day, and every day we will never give up on fighting for the Canadian people. Thank you. We hear your stories. We will carry those stories with us into Parliament. We will not forget the people for whom we work and for whom we fight every day. Now, I know that some of you might be disappointed that change did not get over the finish line tonight. Change takes time. Most of all, it requires that we never give up, because our people and our country are worth fighting for. Je vous ai entendu.
I've heard you, and I carried your stories with me throughout this campaign. Your stories will stay with me when I fight with my Conservative team to continue defending you and pushing forward your interests. For those who desperately need change, I know that you're disappointed. Change is difficult and it takes time. But it especially means that we can never give up, because our country and its people deserve that we fight for them.
Everyone who stood with us today and the millions of people who voted for other parties. And so, my message tonight, for the single mother working 2 jobs but still has an empty fridge and an empty bank account, for the young people who despair at never being able to afford a home, for the seniors on fixed incomes whose savings are eroded by inflation and no longer feel safe in their local neighborhood parks, for those who are now living in fear and terror because of crime, for those worried about losing their jobs because of unacceptable tariffs from the United States of America, for all of those who feel left behind and forgotten, my message is one of hope. Change will take time, but we will fight for that change, and we will deliver that change, and we will never give up on fighting for the great Canadian promise that anyone from anywhere can achieve anything, that hard work gets you a great life in a beautiful house on a safe street protected by our brave troops under our proud flag. Canada first, Canada always. Let's bring it home. Thank you very much, Canada. Merci beaucoup, Canada.
Yeah, we fight for what's right. We're wild and we're free from the
Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre.
I can't play the music, or else I will get a copyright. saying, I'm not impressed. Not impressed at all. I'm not impressed that he lost. I think he would have been a good prime minister. Not impressed that he gave up so early in the evening. I mean, it's only 10 o'clock out here. Yes, it's way after midnight back east, but it's only 10 o'clock out here. Just after 10, 10:05. And I know that doesn't really mean much, but all the polls haven't reported yet. You know, look at his poll. 180 of 266 polls have reported. Has he lost his seat? We don't know yet. He probably hasn't. And there's probably a number of seats that are going to flip. Let's go back and to hear what they have to say.
To deliver that speech, which I think can be described as defiant. Like people wanted change, and to be fair to Mr. Poilievre, the Liberals were, the Conservatives were able to very much increase their share of the vote, very much increase the number of seats, but it did not, as he pointed out, get them over the finish line. And there was, quite an effort by Mr. Poilievre to say that that's, not the end of their story, basically, to lay out what will be probably the beginning of the argument for him to stay. I figure that's a much more difficult argument to make if, in fact, he loses his seat, but that is an if at this point. I wanted to swing over to Corey tonight to get your view on what we just heard from Mr. Poilievre. Definitely no intention to go anywhere. If he loses his seat, how much of a more difficult proposition does that become?
Well, what a weird night, because I think, as you correctly pointed out, there's a lot of good news in these results for the Conservatives in terms of their share of the vote, and the seat count, is impressive. Like, he's increased their seat count. However, losing your own seat, and I don't think it's going to be that close, looking at those results and looking at the ridings around it, puts him in a very vulnerable position, because that decision in the past has largely been made up by caucus. I think my view is that he maintains a very high level of support from that caucus, and I think if he wants to stay on, he'll probably have the opportunity to do so. But it's more challenging to lead a caucus and lead your party from outside of Parliament. So I think if he does want to stay on, one of the first orders of business will be to find somebody to step down and give him an opportunity to run to rejoin the House. But I guess time will tell whether or not that happens. But I think looking at the results tonight, he's got a very strong position to stay on if he chooses to do so. What a weird evening.
And speaking of weird, our decision desk has just handed us some numbers, which I find fascinating. I mean, all of us have just been, quite riveted by these numbers. And this, again, keep in mind, this is at where we are at this stage tonight. So, if there's any doubt that every vote counts, every vote matters, there are a couple of scenarios here. For the Conservatives to have won this election, not minority or majority, we're just talking about a plain win, they would have needed 2,700 more votes in 10 ridings. Not a lot of votes when you consider the millions of voters who are eligible across this country. For the Liberals to go from the position that they're in right now, a minority government, to a majority government, they would have needed 2,700 votes in 8 ridings. So this is an extremely close, it's thin. Amanda, I want to get to you because you've been waiting patiently, but I just want to get some quick thoughts from James and from Rana about what Pierre Poilievre had to say.
I mean, defiant, strong. I think it's strategically good for him to get out before the results in his riding are there. But look, he's had a historically good outcome, right? I mean, over 40% of the vote, got a bigger percentage share of the vote than Stephen Harper ever got in any of the 5 campaigns that Stephen Harper contested. He has reshaped the Conservative Party into a party that is about sort of middle-class values and broadened the party in a lot of support. You look at the support that he got in suburban Canada. Came very close to picking up seats in Brampton. He won a seat in Burnaby that nobody ever imagined, but we lost some seats. We also lost some notable people, like the whip, Carolyn Finley in South Surrey. Looks like she lost her seat. We lost Peterborough. So, I mean, there's a lot of movement happening there. But he's been an extraordinarily successful leader of the Conservative Party. There's no question about that. But the efficiency of the vote and the margin, but look, by the time the next election campaign comes around, The New Democrats will have a different leader, so the dynamic on the left will be different. Who knows what will happen with the relationship with the United States. Mark Carney will have had some debris around his government that can be pointed to as sort of lack of having delivered effective results. And I think Pierre could stand, I think, very effectively and tall. I think Corey's right, though, that the Conservative Party, we're a fragile party. We're a broad coalition of disparate interests, of people who come from different parts of the country, of different expectations. And I think there will be a lot of soul searching about what fell short tonight and whether or not it can be repaired and how it can be repaired. So I think the humility part of his leadership, and tonight it was good for him to come out and to present as strong and highlight the successes on a high level so that people feel good about what was achieved. The going through the shortcomings will be a long and stressful process for sure, and I think the humility can come from that, from Pierre, and he can talk about what he fixed and what he can fix and what he can learn about a pathway forward. But no, it's a painful night, but Pierre has a lot to be proud of in terms of where he brought this party. And those who say, by the way, and I think this is important to point out, those who say he blew a 20-point lead, he did not. He would have beaten Justin Trudeau by 20 points. Mark Carney is a different opponent. The dynamic was entirely different. It's true Donald Trump was elected president in November, but he didn't start musing about a 51st state and attacking Canada with the tariffs. That didn't come until this year. We can criticize about how it might have been planned or could have been communicated or pushed back differently from. But this narrative that Pierre blew a 25-point lead is just factually not true. He would have beaten Justin Trudeau by 20 points. Mark Carney was a different opponent, and there was a collapse in the New Democrats. So
yeah, but politics isn't fair. That
happens.
happens. I mean, there has to be some ownership of the loss tonight.
No question.
I understand what he was saying about all that increase in support. It's very fair.
Yeah.
But you didn't get past the finish line. You lost.
Correct, and that's what the next, and that's the coming few months will certainly be about where he fell short. But however, he had better results of any Conservative leader since I was 12 years old, and I'm 48, almost 49. and so but we count seats, we don't count votes, and the seats weren't quite there. And there's going to be a lot of assessment about how to close that gap on the seats.
Rana, you wanted to jump in. Can he stay if he loses his own seat?
Yeah, he's earned the right to stay. I mean, we heard him tonight. He's a great leader. He's a great parliamentarian. He reached out saying Canada first. We can work together to make sure, whether it's tariffs, Trump, whether it's on other issues, he'll put Canada first. He'll put Canadians first. He congratulated Mark Carney. And I think he's ready to get back into Parliament. Now, if he loses his seat, then it's a logistical thing of trying to find somebody giving up one for him. But as James said, he had a remarkable result tonight. And that's the way the seats play out. But he's earned his right to stay. He's very popular in the caucus, very popular in the party.
The last time, by the way, we had a similar dynamic to this was 2004. Stephen Harper, in his first campaign in 2004, we fell short. We thought we might beat the Liberals in 2004. Scott Reid remembers that campaign very well. We thought we might win that campaign, but we fell short. Stephen Harper, his leadership, he very quickly came out like this on election night and was very proud of the accomplishments that we had at that time, which was coming together and creating the Conservative Party to compete on a national basis. The dynamic of the fact that it was a minority parliament, at that time in 2004, the first minority parliament that we'd seen since 1980, so we weren't quite familiar with them. And the fragility of that minority parliament allowed Stephen Harper to very quickly get the caucus rallied back together. The relative fragility of this minority parliament and the closeness of seats might be one of those things that Pierre can point to and say, look, let me tell you what I learned from this campaign. Let me talk about our successes. Let me talk about why we fell short. But let's keep in mind, we have a narrow gap between this and when the next election may come. It may come at any time. I'm an experienced leader, and let me tell you how I'm going to close this gap so we can be successful next time. So the parallel historically could well be the 2004 loss of Stephen Harper.
I just want to do a slight pivot and go to our CTV's chief financial correspondent, Amanda Lang. I mean, if you're part of the business community in Canada, you're watching the result tonight, you know that it's a minority government situation, a liberal minority government situation. What are you thinking? I mean, does Donald Trump see this scenario as a weakness? And if you're part of the business community, how are you interpreting today?
Well, I will say this. The business community isn't a monolith, so they don't all vote as a bloc. They will vote Liberal, they will vote NDP, they'll vote Conservative, they'll vote Green. They do not like this result. As a monolith, I will say that. The business community and a lot of Canadians will feel this is an unstable result. But for businesses, and by that I don't just mean giant corporations, I mean mom and pop shops that have been frozen in place because of the tariff situation, including things like that $800 de minimis that hangs over us that will crush small businesses. This is a bad outcome. And the fact that we're talking now about the potential that, we've lost one political leader and maybe the party status altogether, we won't know the results when we go to bed tonight. These seats are still shaking out. And yes, the uncertainty of, Do we have a coalition? Can the Liberals and the Conservatives come together? Because there's no other math that is going to make sense for a fight against Donald Trump.
So it's uncertainty on top of uncertainty.
It's the compound factor. And by the way, that's all overlaid over the fact that we have challenges in this country economically that we didn't talk enough about in this election because it was sort of clouded by what's happening with Donald Trump and a trade war. And they are bigger and more important than that trade war. They'll last longer. We need to solve them. We all know what they are. It's not just housing affordability. It's growth. It's job creation. It's what do we want our future to look like? What will the jobs be? Productivity. Yes, I know, boring, but it's true. Those are still with us, and we need to solve them.
I just wanted to jump in and bring over Scott Reid. The numbers keep edging up for the Liberals. It's a very big minority. They're not far from 172. The finding of dance partners might not be as challenging as it looked 2 hours ago.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it narrows even more when we see all the advanced polls come in various ridings and so forth. This is definitely a solid minority. And that will give Carney as Prime Minister the flexibility in Parliament to figure out on a vote-by-vote basis who he collaborates with. There is no chance in God's green heavens that he is going to pursue a pact with the remaining NDP members. I mean, if one lesson can be withdrawn from the past Parliament, it is that might not be the recipe for electoral success. So I don't think that that's going to be followed. I want to say something about Poilievre, though, because it was a set of fascinating choices that he made this evening. Right? First of all, he gave a victory speech, which, you know, we're going to say, well, maybe that was wise. But if you were looking to see whether in this Parliament confronted by this crisis coming from Donald Trump, we were going to see any opportunity for collaboration between the Conservatives and the Liberals, you sure didn't see it in those remarks. He gave his stump speech and declared victory tonight. In loss, he declared victory, and he dedicated himself, just as James said, to the idea that it is just victory slightly delayed. We will just carry on, which signals that he will look for the first opportunity to defeat the government and to get himself elected as Prime Minister. And so all this talk of collaborative, that's about as collaborative as a bandsaw. That's not going to happen. He's not going to be collaborative. There's no indication of that. Second of all, he got out ahead of his riding, which makes sense. But it means that he obviously fears that he will lose his riding. And I agree with everyone here who said that he's going to have the hand to maintain his position, even if he loses his riding. But let's not pretend that that's a strong leader. That is a very weakened position. He then has to find a seat. He has to then defend the fact that he wasn't able to beat a novice who took over a party that was in disrepair. So I don't think this is the victory that Pierre Poilievre is portraying, and I don't see any sense of collaboration, and I do not smell the slightest whiff of humility.
I guess if you're only like 1% away or less than 1% away, though, from the popular vote, you do, I understand what Scott's saying, but you do understand also how Poilievre and his party would feel like they're so close. Maybe it is just another election like in 2006, for example, or 2011, that kind of thing, right? I guess Scott's point is well taken, but if you're a point away from the Liberals...
If the national imperative is let's deal with Trump, but he's declaring that his imperative is to get elected as Prime Minister as soon as possible. Let's get 2004 and 2006 moving right now. That is not in concert with Canadians who want to see this.
I've got to interrupt you. Forgive me. We've just got Diana Carney taking to the stage right now. Let's listen in.
Bonjour, Canada. Merci.
I'm going to call it an evening. I can't stand listening to Carney and his wife. I don't think I don't know, like maybe you guys want to hear it, but I just can't stand it. I mean, she is horrible. She's like as connected to connected to her husband. I don't know, like she's horrible. She's not. There's no emotional attachment there at all, and the fact that would have to listen to her and then him is just too much, I think, to put anybody, any person with any sort of intelligence through tonight. So you know what, I'm just going to call it. Hopefully when we wake up tomorrow morning, there will be a different outcome when all of the votes are counted and recounted. And you never know, it might be one of these George Bush, situations where, after a little while, things finally settle and it's not the nightmare we thought it would be. But right now, it kind of is a nightmare. Yeah. So and what really gets me though is that some of these ridings were too close to call this earlier on, because half of them, not even half of them, but there was a lot of them that were only 2/3 counted, or some of them were even only half counted, and it was still fairly close, within a percentage or two. So I just think that it was just too close to do that, too close to call it. I would have. I guess I get what he had to do. He absolutely had to do that. He couldn't have pulled a Donald Trump. Not that I have anything against Donald Trump. I don't. I think he's good for the U.S., not good for Canada. He kind of is good for Canada in the sense that when the United States prospers, so does Canada. But it takes a while to kind of filter down. Although currently we don't know how that's going to play out. But here's the thing, though: the demise of Canada is inevitable now, and the problem with that is, will it come quick enough that the majority of us will not suffer, or can we right the ship in the meantime? It's a conundrum, because if we can right the ship without the demise of Canada, that would be great. But can we do that? And can we do that in time for the majority of us to prosper, or to at least not suffer, is the big thing. And it's just so close. The numbers 165 to 147. I don't think that really represents what's going on there. Now, even if they formed a government, a minority government, as a coalition with the Bloc, which I don't think the Bloc would do, because I know that Yves-François Blanchet just does not like the Conservatives. Even if they formed that government, then it would just be barely 170, and they need 172, which could possibly happen. But I don't think that will happen. I don't think a coalition government will happen. We're still kind of screwed, because that could fall apart. Now, the only light in this tunnel is that Canadians will see that this guy was not the answer in very short order. He will damage Canada so badly, but is that the light at the end of the tunnel if we don't have a country anymore? Yeah, that's the big question. He's going to screw this country. We're going to, with a minority government, will the Bloc support a non-confidence vote, and will Canadians accept that so soon after the election? Because really, the only way that Canada will survive is if within the next 6 months, this guy screws up bad enough that the Bloc supports the Conservatives in a non-confidence vote, and the NDP as well, because right now they don't even have enough to overthrow the government. That's the only way Canada survives, and that's a big if. That's a long shot. So I think Canada's over. I really don't see it surviving another. Definitely will not survive another 4 years. So, yeah, I can see that. I can see Alberta going. Danielle Smith has said that she's going to go around Alberta for the next 6 months and they're going to talk about the road forward, the path forward, and what that looks like. She, as an elected official, as the Premier of Alberta, she cannot forward the motion or make any moves to have an actual referendum towards separation from Canada. But I think that she actually wants it to be put forward as a citizens' initiative, and I think that there's enough. I think that there is enough support there, and I think that with a campaign that will be coming to support that, I think that it will happen. I just can't see Albertans putting up with this crap any longer. With all the money that gets sucked out of Alberta, and with all of the cultural impact that Ottawa, all the decisions that Ottawa makes in Alberta, with primarily with the freedom of speech, and then with the convoy stuff. Basically, Alberta was the epicenter of all of the freedom movement during the convoy, even though it happened primarily in Ottawa. It also happened in other places in Ontario. It also happened in Coutts, Alberta. But Alberta, that's where it started. And there's enough people in Alberta who I don't think we'll put up with this crap anymore. I seriously don't think that they'll put up with this crap anymore. And the support is even more so in Saskatchewan. So, my prediction is, and I could be completely out to lunch here, but my prediction is Alberta, Saskatchewan, within the next 6 to 9 months, will vote to separate from Canada. British Columbia will follow, but probably not for a year after that. Quebec will see what's happening. They will also vote to separate from Canada, but they will remain an independent nation. Eastern Canada will realize that they're no longer connected to Ontario, which is their bread and butter, and that they're not getting any transfer payments from Alberta. They will vote to separate as well, but they, as a unit or as 4 different units, will vote to become territories of the United States. They won't vote to become states, but they can vote to become territories. And that there's a lot of benefits from being territories, and there's a lot of benefits for being states. But the problem that I see for Eastern Canada is because of how left-wing they are, the Republicans will probably not accept them as full-on states. Then we get to Western Canada. Now, Manitoba and Ontario, I believe they'll stay as Canada. That will be Canada. I think that the 3 Western provinces will join as individual states. And that will be okay for the Republicans and probably okay for the Democrats as well, because really it doesn't shift a lot of the balance of power. Because BC, the interior of BC is pretty much Republican, and the coast is pretty much Democrat. But Alberta and Saskatchewan are Republican. And then you have the territories, which will remain territories because they just don't have the population. I think that within 5 years, that's the map of North America. That's just speculation. That's just my opinion. I just can't see Canada surviving this as Canada the way we know it. Canada in 5 years will be Ontario and Manitoba. And that's my belief, that's my speculation. If we stick it out, if we're not offered sanctuary and refugee status in the U.S. for being conservatives, I think that's what will happen. That's just kind of my opinion on this. Now, you guys may disagree. That's fine. I don't like getting into in-depth arguments or, disrespecting people in my comments. I know that a lot of people comment and they disrespect me. I don't mind that, as long as they don't disrespect the other contributors to my channel, and as long as they're, not being, too rude and disrespectful. But you know what? Put your comments down in the comments in the chat. State your opinions. Try to be respectful as possible to each other, especially. I've got a thick skin. I was a police officer for so many years. I've been spit on, I've been punched, I've been kicked and, called all sorts of things. It's not going to bother me any. Just be respectful to one another is what I ask in the comments and in the chat. Because really, I don't think it's worthwhile getting into fights amongst ourselves. I think that it's perfectly fine to call a politician who you don't mind an idiot if they're an idiot, like Justin Trudeau or Mark Carney. They're kind of in that position where they put themselves out there for that. To call each other that, to attack each other, not really keen on that, because, we're kind of the victims of all these politicians in one sense, and we're kind of in it together. And, causing a feud between the people is what the politicians really want. A lot of the politicians, especially on the left, it's kind of what they want. It's the whole communist philosophy, divide and conquer, is kind of it's right in the Communist Manifesto. So, you know what? Give your opinion, write it down in the comments if you haven't already left it, or even if you've left your opinions in the chat, put it down in the comments. You know what? And like this video, share this video, because the more these videos get out, the more people see, the opinions of the people on the right, because we are in the right, and I say that only partially in jest. So anyway, I'm going to call it a night, because I just don't see the point in listening to all of Mark Carney's acceptance speech. I'm kind of semi-watching it. I'm not listening to it, obviously, because I'm on here. But you guys take care. It wasn't the result that we wanted. It wasn't the result that Canada needed. It's going to be one of these things that it's going to be hard to get past. I may be wrong. Maybe we can get past it. I don't think I am. I hope I am, but I don't think I am. I think that within, as I said, within 3 years, the West will be gone. And within 5 years, it won't be a Canada as we know it. But that's just my opinion. Thank you very much for joining. And I hope I said hello to most people. The God of War, I don't think I said hello to. Chris V, I did. Ariel, Sky, Liliana, I don't think I said hello to you yet. Darb, I believe I did say hello to you. Martin, hello. Anyway, just you guys take care. Take care of yourselves. Take care of your family. And, just be good citizens, and that's all we can do. Vote for what's good for us. If any upcoming elections, vote your conscience. And I hope that I trust that you already voted your conscience in this election. And God bless. Take care. And tune in on Thursday. And I'm sure there'll be lots to talk about.
You've been watching the Northwest Cavalryman Show. Thank you for tuning in this evening. I hope you've enjoyed the content. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and share with your friends and on social media. May God bless you. And if you're a liberal crybaby, bless your heart. Have a great rest of your week, and we'll see you next Thursday.